It's your boy Dason, aka mgthefuture. I think today is October 21st, Tuesday, 2025. What it's time to be alive, part 10. Not quite sure what this video is really about, but I'll start it with the algorithm that I've been noticing. I'm gonna invite a few people first, give it another minute before likes come in. This algorithm is with notifications. Is it on a broadcast? Broadcast on YouTube? YouTube ain't inviting nobody, so I'm gonna give it a few more seconds. Said one person, they disappeared. It's very weird. It's like that sometimes. But yeah, give it a few more seconds. Shouts to Replay Gang if you catch this in the future. I don't know if YouTube is like not sending my video out because of the cover art. We'll see. We got one person here. Shout to you. Shogun showed in. Hey, so it is working. It didn't alert nobody for like a whole minute now. Very weird. Shout to the tribe. You still cooking up? What's going on? I can't wait for things to manifest faster. Because I want that Omnisphere 3 like tomorrow. Actually, what I think I want to do, Shogun, with the production stuff is like making music that's more open. I don't know how to do that yet, arrangement wise. Kind of how like the Neptunes used to do back in the day. Pharrell kind of mastered that actually. He hasn't stopped doing minimalism, but I'm trying to figure out how they got away with that. Especially with 16 bars and it's just looping forever. Like if you hear Pharrell, the Neptunes instrumentals, like which ones are kind of a good example of that? I Hate You So Much Right Now, for instance. Um, you know which one's crazy arrangement wise? It's like really naked and plain. Like if I made that beat, I feel like everyone would be like, yo, turn this shit off. But it's actually a hit. Like NSYNC and Nelly Girlfriend by the Neptunes. You listened to that instrumental before? Like just let it rock? At first it's kinda like, yo, this shit gonna piss me off if this shit don't start. Cause it'd be like boom, dun dun dun, boom, 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 dun dun dun, boom, boom, dun dun dun, boom, 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 dun dun dun. So it's just like a call response, which is probably the secret right there. I just said it out loud. Jesus Christ, I'm stupid. But let's put call response aside. I gotta work on that again. But like nothing happens. They even got a bridge in that bitch. I don't know what key it turned to, but boom, 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 boom. Oh man, why you do that? But Justin, he floated on that shit. He said, to be my girlfriend. Why don't you be my girlfriend? That instrumental is just like, it's just so weird. It's weird that that's a hit, boy. Like, you feel me? Like, you know me. I'm gonna use Electra, Omnisphere, Serum, and some other shit. Nah, they said rolling guitar me, please, with some chorus, some delay, and some ugly ass synth, or some synth like hardware bass. Mm-mm. Nah, illegal. Flag on the play. But them shits are hits, boy. Is that what it is? I got like rate songs on like Pharrell be singing his songs while he making them, so that's like a hack right there. Any producer who can carry a note, man, I hate you. From the depths of my soul, from the tribe of Judah. That's such a beautiful gift to have. I do not have it. I don't have it. I'd be so much further along in life if I did. Trust me, with the women and everything. But producers who can do that, that's a gift from God, man. I promise you. I've been doing this shit for 25 years. I do not have it. But yeah, I want to learn how to not learn how to. It's the song that does it. I had to figure out how to arrange music for songwriters. Again, like emphasis on that rather than the producer we do. Just do all the arrangements, all the sounds, just do all the arps at it. It's a lot. It's a lot fucking going on. But we grew up on Streets of Rage soundtracks, so like it makes sense why we naturally fill the whole space. It's like we're playing video games when we're kids. It's kind of like locked in, especially if no one's there singing. That's the point. That's why I like doing remixes. Remixes is the only time where I do dumb down. I should do that. Well, I can't. Shit. I can't open them back up right now, can I? No. Let's say in a few months, if I could. Just export the instrumentals of those and just study those. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Creating around a voice or around a voice versus just creating for the sake of creating them. Two different stories. Unless you're like a sample based producer. I think that's why they so much more common when hip hop started because of that phenomenon right there. The music's already done. It actually sings itself. You could just say anything on shit like that. Hints. 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 You gotta learn how to create things where you just can't just be saying shit on. Mm-hmm. Yup. That's the only thing that trap got wrong. Their formula is good enough that anyone can do it. And that is the problem. Anyone just can't do Scott Storch, Teddy Riley, Dark Child, Mike City. Shit, just Blaze even for real. I haven't heard anyone come close to what he does. When he does it, you know what I'm talking about? Even on his keyboard beats, unfuckable. Some Spanish guitar shit, haven't heard nothing like it. Not even on the fucking internet. Mm-hmm. A fucking menace. Sample beats, R&B. He even did that shit on when the Marsha Ambrosia came back. Jesus Christ, man. He was pissing me off. His fucking Contact ass or Cubase ass era. What the fuck song was that? Damn, that's a long time ago now too. I'm old as hell. Hold on. It was a long time from when he stopped. It was like 2010 or so. Around then. He had this R&B track. Sound like a Drake beat almost. Like before that was the word. Killed that shit. We gotta figure out how to do that shit again. It's not a tight beat. That's our culture's problem. Our culture is always, currently, I should say, is trying to be type of something. I don't think we're trying to do that. Nah, that's where they got it wrong, the younger people. We weren't trying to do that. They're trying to be a type. We weren't trying to be a type. We were trying to master all the best types. It's very different. We weren't emulating music because it was like, that's what we do. No, we're emulating our best, our best. We were debating about the best. We were debating about clothes, first week sales. We weren't debating about none of that shit. We're debating about the sound. They're the best because of the sound. We wanted the sound. We didn't want to be type anything. The sound itself is what we were trying to accomplish. Yep. Music has lost its sound. And I think we're the only generation that knows what the fuck I'm talking about right now. Ain't that crazy? That shit's creepy. That shit gives me the... It's like, what the fuck? How that happen? How the fuck? In any universe, I'm telling you, it must be the Mandela effect, Shogun. I swear to God. It has to be the Mandela effect. It gotta be, boy. I swear to y'all, bro. I swear this shit don't make no damn sense to me. It don't matter what subject I talk about in this video. I have to like really stop myself and go, damn, my reference point is like way before the pandemic. No matter how I land this shit. Cause something changed that fucking drastically. It's like the fucking, like a railroad split. And then reconnecting that shit. And like, yo, you remember we were on that path? Like, nah, nigga, we went on a different path and reconnected. Like, that shit linear. It is not, this is not linear. It's impossible, Sugar. I'm telling you. Music ain't got the sound, boy. What the fuck? You know what I'm talking about? I got some beat makers in here. Y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about? Like, the sound. You know what I'm talking about? Like, Nah, something happened. Don't play with Fruity Loops like that. It wasn't Fruity Loops' fault. It's the samurai behind it. Jesus Christ, man. Nah, because we were using Fruity Loops, so that's how we knew. Like, there's a sound, and what we ended up doing, by the grace of God and timing, like what a window of opportunity, by the way, for us. Like in our lifetime, knowing that it was a window. Not in that time, we didn't know that was a window, but looking at it as a window of time for us. It's such a beautiful moment that we got to experience it in that way. Like that was beautiful to go from nothing to something, to watch something evolve because of us. Like because of us, like we did that. That was our generation that did that. Online internet beat making sales and all that shit. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the sound. Mm-hmm. That was us. We made something that sounded like computer music valuable. It's the only generation that can do that. The internet and digital audio workstations at the same time. And you're a teenager? Nah, nah. You can't go to college for that one, chief. Mm-mm. We self-taught. Like we're beasts for real. We're beasts. Like, I hope y'all know that we are beasts when it comes to this technology shit I'm talking about. And if you're nice with music, oh, God loves you. But I'm just saying the fact that you can even do it, that you could start from nothing and hit export MP3, upload it somewhere, and put a price tag on that bitch. You a beast. Compared to so many other types of people, you're a fucking beast. Don't let them take that shit away from you. That shit a trophy. That shit a trophy. That's a storyline trophy too. Like, so if you didn't get it back then, you didn't get it. Nah, hell no. I play too many video games. I know that shit rare. I know that's a rare trophy right there, boy. Some goofy ass kids downloading sound fonts and waves and transform them into like ways of buying things, paying rent or buying your favorite keyboard. Like you ain't gotta bother nobody. You, some fucking black crystal and some headphones, nigga. Create a whole fucking digital and all of it's inside your head too, right? Ain't that the sickest part about the shit? No one's ever looking at the same screen. So it's like a whole, how can I describe it now that I'm older? A persona, a psyche, a mask. It's like it's totally different from the rest of your life. But in that life, you're a beast. Like for us to figure this out on our own, bro. No guides, no YouTubes, nobody going through step by step. Everybody was hoarding information, so you had to learn how to be social and infiltrate. You know what I'm saying? For information, bro. Like it's all internet, no avatars either. You don't know what these people look like. Sometimes you know where they're from. If they rap, you can hear their voice, and then you can paint a better picture of when they type and shit. Especially in forums, because like before you got DMs, you got forums. DM, you gotta kind of figure out the person back and forth. Especially if you're dating someone for the first time, and you like trying to figure them out in text. Until you actually hang around them, you can't really catch it, right? But now you gotta catch that shit for like 100 different people a day though. Over time, over years. It's a very rare phenomenon. Twitter's kind of like that, but not really. Twitter's just a bunch of random people saying shit. Forums is like, nah, all these people do the shit that I do, and we're gonna talk about the shit that we talk about, and that's it. It's just us. It's not random. It's not an ad for Pepsi or Cola. It's not fucking someone telling you about some mainstream stupid shit. Uninterrupted streams of thought, captured, and you have to read it every time. So you have to be a good reader, right? And then comprehension be damned, right? Especially when you start talking about music or anything technical, or we're kids and they're like, yeah, you just go there, download this, and then go to such and such thing and download the fucking refill. And like, you understand that's like 100 steps. Gotta find this program, gotta install it. I mean, we talking about early 2000s, y'all. Stop fucking playing with me. Talking about when your parents can help you do this shit. Like, we had to figure that shit out. Click, 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 install, right click this, run as admin, whatever the fuck. Like, you know how many steps that is. Now tell somebody those steps and see if they'll come back and get it done. Meanwhile, 30 minutes later, I got the fucking refill open in Reason. Trying to figure out how to do a fucking rewire to the newest Fruity Loops. Was it 6, 7? They're like, yo, I hate this shit. I still gotta record left and right channels. The fuck going on? I should just use Cubase. I gotta do fucking drums and this shit. We multitasking, nigga. We even have two monitors. We multitasking. I mean, like 3 or 4 fucking programs, bro. Job experience. Fuck out my face. Getting shit that ain't supposed to work. Illegal shit. All games, all 3D programs, all kind of weird random shit. Just for the adventure, nigga. Just for the fucking adventure. I didn't need that shit. My computer could barely fucking run it. Imagine that shit. But I could do it. And I taught myself how to do all of that. We some fucking beasts, bro. In our world, there was no. It's just not yet. I'm gonna figure this shit out. I'm saying that shit damn near 25 years later, too. That shit's scary to me, boy. That number ain't supposed to be that high. That number ain't supposed to be that high. It ain't supposed to be 25 years ago. I'm remembering some shit like that. Hell no. I know where the time went, though. It just don't feel like shit compared to that. We had to figure that in life out. They don't understand. We had to figure out the internet in life at the same damn time. People were just sucking at life. Nah, we had to be like on the internet a certain way too. We had to be consistent. What we did can taught you consistency. Swear to God. You only made a mark in any of those goals if only you could be consistent. At how many things you had to be consistent at? Web design, fucking mailing lists, interacting with people, DMs, random messages, dealing with haters, acquiring new information, better plugins. What the fuck's L3? How's that gonna help my master? What the fuck is that? Low mid what, nigga? What are we talking about? What are these niggas doing on fucking Rock Battle right now? Oh my god. That's a different sound, nigga. Nah, this nigga is fade. What the fuck is that? Well, I'm just using nah, nigga, you got a different sound, nigga. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's Logic. Oh, you niggas switching to Mac on me. Oh, y'all some assholes. You know you can't hack on that shit like we can. No, they got shit. Oh shit. I ain't never gonna get that sound until I get a Mac, boy. I got a Mac, boy. It just took a long fucking time. 5 to 7 years, I think, after that revelation, actually. Shout out to Fade. I knew other people that use Logic. Inertia used Logic when it was on Windows. But when Fade used Logic, I was like, oh. I think that's around the time J. Cole would have been using it too. Yep, that time period. I see. I was outside. I was there. I was there with those crazy kids online. Mm-hmm. When I was like, oh, should I get that new Reason? Rod Charm on Rock Battle, like, yeah, why not? I only use Reason 5 or 6 or whatever the fuck number it was. Really? You have such an interesting sound. I'm very familiar with Reason and its sound. But he's doing something different. He's figuring out a sound, a reason that I like a little bit. A little bit better. You can tell the difference in sound. It changed over time and horizontally. We're the only generation I think that got that degree. Mm-mm. Nah, they don't even talk about it no more. That's why I was tripping on people when I got the NPC and they're like, well, why don't you just use the software version? Nigga, what are we talking about? If I was going to use a software version of an NPC, I just use battery fucking 3. Stop playing with me. Fucking Cubase Groove Agent. You're going to irritate the shit out of me with these questions. And I've seen tons of people, I don't know, maybe hundreds, maybe low hundreds of people at least, really didn't understand what the fuck I was talking about. I just shoved it out. Well, whatever, nigga. Nah, the sound is different. Well, something. No, nigga. No, please don't do this. No, you're not gonna sum zero it either. Stop fucking playing with me. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not talking about amplitude, nigga. I'm not talking about clarity of signal. Stupid son of a bitch. What the fuck? I said the sound is different. I said the quality is different. I said the sound is different. What the shit sounds like. This is different. Not the quality, not the bits, not the sample rate. I know all those can affect sound differently. Motherfucker, no. Do you hear the do you hear the drums on this bitch? The sound is different. For instance, the same fucking three kicks and five snares I already always use. Let's put it in PC. This shit sounds different. Yeah, man. Such a beautiful thing. If you have the reference point. Jesus Christ, they don't have a reference point. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know. I don't know about that one, Chief. You kind of need it. And I don't think you can go backwards and get it the same way either, because it's not your reference point. We're making beats on a computer for a decade, while everyone else was coming from the machines. The Gen X kids, they had MPCs and SP12 still. Or they're just buying them back before they hit $1,000. Back then on eBay, when eBay started, nigga. When eBay started, nigga. I was there when eBay started, nigga. Like, I remember the prices of shit. Mm-hmm. Everybody was calling it quits. And they're old. They're like 26. Niggas was too old for that shit by like 26. They were selling their shit on eBay, nigga. Like ASRX and all kind of shit. Every day. Especially the white boys. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Those white boys doing that shit. There's a lot of white boys with hip hop equipment. Selling it. Crazy. Like, damn, how many ASRXs did they make in this bitch? Were they all trying to be rave DJs? The fuck? If you think about it, a lot of them selling on hip hop people. They were like dance or whatever the fuck. Crazy. They love music that damn much to make that shit with that at that cost. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. They don't ever release that shit either. Oh, they just loop that shit in the damn machine. That's it. Oh, that shit therapy. Nah, nigga. This shit right here. I'm selling 100 mixtapes. Fuck my face. Yeah, yeah. It was different. You can tell. You can tell the difference. It was easier to tell the difference. And we're selling it to our ears. We didn't have the whole internet. We had only people that knew how to get on the internet. First of all, how to find us. Second of all, and then digital comfort to put their credit card or an account on it at that time. A very niche audience compared to now. People got cash apps and all kinds of shit. It's three taps and you're done. Back then it was like, I don't know, put my number on the internet. The hackers and the viruses. Remember, viruses is a big deal. So you didn't even have as many people who can even buy something from you via the internet. What did we have to do? Western Union. Imagine that shit. Something these goofy ass kids probably couldn't get. Trust. Like, this person has to trust you now. They're gonna put $100 on Western Union, give you a code to some random fucking city. That's crazy. Answering a fucking answering a fucking boom 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 boom. Y'all just 2 seconds behind. Oh, we got 35 people, 14 likes. All of y'all got the damn thumb mRNA. I shouldn't be frozen. Hit 3 as soon as I'm not. Let me know. Let me know. playing with it. Oh, show us history. So that was like 30 seconds. You're about 30 seconds behind me. Forward your joint real quick. It's about 30 seconds back. Hmm. Or less. Felt like 30 seconds. First beat I sold, rapper sent a paper check. Come on now. We had to learn how to do that. We had to be bankers. Had to walk my back. Or y'all fast forwarded, let me know one more time. Because I just did the shit again. Goofy as hell. Crazy. You bugging. Am I I'm gonna wait for y'all to say Frozen or 3 again. One or the other is going to happen. Y'all like 5 minutes behind then. Jesus. It's glitchy? Hold on now. Hold on now. Harut just said it's glitchy. Shogun said 3 again. Okay, a few seconds back. We back. Fuck it. We'll let it lag. Ain't like we ain't used to it. Ain't like we ain't used to lag. Shit, this shit's amazing compared to where we started. Imagine the latency on webcams back then. We didn't even know there was such a thing as called goddamn latency, I don't think. I wasn't checking the frames per. I wasn't checking frame drops back then on those Yahoo chats. But I could tell you one thing. Glitchy. You probably couldn't imagine how we can put up with it. It's just tripping out. Because, like, yo, I'm on the internet looking at some fucking random human in a different room, different clothes, different. What state is this? Like, where the fuck are you? There's people there? They're like you? God damn it. I did a little traveling my damn self, but shit, there's all kind of people out here. Like, all kind of people. Whoa. God be making anything sometimes. I've noticed it. So, I like, okay. Yeah, you get trust from people. Yep. You had to conduct yourself a certain way. That's all gone. I've noticed. I think that solo digital entrepreneur course-minded people fucked up the vibes by making up some silly shit to teach and learn and go a certain way. The internet's run by college. The internet was run by college. That's crazy. It was created for college, allegedly. But once they let the college people on to do e-commerce, it was because it just kept the Indians for the back end stuff. But when them college people started teaching how to do stuff, Jesus Christ, it became so fake. So many clones of the same thing, over and over again. Websites for everything for no damn reason. That's why Google came in handy. Mm-hmm. The first one, you could find anything. Imagine using it. We had to learn how to do all this shit without Google. Period. Google came out, what, 2007 for us in a big way. That's when I got my Gmail. But I was on the internet since 2000, like, well, before that, but music space, 2002. So I already learned how to do everything in those 5 years without Google. Imagine that shit. Without even the websites and the conversations to fix the shit or do anything with it. Gearsluts wasn't even like that yet. It was just us. We weren't old enough to be college kids. And the ones who were older than us did not go to college, kid. It was like F major and Atomic Excel, maybe. You saw what happened to F major, even corporate. That's college kids. That made sense. I remember him from the forums. He was a college kid. Of course he'd be at Native Instruments. That's all lie. Shit. Do the science. That's what I'm saying. That's very random-ish. But it wasn't to me. Mm-hmm. We've been on the same forum for like 23 years. 20 years ago. Damn. Back when he was just a college kid with the MPC 2000 XL. And a Yamaha motif. And a Roland 5080. And some type of Moog. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. That was a long time ago. Jesus. We old, bro. Shout out to everybody. Jalert, Jonathan, Harut, Mr. Now, Rakim Escobar, TBFB, Shogun. That Omnisphere 3 mutate button been heavily spammed by the DNA masters. Well, dudes watch Showtime glitch porn on cable back in the day. Sakoshi says time is perceived twice as fast when chasing dreams. Inception is a 2-hour movie about a 15-minute dream. Deep. Lado Curioso, yo! Sakoshi says, imagine what if it's like real life having a dream at 18 and not achieving it by 26. It feels like 16 years has passed instead of 8. I have not achieved that shit yet. So 25 going to feel like what? 50 years? Chad was running them beats through Japanese hardware. I believe it. I believe it. They're noisy. That makes sense. There's noise in the signal. That would happen if he was doing that. Daisy chaining the output. That's what I did with MPC into SP4. Go from line to RCA. Dumb that shit down. Less room, less space in the sonic spectrum. Do sample beats with 4 sounds. Perfect. You try to do that trap shit with more than 3 or 4. Free Loop's like, no problem. You're not gonna hear your drums. NPC's like, we don't know how to do that trick. The damn frequencies clash different. Yeah, like they can't hear that. That's crazy. That is crazy. What the fuck are you talking about? You make a beat with a sample and 3 drums if you want to in Fruity Loops and hit export. I'll ask them about, what the fuck is this? Go to NPC and do the same thing. What's different? What's different? I wonder what it is. Everything, bitch. The damn sound stage itself, the way it reacts to frequency, all of it. The whole thing different. It's a different sound. So I guess. Not to me. That shit obvious. That shit obvious. You know how I knew niggas was different? I remember having this conversation when Still Dre came out, I think. Or was it whenever Scott Storch was with Dre? Had this piano sound. Cling, 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 cling. Tripping me out. Because it was like, we got pianos now. I think we was up to like Hypersonic 2. So we had Roland and that and some other shit. I had hardware too. And I remember asking people, how the fuck did he get that piano sound? Some idiot goes, oh, those are just chords. Cool story, bro. What is that sound? Oh, it's some type of piano or harpsichord. All you gotta do is EQ that thing. And I was like, all right, what was his name? Creative Silence. Oh my God. We had them back then. Creative Silence, shut the fuck up. What the hell are you talking about some EQ for? I ain't mixing and mastering either way, but I ain't talking about the EQ either. Motherfuckers sent me an example in Sonar or some shit. Like, nigga, what about this example sound like anything I'm talking about? You found a bright piano. Nigga, no, the sound. It took me maybe goddamn 20 years before I got the fucking answer. It took me goddamn 20 years. Listen, this man said half the time to achieve a goal feels like, so it felt like it took me 40 years? Jesus Christ. Nah, it didn't feel like 40 years. It didn't feel like 10 either. It felt like all 20. In those 20 years, it took me 20 years to get the fucking answer. What the fuck I was looking for? What I was looking for was the answer is it's detuned. Ding, 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 ding. That song is not in 440 at all. How do they do that, Scoob? You could do any fucking piano and any fucking EQ. You're not gonna get your piano to sound like that. Even if it's layered with the harpsichord or whatever the fuck their formula recipe they try and make me to make a goddamn refill. Bitch, no, it's a different sound. None of the pianos, none of them do that. No, fuck the E minor, bitch. Stop fucking playing in my face. I want you to understand something. It's like 448 or some shit, 452. It's one of them numbers. It's a weird fucking number, but dude, that's a weird fucking choice. Hard enough to put shit in key by itself with samples even, goddamn. And that's when you learn. We use Melodyne for samples. Oh my god. Why is this bass line not fucking bass? Oh, it's not tuned the same. Why is this off 37 cents? Not 37 cents makes a goddamn difference. I'll tell you something. Makes all the difference in the world for the sound to change. So like, oh, okay, I got it now. You try to find a fucking plugin that does that on the fly. They don't exist. How fucking convenient. Bitch, waves and kilohertz fuck up the signal of your whole shit trying to use that button. Why is this so tense? This shit don't make sense. Serato won't even address it. Goofy as hell, dumb as hell, boy. You gotta know the sense. The fuck? I'm not ear hustling 3 cents, bitch. I'm barely ear hustling keys that are 2 steps apart. Fuck out my face. The fuck I want to do with micro tuning on the fly? Nigga, please. Detect it for me. Thank you. Please come again. Some in that program just say, no, that bass ain't quite right. They try to do AI. They skipping steps. Nah, you need something that say, nah, that key ain't quite right, bro. They try to do ChatGPT for melodies. Nah, niggas, y'all moving too fast. Run that shit back. Nah, something ain't right. Something ain't right between that loop you got off of Spice and that serum patch. Nah, bro. These E's are not equal. Nah, boy. You better know. You be fucking around EQ and shit. The funny shit is EQ can change the tuning of something, but nah, we ain't got time for happy accidents. I feel like music has lost that. George says it hits different. Noel says the new MPC is very transparent. If your samples are thin, it won't add anything to it. Yeah, that piano was pitched up. They still don't work on the sound. 452 or something, 454 even. I think you push it up there and then put it on tape. Yeah, well, tape was that's the final stage boss for my childhood. Now I know what the answer is. Some rinky-dink ass outputs, do some analog fuck shit, and then put that shit on tape. Then hit play and smile. They made it transparent because it comes with the Pro plugins, but it's not the same. Yeah, they're turning it into a portable DAW, which is, I don't understand why they have to sacrifice the sound though. I wonder why that's a choice and not just both. First 5 years of making beats was missing bass lines for the most part, so I found out about Melodyne out bass lines, and also using low pass filters. Yeah, I hated low pass filter bass, or I would have did it more. I just chose to go without bass, so I used different kicks. And the records are faster too, 90 beats per minute and shit. You can get away with it if the bass has, if the kick has, if it moves the subwoofer. Remember back when people had cared about that in their cars. Those kicks definitely did. And then I offset everything with tambourines and shakers, high frequency content, and chimes and transitions and stuff. So Even if it didn't have a bass line, it felt like a song because of the arrangement. Then I learned how to do bass, and I was like fucking up my beats. I was like, I don't like doing bass to these. Spent so many years not doing it. It doesn't come across the same. Different frequency gap makes you think about music different. If you do the bass, it's like, I don't know. It's weird. It's a beautiful way to learn, though. Especially if you can't play shit by ear. I gotta learn how to do it. I still am. I can't play shit by ear. The fuck? What does that mean? I can't sing, nigga. The fuck? Nah, you need the ears and the brain for that trick. I ain't got none of that shit. No. Mm-mm. Hell no. But I know how shit sounds. Like I said, it's one or the other, I guess. God was like, which one are we gonna do? Let's give him the other one. Oh shit. Comes a talent and not a gift. I gotta turn that talent into a gift. Jesus Christ, man. 25 years in running. I want to trade it for the world, though. It doesn't feel like 25 years in the way the brother was saying. It just feels like my life. Until you stop for a minute. Maybe that's what it is. I broke a cycle, a sequence. And now I get to review it like I'm not in that space no more. But that's impossible. That's just who I am. Now. Yep. Becomes who you are. Quite possibly, I don't think I can imagine my life without it. That was definitely a main storyline quest. Because I couldn't have lived this life without it, actually. No. Just being some goofy kid on the internet making beats changed my whole life, actually. Especially in our timeline, like the way life itself went and tech and people, the mainstream, versus us. Nah, we had a head start. We already integrated digitally because of our age and our reference point. This shit hit us different. Yeah, I don't think any of us would be the same if you weren't one of those kids. Like, and there's other fields that probably have the same experience too. But for beat makers, kids like us, from where our backgrounds are, nah, we have some of the most unique lives in the same time period. Because everyone else was doing one thing or the other. Going to work, getting money somehow. But they're outside around people. They're going to clubs, they're hanging out. People were way more outside back then. Our age group. That's different too. We're making music for outside. Not at home in your headphones or alone on a train on your phone. Making music for everyone outside to be hearing the same shit. That's very different. Fuck a playlist. Nah, you want to hear music outside, period. That's why the million views people on the internet, college kids, ruined it. Like, I don't give a fuck about no goddamn how many views. The fuck does that mean? Nah. If you hear your shit outside, they want to hear it. The fuck? You know how many steps it took for you to get it outside? With or without the internet. Get your music outside. That shit different. Well, I'm an independent artist. Shut up, faggot. We ain't talking about how much money you made. You got your money from some weird people. I said, I want to hear my shit outside, nigga. What the fuck you talking about? I remember before Blueprint came out, Jay-Z had that album or that soundtrack with Scott Storch and Timbaland. Man, that shit was on outside, boy. I was tired of hearing it. Fucking 50 Cent in the club, same fucking thing. Outside, on the radio, fucking 5 times an hour, just outside, out that car. Someone's playing it too damn loud. Like, we get it, nigga. We got it too. Like, CDs, everything, cassette tapes, whatever the fuck it was. That shit was outside. Not the clubs, but I'm sure it was, right? That Rakim and Truth Hurt shit. Oh my god, the fuck? That was a weird October 2002, wasn't it? I could have sworn it was. They ain't stopped playing that song. Everybody had to beat like that after that. That's what I'm saying. It was outside. I mean, Metro Boomin has cool interviews, I guess. The fuck? I don't, nigga. I want to hear that shit outside. Y'all got this famous people with a lot of streams, I guess, that you'll never fucking hear outside. And they have no fucking problem with that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the objective was to, like, live off of your art. Nigga, no. Shut the fuck up. You can do that by being outside, bitch. The fuck you talking about? It's not a if or, nigga. No, it's no. It's all of that and it's outside. Why are we skipping this outside shit? And if that shit was transferable, why ain't it outside, bitch? Then they're gonna sit there and start crying about how much they get paid per stream after capping for how many years, Shogun? How many fucking years? It's like it's all good. Cause I got 1 million streams, it's all good. I don't need to be on radio. I got 1 million streams, it's all good. Snoop Dogg was like, bro, I don't even get $2,000 off that shit. The cap stopped instantly. Found out Russ only made $6,000 on streaming. Type shit. But they're really famous. Sold out shows somewhere. Shit. Giving out free tickets, I guess. The fuck? Probably told him Bieber was going to show up. Like Diddy used to do. Just to shut the club down. Didn't have to give a show. Didn't give no refunds either, man. It's a crazy game they was playing. Outside. Out fucking side. That's not the same thing as retweets. Motherfuckers had to get dressed to go out and pay for tickets to show up to see Biggie. Just for the fireman to be like, the fire code, niggas. And then just laughing to the bank on your niggas. Nah, everybody's sour, but they outside already. Now they gotta find something outside to do. Staring at each other, mad. That's a long fucking night for a city, man. I was there. I was in East Orange at that time. Mm-hmm. That's what Redman and Eminem and Tretch really was. They always say Newark. They weren't in Newark. They're in East Orange. I promise you. Wycliffe was in East Orange. Tretch, Vinny, Lauryn Hill, back and forth. It's all East Orange. Whitney Houston, East Orange. Went to Whitney Houston's elementary school, East Orange. It was East Orange. So that's what I was talking about. It's like, yo, it's the same thing when I say I'm John Smith's son. It's worse when I say I'm from East Orange. When I'm talking to people who do hip hop. Like East Coast people, because, you know, it's just the way it was on the internet and in real life, outside. But whether I was anywhere but East Orange, basically. Anywhere but New Jersey, maybe. I'm like, nah, son, you don't fucking hear what I'm saying to you. I am from East Orange. Mm-hmm. Yep. I was outside as a baby. as a baby, but but me as a baby, my mind was, I was paying attention. Like from 6 to 10 outside East Orange. And I say that to say, when you watch the box back then, because you know it was BET and MTV didn't have all of our videos yet, not in heavy rotation at least. So the box, some type of free station, you call in and request videos. It just goes on all day, damn near, for better or for worse. It's like ridiculousness. Another Tupac, Dear Mama, and another fucking Bone Thugs, and another Coolio Gangsta's Paradise. If y'all call these three songs one more goddamn time, I miss my Uncle Charles, y'all. I get it. I fucking get it. Fucking get it. I hate that song. We love that song, but I hate that song because they just kept fucking playing it. And then, but a lot of those music videos were in my city, like Queen Latifah, UNITY, and shit like that. That's all East Orange. So like, what I'm saying is like, when I see hip hop, East Coast hip hop, apparently, New Jersey, you know, but that, even to New York and shit. But I've been in New York and I see New York in the videos as a kid, but I lived where those music videos were. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. Well, that's that building over there. Oh, that's Vinny right there. He's at Brenda's buying breakfast. Sitting by himself. Here we go now, here we go. Like, oh, I think that guy gave us $1. I was outside. Yeah, with them. I grew up with hip hop. Mm-hmm. Jeanne Groove thing. Mm-hmm. I was right there at that skate park. Mm-hmm. 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 We always got it first because they're making it there. We always got it first. When Biggie first came out, my dad had the damn tape. I don't know how many weeks in advance. And we had those cassette tapes that are like teal, purple, and I don't know, Sony or somebody, fancy ones. I remember him running upstairs like fucking 10 stories. Some guy want to pay him to copy this tape for him. Want to give him a lot of money for it. So my dad ran it upstairs. He had the tape decks where you can duplicate, you know, two tape decks. Let that shit play. It's the first time anyone heard Biggie where we were in the city. Like, what was that, 93, 94? Probably 94. Don't get me the line. But my dad had it already. He created the first bootleg copy of it in our area. Mm-hmm. I was there. I was outside. Because he was a DJ. So he was mainly doing house music parties, but hip hop DJ, you know how we are. He's older too, so hip hop was like, yeah, him as a DJ, he was always around them. Cause that's the city we're in. He was around their DJs, cause my dad is a DJ. So all the bootlegs, all the demos, if they're in circulation, my dad had it. Like that's why I also used to LimeWire and Napster and shit. That was my whole life. He just didn't spec in hip hop. But because he had all those connections and we were there and around those people, like I would hear the difference. Like, oh shit, I remember that. Oh, and it sounds different now. Like mixing and mastering and shit. So I can hear it ever since I was a kid. I knew it there. I knew that was happening at least. Mm-hmm. Wild ass city, wild ass story, especially for hip hop. It isn't talked about correctly. For real. When people talk about New Jersey, they don't think of East Orange, and it's the weirdest, most disrespectful thing. All my ancestors too, by the way. But Lauren Hill, dude, stop fucking playing with me. Nah, don't play with me. All the actors too. They live in East Orange and Newark, and then travel to New York. So I run into a dude from The Wire all the time. What's his name? Don't get me the line. I used to know his name. He's Brody, I think, from The Wire. The light skinned dude with the do-rag. Yeah, grew up in East Orange. So when I'm watching The Wire, I'm not watching like arson, Baltimore nigga hood story. I'm looking at it like it's East Orange because that guy right there, I see him outside in East Orange. I know him in passing, you know what I'm saying? He was older, so it wasn't I was like hanging out with him, but you see him outside, especially downtown. You see him, like he's a real person, regular, cool as shit too. Last time I saw him was in 2010, same fucking story. And I'm like, nah, they ain't the dude from The Wire. That's that nigga I saw when I was like 8 years old walking through East Orange. But now he's the nigga from The Wire. So I didn't blow up his spot. He came out of some type of truck, and and you don't realize it, especially not me, because I was a kid when I met him or seen him. But as I was older, I grew so much taller than him. And he's very short. It threw me off. I was like, nah, like, nah. You look so much taller in The Wire, bro. You were taller than me the last time I seen you. He had this tall Latina girl with him. That's why I noticed it. His girlfriend was so much taller than him. She was bad too, boy. Shit. East Orange, North. Don't sleep. So that's for all the girls that can't afford to live in New York. But anyway, yeah, same story. East Orange is like the suburb of New York City. If you can't afford to live in New York, you move to North, East Orange, or Irvington. If you can tolerate niggas, that's the underlying score there. That's probably why you haven't heard about it. That's what niggas had to do. To go to school in New York, to work in New York, whatever. The cost of living, it sounded good compared to now, boy. I swear to God, I would have did it. Knowing what I know now, shit, I was like, God, let me finish high school up here so I can move to New York. North Carolina gonna be tripping. Shit. But yeah, so you see so many people, actors, a lot of actors, Martin Lawrence. hmm I don't know what was there. Was it Def Comedy Jam or something Martin was doing? But they used a building out there for a little while. So you hear about it outside. The people who went, word of mouth, the barbershop, it'd be about outside. And our outside was what was on TV. Because Queen Latifah is on Living Single at the same damn time. Don't forget that part. Jesus Christ. Like, so I'm watching Single, looking at Queen Latifah from East Orange. Like, damn, all my people famous. It's like our own Hollywood, if you will. Actually, if you think of Hollywood like being a place where actors and talent go to be famous. I'm like, East Orange must be the same bitch, because a lot of them niggas come from East Orange for real. Kanye West, Redman, Eminem. Mm-hmm. East Orange, Irvington, North. They all connected. They're all right next to each other. So they'll say the bigger one, Newark, but their apartment or their house is in East Orange. They might hang out in downtown Newark. That makes sense. I think East Orange only got like Main Street and Springdale and shit like that. We ain't got a downtown like that. But the bus will take you straight down. So we go to Newark. Don't get me the line. How long would it take for real, Dwayne? Might I'm a kid with cousins. So it's like an all-day thing for us because we're kids. But we do it. Gangsters. Go from East Orange to Irvington, rest at a cousin's house, and then with those cousins, go from Irvington to North by ourselves. Like, no money for real. Like, we just did that shit just to do it. Little side missions about nothing. Or someone would have money, you know, buy something for school or whatever the fuck. And they're like, come on, y'all. Why? Oh, damn, you ain't got to say your Genesis. I might as well. All right. I ain't sitting in this house. All right, boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Yeah. So that's some wild shit. And then for that shit to be smoothed out and then convert to the internet. Living in a goddamn country. Far by comparison. It's country by far in comparison to East Orange. So, especially the way of living. So, yep. Better quality of life, I guess, if you're into that kind of thing. If you care about the quality of your life, yeah, the South might be better for you. But if you want to live a little bit, don't miss East Orange, man. It's probably not the same. Once in a lifetime event. That shit weird, boy. That's a weird window to be a kid there. When they're there. When the story of all that shit takes place there. In some aspect. What the fuck was in the water? Yep. Same story. I got the same shit. So, yeah, shout out to East Orange for real. So some goofy ass Rob Peace story. That was not East Orange for real. What the fuck they talking about? They only showed East Orange when the car was on the goddamn street and there was like a train or a brick facade at the end of the street. That's East Orange for real. That other shit where his pops shot somebody allegedly, like that little scene. Uh, Maybe, I don't know. That's some new East Orange building type shit. We didn't have those buildings. Nah. Rob Peace was being getting jumped and shit, looking like that for real. Don't play with me. Private school kid? Nah, that nigga was in West Orange. Tell him stop lying to me. But yeah, same story though. Stay woke. East Orange is credited for quite a few types of geniuses. I will give them that. On Edison and on Benjamin Banneker, by the way. Yep, House of Orange, baby. You understand everything one day. Essex. Yep, Issa. I know that's right. I'm Big Baby Jesus. We right there. It's New Jerusalem, by the way. Yeah. That's a weird fucking story, kid. I was not supposed to be born in New Jerusalem. Go figure. None of my story required me to be there for real. That's how ill this shit is. I'm supposed to be born in New York. So the fact that they threw my ass in New Jerusalem so I can experience that at that time, shit. Cool fucking story. Then you realize what that really is back then. Jesus Christ, they did it to me twice, man. It's one thing to know Lauryn Hill's little walking routes or where you saw Wyclef selling weed at. That's a cool fucking story sometimes, but what's like Lenox Avenue and Shepherd Avenue? What the fuck else would these niggas be at? Yeah. Everyone's going to talk about that. Lenox Avenue, yeah. Yep, makes sense. Back then. Jesus Christ. What didn't happen there? Who didn't you see? Who didn't get hurt by someone? And they crazy different too, because everyone mad aggressive. I notice in your other regions, y'all soft because y'all be having crazy people acting up like they tough. And that shit don't work in East Orange. Everybody tough in East Orange. Everybody fight in East Orange. So a lot of these people you see on like TikTok and the videos and the Karens and shit, that shit like comedy to me. Because I know that shit ain't real life. Nah, not where I grew up. I'm talking about the women would handle it. I'm talking about they're ready to fight. Not argue, not yell. Nah, they ready to put their hands on you, boy. I mean, the whole damn city, nigga. You know that song, Everybody Was Kung Fu Fight? I guess it got expensive because they ass moved to East Orange for real. Nah, nigga. No, everybody was fighting, boy. You know how fighting was so common in that damn city that if someone came home and was like, yo, I got into a fight today, it's kind of like, oh yeah, but how was the weather? Like, it was that common. It was that common. For a girl to get into a fight? Shit. Who didn't see that coming? She got jumped by 3 other girls. Oh my God. Can you fucking imagine the horror? Like, didn't that happen to you in 3rd grade? Y'all don't feel Ice Cube one today was a good day enough for me. Y'all Y'all think that's a cool Ice Leaf sample? No, nigga. Ice Cube had the most impossible day in America, bitch. Cause he was in Los Angeles when I was in these stars, nigga. I know what he talking about. I never had a good day. I never had a good day. That song was incredible. That song's incredible. If he's living in real life at the same time I was living in real life when that song came out, how many stars? No. Nah, today was not a good day. What are you talking about? What? That song's incredible because of the irony of it. Y'all don't put respect on how impossible his day was. Like that nigga won all day. I need y'all to go back to that song and really hear what that nigga was telling you. He said today was a good day. He didn't say I'm a cool rapper, I have a cool life. No, no, no. At that time period, nah. Y'all wasn't outside. And it shows. It shows you wasn't outside. You play Grand Theft Auto, nah. We was in Grand Theft Auto before they made the video game about us. Don't wake your ass up. Grand Theft Auto about us. It's based on our true stories, nigga. It's not. No, Grand Theft Auto, us and Gen X. That was us. The whole Boys in the Hood. That's us. The whole, every single 10 film, everything. God damn it, that was about both. Come on, reconnect. Oh, they gonna hit me with the reconnect. Oh my God, they hit me with the reconnect. Hold on. Just read in the chat if I'm back. They don't hit me with the fucking. They don't hit me with the oopty wopty. They done reconnected me for 15 seconds. So y'all might be 15 plus 10 seconds behind me. Three in the chat if I'm back. We back. Okay. So like got down 20 seconds. What the fuck was I talking about? YouTube's so disrespectful. But then the Wi-Fi fucking acting up too. So that's my data. 1 million views, but didn't sell no beats. Tough. Taiwan took over the monopoly before it was the Intel. New-El, I caught that. Golden Child, what's good? That purple Wu-Tang cassette was everybody take that. Come on now. They all thought they was gummy beats or whatever it was. Joel or Shogun's is nasty work. Mr. Now says bunch of corporate breeds of people wanting to make music. Young and Icy, as long as they can hear it on AirPods, it's good. Outside is not the same as streams, tweets, likes. Different beasts. Wild Wild 3. Different energy over there. Submit it for approval of the 3AM Society. LOL. Rakim Escobar says, swear. We back. Back. You good. Hit you with the Whoopi Goldberg. Nobody got shot in South Central. They say it was 3. Come on now. It was impossible. Most. Y'all don't understand that music video. Ice Cube described the most impossible day for that time period. And he said today was a good day. For perspective, let's pivot. That's a regular ass day. That ought to have been a regular day for Ice Cube. That was a good day for Ice Cube. That should be a regular day. I know when white people saw that, they're like, I can get some more bitches, I guess. But everything else seemed like a normal day on everybody else's station, everybody else's childhood story. That's just, he's just, nice car, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't do that with the car. It's kind of ghetto. But, like, they might hit it like that. No. Nah, fuck all what you just heard. He said, I didn't have to use the AK. First of all, run the story back in your head when you watch this video. Do you hear the fuck he said? He said, today, I didn't have to use my AK. Don't miss it. Today was a good day because I didn't have to use my AK. Can you imagine a not good day? Can you imagine any other day? He didn't say today was an average day. He said today was a good day. How often do you have good days? To make a whole song and music video about it. Nah, you don't have the good day like that most days. That's why that song is special. If the contrast is he didn't have to use an AK, don't miss that shit. Y'all, law of polarity tells you this. For everybody else, it's like, the bitch didn't call me back. Nah, he said, I drove around everywhere I wanted to go, and I have to shoot at niggas to back them up off of me. You see this car is different. I gotta shoot this AK inaccurate as fuck. I just gotta shoot at these niggas so they can back the fuck up off of me and I can get away. That's not on a good day. That's on any that's trying to get me out, boy. God. Come on, YouTuber. Come on, YouTube. It did it again. Reconnected again. We can't even have a good day of talking about a good day. What's going on, YouTube? What's going on, YouTube? I'll read what Most Music said again. Nobody got shot in Central LA. Today was a good day. And then he said for everybody else out here. For everybody else, on my good day, on my good day, on my good day, it required everybody else to not have to use an AK. Y'all, he described a shiny, rare Charizard day. He wasn't bragging. That nigga was dreaming. I missed it. That's like if you take the lyrics and you write it down as a manifestation prayer. That damn song is a manifestation. So I know he lying. It's a manifestation song. I play it on every birthday I play it. Hopefully this birthday I get to play it in LA for the first time in human history. That'd be fucking awesome. Shit, even if I have to wait till Christmas. I'm playing that damn song for the New Year's in LA, nigga. Fuck that. I want to see what this nigga talking about. I remember how it felt when it came out. Yeah, I'm going to see what it felt like where he at, where he was talking about it. I can imagine. I could relate. I could probably relate. I used the law of relativity on this one. Let's copy and paste some shit about his day and mine. Okay. Yeah. He made it looking at this shit. That's crazy. You got an ocean in your background? That's crazy. I'll still have bad days. I believe you. Trust me. We were right next to New York City and we had bad days. I can imagine everything. So, yeah. What a beautiful time to have been alive. Or now. Anyone alive now, I guess. Anyone. Whatever your story is. It's no less important. I'm just telling you, for me, it's embedded in music because it is. Me and their music isn't a separate entity like today would be. If I go try to find music, I'll be trying to, it'll be more like a hobby or be more like a thing to do. Whereas then it was just part of the story. I mean, we're little kids playing Grand Theft Auto. When parents were worried about Grand Theft Auto, we were the kids. First generation, right? I know I was. I kept trying to get the hack to Grand Theft Auto 2 on my computer to work. That was a beautiful game for the time, actually. Grand Theft Auto 2 for computer. That's amazing. Graphics-wise. It's wow. They had no idea what the fuck I was doing. But, same story. Same fucking story. You grow up through that, and then San Andreas came out. Nigga, I watched Boys in the Hood. I was in East Orange when I watched it. Imagine that shit. Ricky had alleys and all kind of shit. I got these city blocks for days. And all these damn apartment doors are locked. Someone gotta ring you in. If you're running somebody in Orange. No. That's a cool story. If you've ever done it, I don't learn to fight, so I have to do that. But imagine, oh my God, with the reconnects. It reconnected again, Jesus. Imagine running from one person just to run into someone else. On the same day. Imagine running from one person, getting away from one conflict, and running into another conflict zone on a regular day. On a regular day after school. You can leave the conflict zone called school and then run into a neighborhood called conflict zone 2. And you're not even home yet. No cell phones. Did I mention Red Dead Redemption, whatever Styles P said? We didn't have cell phones. Going through conflict zones. What the fuck going on out here? Internet bad overall, even in the boot. Every other side is cooked too. Shout out Adam. He loves the Cheesecake Factory. Noel says while eating an out burger, I gotta add an In-N-Out burger. Oh, the AWS server is still under attack. That happened yesterday. I wonder what they're trying to do. Is it their data centers? Blackout ass YouTube. The fuck was I talking about? Oh, I was about to go to dark era. Never mind. Yeah. I thank God I got yeah. I think my life is very colorful, French point wise. I think that's why I be chilling so hard about shit. I know the opposite. Fucking. I be tripping out on shit I be tripping about now. I don't know how I did it as a kid compared to now. Nothing on me as a kid, actually. Properly viewed, properly weighed out. Ignorance was bliss, I'll tell you that. You ain't gotta worry about what you don't know you gotta worry about. I had a lot of shit to worry about that I was not worrying about, and I still survived that shit, so. I think anything is possible now. Woo. What? Hell no, man. I can't imagine anyone's kid going through that today. I don't think any kids could go through that today. No cell phone, one parent, big city, financial something. Because people had money. They just weren't rich, but they had money. A lot of people were middle class. But the apartment buildings, single mothers and things, that was new. For me, at that time, that was new, I think. That was a new phenomenon, actually. Apartment buildings, like single people, not families. Like, I remember I can go to an apartment building and be a mother and a father and their kids in there, like in that house. But then suddenly, 91, early 90s, all of a sudden I, as a child, meeting more people like that on this side of the street rather than the other places I've been. Way more single family homes. I even knew a father that took care of his two daughters. And then, of course, my dad and me. Very rare phenomenon, but there's a lot of single mothers out there for the first time in human history in their family. A lot of those women I met were from two-parent families and households. You did hear crazy stories, though. Like someone's parents weren't together. That'd be crazy. Like your parents weren't together? Imagine that as a child. That's a foreign concept. That there were children without parents. Without I'm talking about without an extreme circumstance. Like I'm talking about the average. Like the average was like you assumed their mom and dad is at home. I'm talking about an all black city too. Where they start changing the narrative. Now that shit was normal for people to be married or together. Everyone couldn't afford to get married, but they'd be together with their baby mother. All those kids going to school. They're going to work and doing something. The woman is at home. Something's happening. I remember Jamal and his wife. His shit was weird. Because when I was a kid, I didn't catch that shit. But I knew something was up. And my dumb ass be asking the wrong questions. Because no one briefed me on this shit. Nigga dynamics. But I met Jamal for a brief minute. I went to a place called Lincoln Elementary. I think it was in New Brunswick. For months, 3 months maybe. It wasn't a long time. But in the morning, I would walk with Jamal's daughter. Or some shit like that. And he had three daughters and a newborn boy with this like high yellow Jamaican woman. But I noticed he had two older daughters. The dark skinned one was named Denise. Beautiful, Jesus Christ. And the light skinned one, I forgot her, but she was they're the same fucking age. And that shit had me like scratching my head for days, like, y'all ain't twins? They don't look like twins. One's high yellow hair, golden type of inversion of skin. It's weird. They're not albinos, but they're not light-skinned either. I don't know what the fuck is going on with these people. Rare breed. But anyway, and the daughter was brown. You find out she had a different mother because a few weeks later, I was like, "Where's Denise?" Like, oh, she's at her mother's house. Y'all the same age. That shit was fucking me up. I couldn't put two and two together. I was dumb. I was like, oh, he was fucking these same bitches at once. He got these bitches pregnant at the same time. And he chose her. That's crazy because Denise the prettiest one. Nah. Damn, he 1 in 3, man. That's crazy. That was as weird as it would get. He was with his damn kids, either way. However, Jamal did that. Little short Jamaican dude. Happy as hell all the time, always smiling. Very positive. He was probably Dr. Sebi before we knew about him. He one of them characters. Two damn kids, ain't goddamn twins at the same damn time. Introduced them to me like everything was normal. Like, nah, someone gotta debrief me on what the fuck going on. She looked like her daddy, but she kind of looked like y'all, but y'all the wrong skin color. Hold on, what the fuck going on? Nah, this is not Punt Square magic. They had two totally different mothers at the same time. Go him, man. He took care of his kids. That's how I met his daughter from. That's crazy. That shit was normal though. If he could play that shit off, it was normal. Mm-mm. Nope. Truth be told, I met white kids who were being raised by their grandmother. Brian was raised by his grandmother. Didn't have either of his parents. I think it was his mother's mother. Dimitri had a hardworking father who was a truck driver, buying his own trucks back then in the 90s. So imagine how hard he had to work and save up and buy them bitches. The Greek. I think he got 3 of them now. But I saw his stay-at-home mother struggle with raising a boy and a girl by herself most of the time. Emotional-wise, you can tell. Like we were older, so she wasn't stressed out. She was lonely. She didn't want to do it by herself. So I saw those stories. I saw the single white Karen raising 2 adopted kids. She ain't got no business being adopted by herself, independent, with a boy and a girl from Africa and India, I think. Seen that shit. I met some Polak kids. They act more black than white people do. Can't explain it. Like 2nd generation Poland after imagine after the Nazis and all that shit. Them kids, they grandkids. Anyway, them World War II baby kids, the Polak town, they had the Polak towns in New Jersey and shit like that. Because a lot of those Polanders from World War II, by the way, not the American Revolution. Some stop fucking playing with us. These 1st and 2nd generation Nazi descendants. Real life, bro. Real fucking life. That shit was ghetto, boy. Why they do that to us? They had no business putting those people next to us, boy. But they were cool, so they're being raised by their father. They're older than me. Very asshole-ish type of people, but in a New Jersey way. It's different. It's like aggression and butthead asshole type of stuff in humor. It's like a personality trope, actually. You don't see it too much everywhere else. Very bizarre. Even on social media, you don't see too many people from that stock of personality traits as a normal. But them niggas, so yeah, hanging out with them and their dad, drinking beers and shit and playing Sega. They all like dissing each other. It's so fucking bizarre. But his father is just letting his kids just talk all kind of shit for no good reason. And King James English. Remember, they're from Poland 2 generations ago, I guess. Just talking crazy shit in English. To each other, to brother, to big brother, little brother, to dad talking shit back. Like, it was just like, yo, Roseanne could never. Roseanne could never. Mm-mm. Those kids wasn't outside. They lying. Mm-mm. Nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. That's why you realize TV a damn lie. You see it on social media. It's like, where do these people come from? Who raised them? Exactly. You've been dealing with them people the whole time. I hope you know that. I'm telling you. I'm I'm telling you, ain't too many different types of people out here. When you get older, you go, shit, this is generational. Yep, that means it ain't changing. Oh God, hey, old time. Hmm? As long as you here, they've been here. It ain't changed overnight. Decentralized media, I think, kind of like if you code switch this conversation to because this is probably what's happening. When you go on social media, and for instance, you start looking up the food stamp thing that's happening, the food stamp crisis, if you will. I don't know what they're going to call it, but they're going to call it something, right? And I understand from all perspectives um, where people are coming from. But what you'll notice is the type of people speaking up and doing TikTok suddenly because of it. It's like a whole different sub demographic of people who normally want to get attention. Just want to highlight that. Like these are new people on social media trending or going viral, if you will. They're coming across your screen for no reason. You'll never see them any other time in human history. Like pay attention to those moments where it's like new cast of characters. And because it's doing zeitgeist or political social commentary about food stamps, then you're going to see these other types of people you normally don't see. And then what their awareness level is of themselves, what they're saying, what we're talking about in terms of food stamps funding and things like that. And I want to highlight this because I hate when it gets painted wrong as like, oh, this is because they're black people. I'm a black person by that definition. No. I grew up with all sorts of black people. No. It's not because they're black people. I just need to highlight that. But the women who happen to be black people who are speaking up for and being seen for the first time, you'll notice immediately they're kind of more like they have a you can tell they have a different awareness. Pay attention to it like that. Like you know what they're gonna say. You know it's gonna sound ignorant. You know whatever the fucking case is. Either side actually. For or against. Even the people making catty videos and like celebrating it like it's a victory or something, it's weird. And all shades and it doesn't matter. The people though. The people, the source, the root, who it's happening to, the representatives, the voice of the matter, and what everyone will judge or react to, is that that might be the first time they've ever been taken seriously too. Those people are typically not common outside people. I hate to say it, but I because on some real nigga shit, I went city to city, place to place, and I know how people treat each other based on attractiveness. Mm-hmm. I got a whole different Instagram filter that most people might not use or miss. I weigh out circumstances and all the new people I meet based on their attractiveness. I pay attention to how things pan out for attractiveness, even in an environment in school. Look for the attractive girl, or I even identify the guy that those girls find attractive. Like, all right, what's it about him? Oh, he's an athlete. Okay. What about her? Why are those girls jealous of her? Oh, yeah. But then you look at what you'll see in conversations. They're not typically the most attractive people. I pay attention to them too. Law of polarity. You gotta keep it balanced. So unattractive people, commonly, because of that fact, I'm talking about through school, where they become mothers, like from school to mother, because that's usually how fast it happens. They're always fighting for validation. They're always subject of ridicule, bully, fights, and if they're not particularly intelligent, right? From a school sense, they're not particularly the intelligent people, so they're not very attractive. and they're not considered the more intelligent people. Unattractive people get away with being a lot of things if they're intelligent or rich. These people don't have those options. They're on food stamps. Don't miss this. So they don't have a different polarity to ever live, guys, in this society. There's no knight in shining armor that's going to scoop them up and save them and move them to the suburbs. There's no marriage coming down the line. There's there's no if they're a young mother, there is no redemption arc story for the majority. A few might have caught strays and ended up in a predicament, but I'm not talking about them. Those are usually more attractive people who put themselves together and go to school and all that shit. I want you to notice something. But unattractive people who are not particularly intelligent, society standard wise, how they're sifted through school and what their scenarios are socially with us, the others, and everyone else around us. Growing up with a lot of them, there's a lot of millennials speaking. So I'm just saying from the scrolls, survival scrolls of growing up with them as kids. Brothers like me would go being catty, like, yo, but how the fuck they get pregnant? That'd be our first question. We're not. It's mean, but no, it's philosophy. It's not a judgment. It's. I want to know the answer to this. No, I know who she is as a kid. How the fuck she end up pregnant? We be skipping steps when we be judging people while we're judging them. And I'm definitely judging people, but I'm not trying to judge them in a harsh way. Because what the fuck else could they be, given society's circumstances? So when I say, how the fuck did she get pregnant? It's so many different questions being asked, but the main one, the only one that I need an answer to is like, how? Like, who got her pregnant? That's going to tell me everything about her equation. If it happens to be some other person, male, in her spectrum, then you go, now do a version of it real quick. He ain't gonna have no money either. Real quick. He probably ain't that attractive either. Real quick. He was just probably happy to meet her. Now, what's more common for women? They fuck upwards. I don't know how to do it. Law of attraction or something. They be breaking universal laws, these types. So imagine he's not a guy like her. And he got some scruples in every other area of his life, but his love life. And she was just some one night chick. It's sad to say that shit. A lot of these women become mothers off of one night only type things. Not boyfriends and relationships. Don't have them lying to you. So you have to imagine it's for him. It's like a mistake. You don't understand anything. For him, if it's just one time, for him it's just like, damn it, fuck. And then he has to convert that into being a good father and present for the woman that was a one night. No, not a Tinder link up. No, not this whole story about situationships and rosters. No, no, no. Like, she manifested that shit. And one night, he was caught slipping and took her advance, or vice versa. He might have felt the way that day, unlike Ice Cube. And then it is what it is, and he didn't think nothing of it. And then boom, she's pregnant 9 months later, and he's like, "Fuck, I don't know this bitch." Yeah, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. But what I'm saying is that version of fucked up reality for a lot of those women is the most common version of it. He was never intended to date her, or maybe not even sleep with her again. Hmm. Yeah, I know, man. We talking about a spectrum of people. We're not talking about women. Don't do that. Don't do that. Women be trying to like, we, every woman, we have the same outcomes. No. Y'all can both end up on the streets, poor or on food stamps or struggling. Yes. Yes. Just like everybody else, by the way. I hope y'all know that. If I had a different version of life, it'll still be a struggle, bitch. Just count your blessings, food stamps or not. But on top of that, I ain't even talking about that. I'm talking about spectrum wise. Wow, this spectrum of people are not going to have. You don't see those people in any other outcome ever, do you? Be honest. Generationally, the people you grew up with in school or class or in the neighborhood, and you kind of understood something. You may have not been a social scientist like I am, but you may have classified people a certain way, especially if they look like you or if they're supposed to be part of your subgroup. You do it probably even more to your own subgroup. I did. I tell the difference between a Haitian, African, and Jamaican, and all that. And if I can't tell the difference, I find out like something different. Which one? Oh shit, you Puerto Rican. That's crazy. You got any? Who your mama? Who your daddy? I'm trying to figure out the math and the science. Either he know or he don't know what empanadas is. That's all that matters. At the end of the day, where the beef patties at? Empanadas? Where? Time McDonald's. Type shit. That's it. You don't go no further than that. But then you appreciate there is a difference. It don't matter if you call them black. It's not what that is. Nah, no, nope, nope. First of all, how she get pregnant? Stop playing with me. So whatever it is, right? However it happens. And then it happens multiple times. Hmm? Yeah, watch out with them girls who got candles, boy. Who do you think would use love spells the most? I'm not even fucking being funny. Who do you think would need something extra? As goofy as these women are on fucking Etsy and TikTok these days, who do you think is going to need something extra to help them attract someone more than one of these people in the spectrum? Usually not very bright either. I'm just saying, I noticed something. That has nothing to do with black people. These is a whole different type of characters. They show up in white colors too. I'm pretty sure they show up in Asian. If we're keeping it honest, I can compare them horizontally. It'll be the same shit. That's why racism doesn't make sense. It's limiting your perception of people. No. This is a different substrata. Question: you think your government don't know that? Like actual social scientists and social welfare programs, special needs, therapies, Medicaid, what all that shit's really used for, and why it makes so much fucking money in the United States? Why it needs so much fucking money in the United States? You don't think they don't know? If me just passing through one life at a time, one generation at a time, if I can pick up on the nuance that there's something in common with people who are not as attractive or as bright as the rest of the general populace, at least, and how they are handled growing up through a similar system as the rest, and then they depend on something else because there is nothing else in which they could depend, even in getting hired. You should see my crew at Sonic. Doug was like a 400-pound white man. First I've ever seen in real life. It was like a part owner of the stake of whatever the Sonic holding was for that location. So it was like 8 of them. They're like buds. Him and Ledger, but he was the fat one, the funny one, as usual. He had a wife and kids and shit. He used to make his wife work for free and shit. Very, very alpha. She was very caring. Very strange story with these people, but he only would hire attractive people. Some random white guy. He was 400 fucking pounds, like 6 tall or better. He was a big guy, but just way out of weight. And when the it's almost weird because when girls would apply, you can see it in them. Like he's one of them. So yeah, he did that across boys and girls too. Weird, But mostly black dudes. And then when the Asianish and whitish girls started coming through, he hired them for the mornings. You knew what he was doing. So imagine he's just one dude. That's just Doug. That's just Doug. There's all types of Dougs out here. I swear to God, they're not that big though. But they might not hire you just based on how you look. And we be thinking it's because you look black or you have AIDS. No, no, no. Some people won't hire ugly people. Don't play with me, please. I know we shouldn't judge and DEI. I know we're supposed to embrace. That's why you think there's a political agenda to embrace everything else. Hold on now, slow down. Let me stack it up for you. Wasn't it not an agenda to target what you would classify as not typically attractive people, lifestyles, or opinions at the very least? Those aren't the attractive people. I want you to notice something. I noticed it on Twitter because that's when the PFP started turning into real faces. I was like, I'm not taking none of this serious. When you see the podcast and the girls get angry, like way before she say something stupid, way before she say something angry, I established first this woman ugly. I don't give a fuck what she talking about. I know you ain't supposed to be like that. Mm-mm. Who the fuck told you that? I haven't missed with that fucking filter. I have never missed with that filter. I have never lost an argument to a girl with a septum ring. I never, you know why? Because I'll never argue with a girl with a septum ring. I don't miss. I don't miss. I don't. I don't. I know it ain't right. I wouldn't treat them different. But what I'm saying is, I would also not have to treat them like anything because I would not engage. That's the beauty of it. Yeah, I wouldn't treat nobody different, but I probably wouldn't fucking know them either. The fuck are we talking about? I'm not a president. Like I'm an individual. I don't have to deal with them. Well, you can. I know. It ain't right, but I mean, you chose your wife differently, didn't you, nigga? Don't play with me. Don't play with me. You don't want your wife to look like me. Then you understand everything. If she don't look like my wife or better, I am not listening. So you have that, all different variables of that or thresholds for all kinds of things. But I would say those programs are targeting the more undesirable people in your society. It was profiteering off of them. That's the Democrats. Mm-hmm. These girls you're in here sharing opinion pieces. What political party do you think they are? You think it's because they're black? There's white people on both sides. If that was the case, come on now, just science. Democrats aren't black. So why would black people choose Democrats over Republicans if it was about black? I know what the narrative is for us, but it was never true since those political parties are new. They're brand new. It was cotton wigs and true science wigs not too long ago. And then they said they flip flop. Republicans became blah blah blah. No, 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 nigga. It's talking about their origins flip flopped. They don't know that part of the story. Anyway, so after the civil rights and the liberals moved in on Malcolm X part two, that's when you start seeing that Democrat fucking Rockefeller shit. While the social programs for all the people moving to the city started, didn't it? And then feminism started right behind it, didn't it? And that's all Democrats and liberals in it, in it. Yeah, now they be targeting unattractive people, not just looks, just unattractive in the workplace, unattractive intellectually, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Just they're not running for anybody's president, are they? When you see them, some of these streamers, some of these boys, same story. I'm an equal opportunity hater. You don't see Neon doing anything serious, do you? Look at his face. If he wasn't getting attention in a world full of narcissists and money being floated around, none of them bitches would be there with him. That's not real life. That's not even his real life. It's a movie. It's a low budget TV show. Well, they say money cannot unlame you, but what makes a person lame to begin with? Lame just means unattractive. Yeah, I know how they act and how they looked and everything in between it. I know that's what lame is. He's lame even with the money. So imagine him without any of that, and you walking down the street, would you stop to look past him and say, "Hey, what's your channel, kid?" No, no. So what did the internet did? It created platforms and voices for the most unattractive people in your society. World star hip hop shit. Those are not real people. I hope when I talk about the hood, yeah, I'm not thinking about these niggas you see on the internet these days in the same place or like the people they pick to go viral. I wasn't hanging out with them niggas like that. Nah, everyone I knew was smart. Hustlers are smart. Their kids are smart. They dress decent. They dress better than me. Pretty boys and shit. Brush cut fades and everything. Like I grew up with them in those places. So when I see the shit, the hood shit and the songs and dance and the police and the crackheads, we definitely have those elements. Those are not our friends. It's not the same experience as them. Then you go to more other places that have more abject poverty, more unattractive people, deep south places. Those are not black people. Those are black people there. I know how they got there. Miss me with the bullshit. But pay attention to the heat map of where all they need all the damn benefits. And then pay attention to where they send all the attractive people. And pay attention to. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. They got a map for this shit. I'm talking about per capita. Not everybody, trust me. Spare me the gory details. A lot of veterans, the disabled, and the homeless. I don't know. You're describing old, unattractive people. I don't know. I know. Same story, though. So you can remove them if you want to. You can narrow it down just to single mothers who are using their voices to be heard. How fucked up it seems to be to them with them not knowing what it really is happening. That's where I chime in. That's what I want to talk about. But just when you notice these people, you're not judging them against what you expect or general or averages. They've never lived a life described as such. I hate to say it, but you motherfuckers be expecting the impossible from everybody. The United States was not created that way. Was it? It started as a meritocracy or something? Y'all miss me? Y'all miss me? Just because a person had money doesn't mean they were desirable or the best fit or the smartest or anything. Even if you want to code switch to soft slavery, nothing said the slave masters were scholars. They seem more like mean, brutal people. That kind of goes the opposite way of intelligence. If that story exists in that way. For a lot of people, obviously it didn't, but still ended up some type of way. Jim Crow, maybe. I don't know what it is. Where you couldn't use the same bathrooms in your own city. I don't know what it is. I wasn't there, unfortunately. Reconstruction was a bitch. Because they reconstructed the goddamn narrative, apparently. No kingdoms where. Eat a dick, apparently. So, like, with all that in the mix, then you still got the problem of genes and unattractiveness. That's genetic. Since it shows up in every color, it just is. Can't do nothing about it. The government just took advantage of it. It was injecting these people and feeding these people shit that make you fucking retarded, wasn't it? Ain't that what RFK going ham on? I want y'all to recall this shit. Your government approved a whole bunch of chemicals and shit, knowingly or unknowingly, since everyone's in a different department of a corporation. All of them ain't on the same type of shit. All of them ain't intelligent in the same shit either. So, before we point the finger at who did what, We'll just say the government. And the government approved all the shit to make these people retarded. They paid for it. What are y'all talking about? This is not a money issue or you should get a job issue. These people are retarded. A lot of these people you're going to see are retarded, guys. You're not allowed to say that word. Whose idea was that? The same DEI? The same USAs, right? The same exact political group. The same George Soros, the same Jews, right? You see a theme emerging here? All those programs was theirs. Those are the programs that are being defunded. I hope you don't miss that. Every program that these black people or whoever people or poor people or unattractive people or less fortunate people, all the different variances of it, all these socialist programs was created by what you call Israel Jewish lobbies. That's the same people behind the damn pharmacies. I hope you don't miss that. So their lobby gets paid twice. Or 3 times or 4 times. It's not just, they don't just get one paycheck for setting up that loop. We're talking about bankers and usury, bro. Chattel, capital, people. Who's more capital, chattel, and what's that called? Subservient to a narrative, a political party, a narrative about what's right and what isn't than the people who were rendered lame on purpose. Whose systems are set up in the narratives to suit them. It's like, hey girl, you need to go get your benefits. They didn't start with the neighborhood. How the fuck would anyone in our neighborhood know what the government is doing? The government would have to send representatives to even offer these services to these women when I was growing up. It wasn't a given. They didn't have a fucking website to go to. You got to go to social services. And you're talking to feds, ain't you? Yeah, I could have fucking sworn. So that's the federal government in the cities. That's the Fed. These lobbyists of these foreigner groups are just using the Fed to execute their social agenda. And fucking dead. And fucking dead. If we're gonna wake up to anything, it should be that shit there. All of it's connected to the same outcome. Whether it's COVID, the fucking retardation of people, the shitty social narrative and education policy, all of that socialist shit. The only thing I want to say about it is whether you're a socialist or not, is I ain't tripping on ideologies. I'm talking about who carried out what that is. That was a foreign damn country. Those are not your fucking people. How the fuck did you imagine they gave a fuck about you? How could they? You barely do. Imagine if there was no financial incentive to doing such things. Would it just cease to fucking exist? Like suddenly? Did they catch that part of the story? That this is a grooming and indoctrination process that is just suddenly defunded and then that's it. No more narrative, guys. That's it. No more funding. Now the federal government got to move some shit around to stop other problems, like mass robberies. But those organizations that started this shit, these socialists, remember the Black Panthers created the free lunch shit, but who took it over and took it to the federal government? The Jewish people did. Don't miss that. So I'm not saying the Black Panthers or none of them were wrong for their ideals. That ain't what I said. I said who took over it. What was their fucking agenda for doing so? They don't give a fuck about you. And then boom, 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 boom. Defunding USA's, all that's gone, boom, 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 boom. And now all these fucking programs are screwed financially. Duh, but that's not the problem with just running out of money. Yeah, we'll figure out some other things with average normal people. This ain't what the fuck they created though. They didn't create average, hardworking people in these programs, in those schools, in those agendas, in the main ha hee hee hades of the algorithm. They did not promote normal, healthy, sensible people. They singled out all of the fucking Looney Tunes characters and then funded it and then juiced it and then stopped. Just took them to the top and dropped them all at the same time across your whole social spectrum. I'm telling you, I noticed it's the same people crying in all of the dimensions because these are the people who were created by that narrative, paid for by Israel. Ain't that a bitch? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, look at APAC and the members who are funding it and managing it. Just look at them real quick. Then find out who's behind them, giving them the paycheck since it's a non-for-profit type of thing. Why are they just doing it? They love people? How come you never seen them with them? Miss me with the bullshit. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. We're talking about politics. Food stamps is politics. It's not about poor people in the government. It's not about black and white even. Although the experiment went as such. You understand everything when you're a second-class citizen. Since day one, according to them, they haven't changed that shit yet. Yeah, come on now. Y'all worrying about food stamps now. I'm worrying about my status within this citizenship. Why is it tiered? If we're all equal, at least, or we're not. So you have a system and a country and a government or whatever the fuck you want to call it these days that has structured itself so that its own citizenry is not even treated or created equally within its own laws. Like, yeah, that's gonna go far in 2025. Like, nigga, we in a whole different epoch. You know what I'm talking about? Niggas in 2500 gonna be like, yo, what was going on like 500 years ago? Because they gonna treat their two like a zero. Like, nah, they had racism and dumb shit in their politics. Nah, they didn't. Y'all bugging. Everybody look like Edgar out here. How the fuck that happened? Yeah, miss me with the bullshit. So it's not. They're not targeting. Trump is not targeting poor people and less fortunate people. It's not. Trump cut a foreign Democrat-leaning, socialist-leaning arm of that lobby at its fucking knees. Now, you understand he's still like pro-Zionist. But that is what the difference is. Everybody in that lobby ain't a Zionist. George Soros, he's not a Zionist. He's an Israeli Jew, allegedly. Poland or Auschwitz or both of them. He ain't us, but in their narrative and word model, he is funding the No Kings protests. Did you know that? Did you notice how like all the No Kings protests supposed to stop? Suddenly you just stopped. The paychecks or whatever the fuck it was for the organizers stopped. Left everyone baffled, they said. Now other Karen groups are trying to independently do it, but I'm talking about the big ones, like the why it showed up on your algorithm. That was George Soros. Most people don't know who George Soros is. Your news and them don't even approach him and like paint the narrative that they ought to about who that guy really is, guys. Y'all don't understand with everything that George Soros has been behind and what demographic it has targeted the whole fucking damn time. We're talking about from BLM to Me Too, everything in between it, No Kings, and all the shit you probably didn't read about. It's him. We're talking about Nazi Germany kid in real life, not the movies. We ain't talking about Wolfenstein. We talking about somebody who was in East Orange outside during the Nazi takeover, like him, like hired by them, like him, made billions of dollars somehow doing that shit. Can you imagine? Just taking shit from other people. And you know the craziest thing about George Soros' story? He was taking it from his own people. He was one of them. Don't miss that shit. He was an alleged Jew child helping the Nazis rob the houses of the other Jews. His own family, allegedly, because they all supposed to be the same bloodline, by the way. I don't know, they don't talk like that. That's crazy, but you know what I'm saying. If we were to pretend with them, whatever their version of that story is, he wanted them. And that's where he got all his money from. He is not a Zionist. Like, by default settings. I think his background's important. Since he's the one behind all these goddamn social programs, they're suddenly running out. But look at all the chaos that created with these new narratives on people's brains. Funded by him. All the fake rallies and protests. All the Chinese girls writing Black Lives Matter, and you're like, oh, look what those people are doing to their own city. No. First of all, you know how to tell the difference between those people of that city and Chinese people? Weird fucking story. Oh, the hat threw you off. I'm telling you, Mr. Now, something different with their eyes. But yeah, so like, nah, this ain't quite that. It's not that quite simple because of who did it. There's a whole different story happening in front of you, actually. See, if you just say, oh, the government's bankrupt all at once and they're cutting these programs, and it's like, oh, a normal day in a chaotic corporation, it'll stabilize eventually. Invest in gold. Oh, no, we can't find no silver. Like, yeah. Nah, though. Nah. Y'all forgot, like, this shit suddenly. They've been broke the whole time, baby. The whole time I've been alive. I could have sworn to God. A negative $1 trillion mean you broke, baby. So everything was staying alive. They said there was economic growth. Can you fucking imagine some shit like that? That must not mean you got money. That just means your economy is growing. But it's still under $1 trillion, bitch. The fuck? You still spending more, you still borrowing more than you can fucking get back. I mean, it don't matter what the growth is. It doesn't matter what the humans are buying if the damn government is down $1 trillion. 20, 30, 37, plus 100 worldwide. So a good economy doesn't mean that they're out of debt. A good economy is just that. The economy itself is looking good compared to when. And now, when has the economy ever caught up to the debt? Never. Since 1933. So all of these programs are credit programs. One more time. That's why I say the undesirable people have one narrative. That's where my taxes went. No. Grace Commission report. Please stop saying that. I wish everyone just get that idea out of their fucking vocabulary. This is not a movie. Your taxes are not going to none of that shit. Your taxes goes to the interest. Let's say it together, class. The United States is borrowing its money. It owes interest. If you're taxed, which is to remove that amount of money in circulation to lower what it owes, you're not actually paying anything because you're using the currency that's being borrowed. So it's credit. So even if you were supposed to do a plus surplus over credit borrowing and use the same currency, somehow you would need a foreign import of currency to adjust because you cannot pay yourself back if you're borrowing. Correct? If I borrowed $10 from my mother and then you borrowed it from me, nigga, and I'm telling you, yo, I need you to give me 15 back. And you're like, that's usury. Like, nah, I'm not getting nothing for this because if you give me the 10 back, I'm just giving it back to my mother, nigga. I ain't got nothing. So why am I loaning it to you? I already got to pay her back. Same story. Same fucking story part two. So you need way more people at the bottom of that pyramid to figure out ways to import different value in just to cover the debt. Your country is in $37 trillion in debt and growing. It's not stagnant. It's not like, oh shit, I was gambling and I lost $5,000. Shit. No. You lost $5,000, and as long as it's lost, you're losing another $100 a day. That's your federal government. Your federal government ain't got no fucking tax money. Wake your goofy ass up. That's why the tariffs is trying to make those countries pay externally into our system on trade. No, yeah, the cost will adjust and your ass will be paying for the exchange, no doubt, because your fucking local corporations are greedy. The other country is paying the United States federal government the tariff. The store is adjusting its costs because the damn supplier is adjusting how much. Well, shit, if I gotta pay this extra tariff, I gotta charge you a little bit more, probably like fucking 50 cents more. And they say, well, shit, I'll front this to the customer for $5 more. You know how these niggas get away with this shit? That's what the problem is. It's a ping pong match of fucking you over. 3 different people in this story, though. You're not paying for tariffs, you're paying because of tariffs. Wake your ass up. It's still a goddamn tariff to the federal government from another country. You're paying for the adjustment, yes. But that you're no. He didn't charge them to charge. No. He's not trying to sneak money out of your pocket. He already got it, nigga. That is what he borrowed. You're using your president's credit card, nigga. What the fuck is taking money from you or making you broke or poor gonna help him with? Nothing. What you gonna do? Nothing. They don't understand the rules because they lying and been fronting. And now they're not even talking to the news. Anyway, do the science, please. So there is no fucking such idea. This is banking. The words they're using, the concepts they're using are well, but that is not the system you're in. You haven't been in that such a fucking system where any of our ideas work. And the whole time you've been fucking alive. Let's just keep it simple. As long as we've been alive, that has not been the financial system the way it works. Oh, we got this money, we put it out, and we sell things. When money comes back in, it's the same fucking currency, and we'll call it even. No, nigga. No. And they're doing fractional reserve banking, meaning they're multiplying the amount of money that they're fucking borrowing artificially. They're borrowing $1 and making it 10 for you. They owe that dollar, though. But the problem is you need to make $10 to pay that $1 back. That's a lot of work for you. Just for your federal government to pay them back. You got to work whatever that multiplier is of what they borrowed. You individually, whatever your proportion is, it'll be multiplied the same. So if it's times 3 at least, let's say they borrow from the Federal Reserve and it creates $3 and one of them bitches in your hand. You need to come up with $3 extra from somewhere else and put it back. For them to break even, they're negative 37 fucking trillion. Did you hear me? You have never done it. You have never paid them back. They have never been out of debt. They have never caught up to a surplus. They have never been above zero, niggas. Since 1933. Stop fucking playing with me. Reaganomics. Something about cocaine, right? A lot of money laundering, right? Well, yeah, you'll start to understand everything. You understand why they have such a big fucking problem with counterfeiting now? They opened up the damn underground tradeways for drugs and illicit, illegal things to move money around certain people, families, and accounts in deals with politicians and the government itself. You understand? It's like creating distance artificially, but you all have the same objective. How to fucking get rich and take care of this shit to get more fucking credit. They ain't working a job at fucking Costco, nigga. Your government ain't got a job that makes money. The fuck y'all on, for real? Stop fucking playing with me. What do you think is paying them? The same fucking credit card, nigga. That's what they be budgeting. Their salary caps. They have to pay it back. So they're not being paid a fucking salary, are they? Sad part is, most of the adults in the room who are in this system weren't born when it was created either. They're probably babies at best. Now imagine all they dumbass kids just a little bit older than me who did their best in school, from the Rockefellers and Gates family. You know, one of them being one of those fucking central bankers, by the way. Don't miss the nuance in this bitch. And the other one was trying to do eugenics. Don't miss the error in that shit. Great fucking people, man. It taught you the way to think about it. But they never taught you what it was. This is not banking, my nigga. This is usury. Who's responsible for that shit? You want to take a guess? You understand why World War I and World War II happened? You want to guess? If you guess bankers, you are correct. Now for bonus credit, you want to guess who those bankers were. All right, now stop fucking playing with me. The United States was so broke it had to work with them to keep it fucking here since this place ain't fucking theirs. Get why they would do that? We didn't do that. The people who don't fucking belong here did that to stay here. Now the story gets spooky, doesn't it? If that had never fucking happened and they just went bankrupt, they would have had to take their ass on somewhere else. Because they wouldn't be in power telling us what the fuck to do. They'd have no fucking incentive to do such fuckery. But they borrowed from Harry and Rob Paul, and you know the fucking rest of the story because they had weapons in the military. So they got the loans, and they did some weird side jobs in other countries to install the same type of phones. Now they want a way out. They weren't as big as populous and popular as us, so you know how unattractive models go for banking. So we made a lot of profits for them starting a lot of shit, destabilizing other governments who wasn't in with the same fucking bank, nigga. Wake your ass up. This is about the bank. Everything we're going through is about the fucking bank, bro. It has shit to do with the social things is the side effect, my nigga. I'm telling you, our society is a side effect of this banking practice. That's the illy shit about your so-called capitalism. There's no capital involved in it. This is a creditolism. Yeah, bro, I got this $1 million of USD debt, and I'm gonna put a down payment on this mortgage that puts me further in debt with this crazy interest rate. Yeah, bro. And then I personally owe times 3, times 5, times 10, times 20, times 30, whatever the number is that year, that back to the central bank. I love my fucking country, bro. Yeah, that is that. We're not in the upside down, my niggas. We're not in the realm where you actually have $1 million worth of anything. It's all borrowed from a bank. You have $1 million in their fucking credit. And the interest rate on that bitch, you ain't got enough. The higher you have, the less you have. If you understand how ratios fucking work. Now imagine if you're a fucking bank working for them. That's what the problem is. The middlemen have created their own mini Ponzi schemes for me and you. We're arguing with the central bank as if you're making a complaint with Wells Fargo. That's where everyone got it fucked up. Where they start talking about, well, my paycheck and my tax money, I wanted to go to this. Well, everyone else had to work. You can buy your own food. No, bitch. Nothing you doing at your work or your job contributes to the fund in which they're spending for food. First of all, pipe your ass down. Your taxes don't go to shit but interest. Fuck out my face. They use the numbers and the values in order to create a budget. They allotted based on that. Cool fucking story. You're a reference point, bitch. But the problem is, whether you're a reference point or not, you ain't paying for shit. Paying for something assumes you have a surplus. This ain't that. That stock market is not rated in positive. It's rated in credit. It's how much credit those stocks are worth. Meaning they're doing something. They're charging. People are coming to it. The light, the energy, the surplus is running into it. It's running to it. Okay, so with this, what is this product? What is this service? Where do we get it from? Have you noticed that some of those biggest companies on that fucking ticker get everything from somewhere fucking else? So we're using credit to acquire real resources from everyone else. Do you understand the Ponzi scheme? Oh no, y'all don't understand what they did to you. I get it. I swear to God, I went to school. I know they didn't teach us shit. I know they told you, imagine if you will, you had capitalism in the economy. Just imagine that, and then now go to work, because you know if you work harder, you get a bigger paycheck, and if you have a bigger paycheck, you're better off in the economy, right? And then your dumb ass go, wait, I worked overtime and they took more taxes out. These fucking Republicans. Yeah. You notice like the whole fucking social dialogue has been about ass. Ain't none of that shit was going on the whole fucking time. What are you talking about? They make a cool movie and you laugh. Nah, that ain't real life. It's a movie on top of that. Stop fucking playing with me. They're gonna sew a narrative into that shit to keep you away from the guardrails and shit. But they're not gonna tell you what the actual system is. They're gonna show you the Wolf on Wall Street. They ain't gonna once talk about the goddamn Federal Reserve and fucking interest rate and fractional banking. They're just gonna tell you like, well, if you're playing this fucking game with these fucking middlemen, this is how you don't do the shit. Because there's accountability through a federal branch of the federal government that signed a fucking contract for the fucking Federal Reserve. Of course they're looking. It's their money. You're using their fucking credit card, genius. All of your money in USD belongs to the federal government. You're using their treasury notes. You ain't got no money, bitch. You got a line of credit from the creditor who's borrowing it from another creditor. You don't have shit. You exchange it for shit. The shit gets brought to your country with other country labormen. They are running a jug on everybody else, my nigga. If you understand what value is, they have been pimping people. They set the standard for what the dollar is. And then they have times multipliers of it by default, bitch. Monopoly be damned. Imagine if you're dealing with the banker on Monopoly and he had like 10 extra boards stacked under his chair just in case he needed to act up. Damn. I'm just trying to buy Park Place before it's 500, bitch. The fuck going on? That money don't come from your economy. It comes from their money printer going brr. Whose money printer is it? Okay, then whose money is it? Why do you think it's yours? You have a third-party bank account with the federal government. That ain't your bank account. They can shut it down, can't they? You have a mortgage with a bank. Something happens to that mortgage, think. That ain't your fucking house. You have a fucking car note. You have a fucking property tax. You have a car tax. You have a license you got to keep up. Ain't all that shit the federal government? So why the fuck is the federal government charging you for shit when it ain't got shit to charge? Like, you understand everything now. You're not paying taxes surplus to the government to have a stockpile. No, you're putting your notes back in to their discharge of their own debt because they're letting you borrow it, nigga. And this is how they get it back from you. They're taking the charges back from you, but the amount of charges they collect every year just goes to interest. They're borrowers, brother. The United States doesn't have a fucking bank. Are y'all retarded? So where the fuck does it keep money? So how are they funding these programs, nigga? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We might actually understand the fucking federal government one day if we keep this shit up. Just imagine if you had an economy in capitalism. That's what y'all be talking about. That's what they be arguing about in these videos. If I paid taxes and taxes went to a surplus and the government took the surplus and it fed the hungry people, if react like, oh my nigga, stop. I hear them now. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but at the end of the day, I just feel like I know. We back to our feelings again. Because at the end of the day, we don't know shit. At the end of the day, we got feelings because we don't know what the fuck we're talking about. I know. My people perish for a lack of knowledge. I get it. It'd be crazy if they read that Bible once or twice. Understand what they're dealing with while they're in captivity. Jesus Christ, part 5. You're in captivity because they have a credit card. The fuck? If they didn't have a bank or a creditor, you would not be in captivity. Can you fucking imagine the correlation to this fucking deranged occasion that we're in? Yeah, man. Yeah, y'all ain't. No, you're in captivity. It don't matter how many of you lose. They're trying not to lose the captivity. They're trying not to lose the captives, nigga. Y'all better wake the fuck up. Those are not your people running this shit. You don't know nobody that owned the Federal Reserve. You didn't even go to the same high schools as these niggas. Y'all is tripping. You spending some foreigner money. No wonder they borrow from their white daddy so fast. He borrowing from someone else. It's like all they know. From the top to the bottom of your perceived society is a bunch of fucking credit card whores. Tell me I'm lying. Credit card defaults are at an all-time high, like 1 point something trillion dollars. So there's a 1 trillion dollars worth of Yeezys and shit out there. Because, you know, if it's debt, then they make the money back. So there's a 1 something trillion dollars worth of Louis bags. There's 1 something trillion dollars worth of Teslas that people just ain't paying for. They're not discharging the debt. They're not doing more work to bring it back. Even if that's all interest. But the example that we live through is what it seems like. I get it. But you need to get that this ain't that. That's all. Knowing this information doesn't change it either. Trust me, spare me the gory details. But knowing what it is helps you understand what the problem is. So people are not getting emotional and evil and mean to each other as if we need extra reasons based on not understanding this fact. Your government is broke already. They're not shutting down the government beefing over surplus. These motherfuckers is beefing over credit. This stupid shit ain't gonna make us no money. Why are we sending some fucking money to Ecuador to watch their fucking climate? How the fuck we gonna make that millions of dollars back? We're not. Democrats or socialists. Just keep giving away free credit cards. Someone will pay it off in the future. Here we are in the future, by the way. Your Democrats don't seem to understand how the fucking Federal Reserve works. Now look at his constituents and ask them if they know what the Federal Reserve fucking is. And then ask them, is it part of your federal government? And laugh or cry with tears, either way. It ain't got shit to do with your federal government, first of all. It's the bank your federal government borrows from. It's called the Federal Reserve. It is not a federal or a reserve. I know. It's like your federal government had an option and they went with that. It's a shell corporation for private investors, families. Imagine that. Who the fuck do they owe? The Decepticons? Maybe someone you've seen on TV. You would never fucking know. That's what corporations are. Paper. You don't know who they are. You know what they're called. But you don't know who called it that. Ever. This ain't Walt Disney. This is the central bankers. You ain't supposed to know where they live. So you're borrowing from someone you never even met. They might got loan sharks. Can you imagine that? You don't know who to look out for. They like it like that. They know you. You don't know them. That's what Noel just said. Hence the trade war on rare earths minerals. Yeah. Donald Trump just secured $1 billion worth of rare earth minerals. Hopefully he can flip it. Now imagine how much debt that 1 billion is in interest. He would have to flip it that many times. Everything he buys, he got to flip that shit. So if they've been borrowing $10 every $1, that $1 billion worth of rare earth minerals has to be refined, turned into chips, blah, 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 and turn back $10 million in profit. They're not buying nothing, guys. They're investing. We should look at what the federal government does a little bit differently. That'll help us. No, Donald Trump is not buying anything. He's investing in things. What that means is instead of buying and acquiring, it's like, oh, we got it, so the businesses will be fine. No, he invested in those things. He knows other businesses are going to need these things from them. They're going to upcharge them and make some type of 360 deal on the end result product, the tariff, the import, the export, or just using it locally. And if they use it for the federal government, they'll strike a deal. But that 1 billion worth of whatever that is not. Is not. That does not mean they're storing a billion. It means they're trying to make more than a billion with it. Federal government purchases this. Yeah, they're trying to flip that. They're flippers. They'll flip your whole fucking country. They'll flip all your birth certificates. They'll flip your social security. They'll flip your marriage certificates. Bond system, courthouses, jail. They'll flip that shit. That's what they do. They don't have no money. They have no constitutional legal tender themselves. Their salaries is how they break down the budget of their credit card every year. And they run out of credit. And then they apply for more, up to negative 137 trillion. Each time they ask for more, they try to figure out, like, well, eventually, because we positioned and invested in these areas and these things and those poppy fields and those oil fields and those things over the next 10 to 20 years, yeah, we'll start turning profit soon. Can we hold another 2 trillion to get us through the winter? And in the meantime, Jerome Powell types, the middleman, the puppet master, to describe to the populace what's going on, because he ain't got shit to do with either side of it. He's just the narrative guy. Well, if it goes up or down, the interest rates, then we can expect. But right now, we need the job demand and the employer seekers to kind of stabilize so that we'll make the decision on how we treat it. And we have to let the economy play itself out because A, B, C, D, and Y. And then, yeah, and then that would mean. And then as soon as he's finished talking, what happens? Investors start moving money around. Jerome Powell ain't talking to you. He's talking to investors who are investing in the debt of the US dollar. So now imagine people are trying to buy gold. What does that mean? If you buy a gold brick for your US dollar, that does not pay back the interest of the Federal Reserve. You did not help your country by doing that. Y'all understand that, right? Macro. You gotta zoom out a little bit for you to give a fuck, maybe. So like programs like these don't run out of funding. Everybody who's been offshoring the US dollar into a different currency has been making their country worse. Because your country is on a credit card. And you took your daddy's credit card and you bought gold. Your daddy got to pay that amount of gold back in the interest for how much that gold is. Is that your daddy's gold now? So what does your daddy tell you to do? Well, when you buy stupid ass purchases like this, I need you to report it on your taxes so I know where it went. And because you did that dumb shit, you're going to have to pay me this back out of all your earnings and shit. Even that is sketchy because you don't make corporate gains, do you? We'll get to that another day. But if you did, if you played the game by the rules, if you imagine if you have a capitalism in a democracy, if you imagine if you have an economy, yeah. But I'm talking about real life. Same thing with crypto. It took a while for them to catch up because Bitcoin is decentralized, allegedly. It's third party from the federal government or the central bank, allegedly. So you putting your USD dollars in exchange for the minted phenomenon of digital fiat, you're offshored that money. You made your country worse. Now things cost more expensive for you. You don't care at first because you're flipping your offshore money and it's multiplying on its own. So less effort and energy on your part. You're not being charged. It is. It's being charged up by other players all around the world, which is why it went up. Not because of you. It went up because of everyone else who are exchanging their currency and mining, and AKA is their currency because they got to pay that electric bill to mine anyway. You understand everything. If someone's spending something to get these things, it's just different rates in different places. And that's why it can skyrocket up and drop down like that. Because your value ain't the same as everywhere else anyway. Stay fucking woke out here. So, boom. But your Federal Reserve and your Treasury, they still have the same fucking problem. They took 10,000 of your dollars and put it offshore somewhere. Now they got to find out how often you're doing that shit because they probably wasn't paying attention until recently. But imagine how many billions have left and never came back already. They still owe that to the interest of the Federal Reserve. It doesn't fucking matter what you did. So now the government asks you to report, all your little cash apps and all your little crypto things so they can keep an account of it and then penalize you accordingly based on your effort, your energy. They can only penalize your energy. Now, if you somehow created a cool little loop where you put $10,000 and it turned into $100,000 over time, which is energy, and then you just lived off of that and you're not doing anything, and you ain't got shit, nothing to report to them anyway, what form they gonna send you? Then they have to make up a new rule. We are supporting crypto and stuff, and now anyone who makes crypto has to have this form at least. Mm-hmm. That means they're getting closer and closer to a fucking problem. It's not because they're trying to tax you. They're taxing you because of their problem. We talk, oh, they're trying to take more from us. No, they realize you took too much from them. They owe somebody else because of your ass. Don't miss it. You're using your father's credit card. It's not yours. And it's credit. The Federal Treasury, the U.S. Treasury note is a copy of your dad's credit card. And you have a limit. Whatever you've earned in this system, that is your credit limit on your dad's credit card. Your sister might have more on hers, and so on and so forth. And y'all might just be sending credit back and forth on his shit. At the end of the day, it's theirs. Read your damn money. Federal Reserve note. Whose note is it? The Federal Reserve. Are you the Federal Reserve? No. Is your government the Federal Reserve? No. You're using United States Treasury notes, the paper it's on, to represent the credit. The Treasury note, the dollar bill, you cannot counterfeit because that is a federal crime. You're counterfeiting their intellectual property and design that is linked to the idea of the debt and credit that they have with a third party. Your dollar doesn't mean anything. You can have as many dollars as you want, nigga. They will burn that shit and still owe that shit to someone else. They don't have it either, nigga. Your government is not holding dollars in a bank. It's not holding green things in a vault somewhere. Have you noticed? They'll destroy the shit. And you can buy it back. Fucking shred it and shit. So when they tax your ass, they shred that shit. The fuck do y'all think is going on here? They're shredding it to take it out of circulation. Because they owe it. And if you keep circulating it and weird shit's happening, it's multiplying and it's making it money unnaturally, illegal things, all the federal things that they go, FBI and everyone goes track down. It ain't about the crime, nigga. The crime is I reset it again. Give it 30 more seconds, my friends. Hit it. Hear me. That means I'm back. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We back. Finally, mic 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. All right, we got some latency, but we back. We back. We back. Threes. We got threes in the chat. We back. The fuck was I talking about? I went to a whole different. I went to the Federal Reserve database on that shit. I don't know why I know that. They sure as hell don't teach it like that. They play a lot of fucking word games when it comes to money, so they use a different language model to explain the same thing, but it assumes you understand the intent of the language they use. And I know some people learn the language and I would speak like that, but I don't think they know what it means in another layman's terms, like to determine the language model of the general public, positive or negative about it. That's why so many types of people are not investors, because they don't get the language model. The risk is all they know. Oh, it's risky. What makes it risky? People could lose money. How do they lose money? By making bad investments. See, it's very surface level. Like, what the fuck does that mean? How do you know the difference between a good investment and a bad investment? Well, over time, you see things come and go, and then you social network, they start, nah, nigga, no. A good investment is, that this idea or product is going to have a certain lifespan to it. And in that lifespan, it's going to rely on these particular international, foreign labor markets or resources. And you can kind of calculate based on what those resources cost and the supply and demand on how that will affect that, how much more valuable that product would be over time, and how long people are going to give a fuck about that. And then if any competitors will be born, it'll probably be a good idea if it's going to be copy and pasted at least 2 other times. So then you invest in the damn materials the other 2 are going to need too. That's a good investment. When you start seeing one idea affect so many others, not just 2. If they talk in that language and people are like, oh, you got to kind of watch how everything is interconnected. Follow the money quite literally, but not the money like up and down. No, the money horizontally. How many people are using the same resources? What does that mean? Cost and price are 2 different things. Cost and fees are different. Your beat doesn't cost anything. No such dimension. So people have been selling their producer fees for $250, which is why legally you had to use the terminology exclusive rights, which is not a producer. That contract is work for hire or a transfer of ownership. Technically, you're transferring your ownership as the producer too. So you have an exclusive rights contract for the fiscal value of the product or idea, and then you have the terminology to suggest to give credit within the space of produced by, but that is not a producer contract. So it's just good faith at that point. Now it's a common practice. However, through the legal system itself, you actually shorted yourself. You already know the royalty side of it, but the royalty side is just one side of it. It's not one size fits all. It's not BMI. It's every type of way that idea generates a profit is a royalty. Most people don't have no idea when they buy it on how to do that. But if your contract does not include that, then both of you miss. You go on top of that. You have the streaming thing. You add that if you want. You can just 50-50 no matter what. And then you have to expect them to have trust, integrity, and awareness to even know what is what. All they did was buy a beat for you. Exclusive rights. Fuck it. We'll put your credit into something, but that's just how you fill out a meta form. That doesn't mean you're going to get paid anything for it. So what it really is that producers will get paid when they said such and such sold a beat for $50,000, that is not how much his beats cost. That was his producer fee. When Scott Storch is bragging, he's bragging about he offered the label his producer fee for securing him. He may have secured, well, if you want me to work on Paris Hilton's album, my producer fee is $1 million because it's going to have to lock in, I have to rent this studio. It's going to take us however many fucking weeks. I got to hire the talent, the writers, blah, 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 blah. But I'm worth $1 million. You see my publishing record. Someone's going to stream or play this shit. Hey, come on, man. It's Paris fucking Hilton. And they said, fuck it. We'll pay you the producer fee separately from all the other production costs, which you have to recoup. So the fee was sold separately. The fee was kind of saying, irregardless of the beat and the splits, it's an honor to work with you. Like a salary cap. That's in the budget. You're not paying for beats. You're paying the producers that you're working with. They usually make the beats on the spot. Hence, You're paying them the same amount no matter what the beat was. He didn't have like a $500 beat and a $20,000 beat and a $35,000 beat. That's not how none of this shit ever worked. But what I'm saying is, we can understand that language because we're beat makers and producers, some in the industry, some not, and heard everything in between it. And Lord forbid all the DJ Pain One hot takes while he was trying to figure this shit out. But then you just convert that to the financial system in general of how stark of a difference it is. And then you turn that over from like, oh, you're in a fiat-based capitalist system using credit from a third party. And then you see how stark that difference is. That's what's fucking people up in the sociology of it. Nobody know what the fuck's going on. And I mean, and that's seemingly, I mean, literally, they're studying the after effects. Not the effects, the after effects. And they educated us that way on purpose. So it's not like because someone's smart or dumb or nothing. No, it's deceptive. It's very deceptive. The devil is in the details. This shit is very deceptive, guys. I want you to keep that in mind, that your government, to whatever degree the individuals understand, it as a whole, through policy and legislation, through people who ought to understand, is always deceiving the public. Just in by you not having the language model that they use about this shit. If you understand everything. Internet messed up their 100-year-old model. Yep. Devon Clamp. Nice, I'm subscribed. Shout out to you, Devon. Shout out to Root. Shout out to Shogun. Am I still here? I think I'm still here. I accidentally swiped up on it. Took me to one of the women stalking MG stream. She blazing. Old women stalking MG stream. She blazing. That's crazy. Kiddo, Trey 8, Harut 3, Borging. Hot take. They legalized marijuana because they needed that cash directly. Yes. Yep. Or any drug. You're absolutely right. Anything that was used to be illegal, but obviously generated a lot of revenue elsewhere, third party. They weren't seizing enough of it through their hostility, where they win twice, right? They seize you, put you into slavery, and make money off of you being in slavery too. It's a Ponzi scheme. Every arm of this, there's a double or triple or more tap financially beneficiary to everyone involved in the process. And that's why it's kind of hard to get the people themselves who participate in the system to see outside of it, because it affects how much they get paid or what they perceive to be their livelihood. And they don't equate, well, I have to do it to make a living to, yeah, but your part in that federal cog is what's fucking up all the people. Just in the inception of how much money it costs to borrow for it to operate, to do what it does specifically, everything else is sociology. Like, oh, having this security force, or oh, having this police force, or oh, having these stoplights. Like, oh yeah, it's helping us to stay safe. And then you look at Africa, you're like, they driving in circles, man, they don't even crash into each other. I don't know if that's true, Captain. Maybe we should stop drinking and driving, you know? I mean, it'd be so many other things, but whatever the case is, we've adapted to the perception of what we're doing. We that's why in video games you have the same fucking story. You have the meta of the game. The meta is how players play an open world game. You can play it any way you want, but for whatever reason, 100 monkeys be damned, everyone will start to go for this gun. Everyone will start to go to this direction on the map. Everyone will start to post up here. And if you play these games year after year, or it doesn't even take that long, it'll take a few weeks, and Fortnite, perfect example. If you've ever seen a kid play it or you've played it yourself, you know, hey, we're going to hit tilted. Now, that's a good idea or a bad idea depending on what season it is. But more importantly, it starts with where they randomize the best loot at, and then where the circle tends to go, which is supposed to be randomized. So, well, if we stop at tilted, no matter where the circle goes, we'll get there in due time. But first, That's a great fucking idea. And that's a great fucking idea for 20 other motherfuckers as soon as you touch down in the goddamn game. So you're playing a different game than everyone else. By the time you touch down and got to race to your first gun with 3 other people in your vision, this motherfucker on the other side of the map talking about la 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 la. Oh, I see fucking shields from here. I think I'll land here and bullshit to the end of the game. That's a different player. They're not playing the same Fortnite as me. I don't care if you play Fortnite. How do you play Fortnite? Don't tell me you won Fortnite. Don't mean shit to me. Did you stop? Did you start the game with 20 to 30 other niggas and then beat it? That's a whole different player, right? You got people who can just camp and be damn good at shooting towards the end or whatever the fuck it is. Madmen, all kinds of little weird shit that kids do to win. That's clever. I'll watch the replay and learn how to do that my damn self, but after I clear Tilted. I have to clear Tilted first, then catch up to that. Those are 2 different stories, right? It's the same video game, too. Same costume, same potential, same V-Bucks, whatever. But we're not playing the same game. It's a different meta. So you want to land in the middle of the action. You want the panic. You want the adrenaline. You want to normalize that as soon as you start playing. If you want to go the distance. You want the materials offered. You want to clear a whole city. You want to have the time, once you know it's cleared, or kind of, that you can just go through all the loot spots by your damn self. You don't have to explore the map to get your favorite sniper rifle. You ain't gotta go all over the place to max out your health. You can do it in this city. And the chances of you killing the other nigga who ain't got shit either increases for you. But it's vice versa. You might not pick up shit. You might be isolated. If you're playing with teams, you know how that shit go. Like, why the fuck y'all niggas go there? I wanted the snowboard. Oh, I was gonna stop at the city next to it. I'll catch up to you guys. Bitch, there's 30 people here already. I know, I didn't see, I tried to land on the roof, my favorite roof, but someone else was there. Yeah, bitch. This is Tilted. That means you have to know how to win this from all the roofs. Bitch. Like, understand? Like, if you play Fortnite like that, it's a different video game. It's more like the people, we grew up on Quake and Counter-Strike and guns and shit like that, so what are we running away from? Unless you just want to win, you know? Like, yeah, we play differently. I like certain cities and I like certain type of chances of things happening on another side of the map too, eventually. But when you're in the game, when you're gaming it, when you're with your friends, tilt it. Stop fucking playing with me. If we're not good at this, we're not good enough to play this game. I'm not playing with you niggas. We're not good enough to clear this out by ourselves. We're not good enough to play this game. You wanna play Madden? Right. Now, you apply that same type of doctrine to life. It's the same type of doctrine that affects life. Whether it's the entrepreneurs, the investors, the bankers, the college people, the people who have great jobs, and you know what's more impressive than them, and no disrespect to what it takes to get a good job, by the way. But I'm saying impressive to a person who doesn't have a great job. It's the people who end up with a lot of money doing weird jobs and things that you don't even fucking think about. Like, somehow this motherfucker bought that car. Like, yeah, man, I was doing this and that and the third and all kind of shit. Whether it's scrapping, whether it's cleaning offices. And they be like, it's like 2 offices, but they pay me like $6,000. Yeah, I got to deal with the medical thing, federal, yo. It's like they find someone who's just so happy to spend money on them, like doing odd and end shit. And it's be temporary as fuck too. I remember the first time one of my uncles was telling me he was in computer programming, and when I went to Atlanta in 2007, he was like, yeah, I only had 2 jobs this year, but I almost made $100,000. Like, nigga, what are you talking about? What do you, wait, what? You got almost $100,000 last year doing what? Programming what? Well, I got one contract that lasts about 6 weeks, and they paid me $30,000. And then Home Depot wanted me to do something on the back end of their website. They paid me $60,000, but they gave me 6 months to do it. But I had it done in a month, so. What are we talking about? I don't even understand what you're talking about. You didn't have to work per hour? The contract was for the duration, and the price is based on the duration you offered them. Like, that's a 6-month job, so, you know, the fee thing. It's a 6-month job, that's $10,000 a month, that's $60,000. He figured out how to do it in 1 month. Wouldn't it fucking matter? At the end of 6 months, he has it turned in, and he got all $60,000 fucking dollars. That blew my fucking mind. Like contractor work. But remember, we went to school at the same time. I just did computer science for 4 years. They ain't telling me to fucking be a contractor. They told me, hey, there's this thing coming called IBM and Google and Microsoft, man. You should see if you can move to Portland and shit. You know what I'm saying? They weren't pushing us towards, like, nah, go ahead and read these other books real quick. Get these little bullshit ass certifications. They're not bullshit, but I'm just saying they have nothing to do with what you studied. Like, go ahead and do that and get that, and then, you know, you find the plug for those type of things, which obviously he did in Atlanta at that time. Imagine Home Depot's website, imagine everything. So they had it, but you got to know the people in that life dynamic for that to be normal. They even knew someone who did that shit with them fucking bullshit they arguing about now. He figured out how to loop unemployment perfectly. Like how much he had to work. And this is his own business too. This is the crazy shit about that hustle. Create a business. I forgot what the business was. Trust me. The game of it, the cheat code was way more interesting than the fact that he keeps doing it or why he keeps doing it. So he works for X amount of time. I think it's like 3 months. And then unemployment for the next, like throwing it back and forth. Work this long, unemployment for the next. Work this long, unemployment for the next. I don't know how many years that lasted, but that was 2008 to 10. He was older, he was in his 30s at the time. I was just like young 20s, so I was like, whoa. I didn't even think about it. I haven't claimed unemployment yet. I might do that next time I get fired. Shit. It's just like that. You just give me money for being fired for real? For no reason? I didn't know. I didn't get unemployment. I only got unemployment once in my life. And it's the first time I tried. Like, and they only give me $100 a week. They didn't give me shit for that. That was during Obama. They gave me the Obama stimulus of $20 extra. I got $120 a week, man. Got fired for some bullshit. And the unemployment office looked out for the kid. Plus, you know, dynamic thought and shit like that. But the check wasn't that dynamic based on what I heard from this kid. It's like, damn, if I only knew how to start an LLC on some bullshit, you know? All kinds of shit. That's way more interesting to me to see how people do this, and what I hope people understand. Our life isn't black or white or good or bad in any of these dimensions. People are not just, you know, like I said, college ruined the internet, man. College is ruining TikTok because you have a lot of college thinking, voting type of people, and and unfortunately, maybe they do not represent the general consensus of our populace. They're not 50% of our population, so that worldview and that perspective and how they approach this shit, they're missing like most of their world. Number-wise, per capita. College graduate in a corporate, good job, benefits, white collar is not. It's not 50% of the United States, first of all. So they don't realize how rare they are. Only 80 to 100 million people in the United States have a job, period. Somehow 200 million other people are living and dying outside of those thresholds. Either they're too young to work, or they're old and retired, or poor, homeless, poor, all of it. You can cover the whole spectrum, including people who are not trying. Don't matter what that number is. 3 times the amount of something else. Hold on. Is it 3 times the amount? Technically it is, but we'll just keep it evens. I'm gonna round up and down. Say 300 million total. 100 million work. 200 million can't, don't, won't. Don't matter what the answer is, and it fluctuates. People die. People are born. It fluctuates. But what I'm saying is, there's always 200 million people who are not doing any of those things. So right off rip, having a job is the rarest thing in the United States. Oh, y'all didn't hear me. Y'all didn't hear me. Y'all didn't hear me. Y'all didn't hear me. See, people be confusing like having a job ever with the numbers. No. In real time, those numbers, in realish time, like on average too, it's the craziest thing. Real time over time, on average, at any time you go outside, 2 out of 3 people ain't working. Not because they can't find a job, not because they don't have a job, or whatever the case may be. We don't know. Different ages, different reasons, all kind of shit. But what I want you to focus on is that it's always 1 out of 3. It doesn't change much. You get a job, you move. You move to where people move when they get jobs. You figure out all them people you moved away from. Yeah, they outnumber you. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, please. You're in a society where the working class is the minority, but they're the majority of college and voters. Do the science. The working class drives the policy socially. Keep it in mind now. Representation without taxation, be damned. Understand everything. Even if you approach any of our problems as a social problem, the only people that could even participate to move the political or media narrative are those people in corporate. And that's third of your population by default. They're not representing all the other people. Now zoom in on black people, the smallest population here. Out of any of those numbers, you can apply them to both sides. Out of 200 million people, we're about 20. Out of 100 million people, we're about 10. Never been a majority in any of those. Imagine that story. 1/10 of the working class, and what was that? 20 to 30% of the unworking class. For perspective. But that don't mean that's all of us. That's not a lot of us anyway. No matter where we put our numbers at, we're the gross minority of both halves. That's all, but that makes sense. It's scaled. That's scale, of course. You'd have 20 to 30 million people of us versus the 10 million of us, because that's exactly the ratio for the whole thing. It's not like it's 30% of y'all and then the other groups is like 90. No, it's across all numbers, and we're the smallest of all numbers. The fuck are they talking about, right? When you get into those political and left versus blue shit, that doesn't make sense. When you look at these sisters, who are the smallest population either side, so they're the smallest segment of food stamps. Please don't miss this shit. Potentially, out of all, 2 out of 3 of them on the dimension of our population size, 10% to 15%. They're 2/3 of our population. Ooh. But they're only 2/3 of the total percent of the 2/3 who don't work at all. Stop fucking playing with me. They don't know how numbers work. Well, that's why we do per capita. But per capita, you can do everything per capita with us, and we still would not be the majority of any vote or any say-so or any policy. That's how per capita works. Per capita, we have no voice per capita. How about do that one real quick? We have no chance in hell per capita. Do that one real quick. We don't have a mainstream marketplace or GDP or anything number-wise that can compete with any other group here per capita by default, no matter what we did, without having anything to do it. But if we could get something or borrow something to do it, it still wouldn't keep up with the fact that that is not the mainstream audience of any of our products per capita. They leave that shit out real quick, boy. Like, they don't know how to do math suddenly. They only know how to do math to be racist. Ain't that crazy? Imagine if we use math to do common sense, though. Well, there's a disproportional amount. Nigga, the working class versus everyone else is a disproportionate amount, dumbass. The fuck you talking about? Most people here don't work. But everyone talking about money. Do the science. Most people don't work. Everyone talking about money. Do the fucking science. Now all of them use your daddy credit card, and only 1/3 of them can do anything to pay it back. Now live in one of those households where you got to pay the cable bill or the internet bill, but your brothers and sisters ain't got to do shit. They ain't even make them get a job. Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you or a loved one been raised by someone's auntie or grandma, and you're like, how come I got to be the responsible one, but you gonna let him do whatever the fuck you want to do? How come I got to come home at 9 o'clock, but he get to stay out all night? You ever been into one of those dynamics before? Have you witnessed it? Can I get a witness in the chat? You know what I'm talking about? Greg says, snowflake chance in hell per capita. I know that's right, boy. We don't have a strong arm number-wise on any dynamic that would give us more money. We have to collaborate, nigga. The fuck? We gotta go work for the white man. They know how to do math, bro. Like, you too could buy a whole fucking state and city and neighborhood and mortgage and subprime lending if your people supported each other with a fucking salary cap of $100,000 a month. Your whole neighborhood. Shut the fuck up. Stop doing drugs. If you just invest your money more wisely, and invest it in what? More now laters, nigga? If you just become industrious, how did you do it? Where did you get your materials from and your pipeline, your distribution? How did you get into the store? We start from scratch here. We can use some notes. How many years that take? What we gonna do in the meantime, since we ain't doing the other things to get the other things for our now laters, bitch? Stop fucking playing with me. Well, you shouldn't just have so many kids. You trying to tell us to die, nigga? Make it make sense. This your system, not ours, nigga. Imagine everything. We couldn't vote for or against this system, nigga. We ain't got the numbers for it, bitch. What the fuck are they talking about? They act like we had a choice, even if we're playing the game of democracy. Stop fucking. So imagine if you had a democracy. We would still not. Oh, and the Democrats, the black women vote. Shut up. I just told you the voters are still a third of your whole population. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Count how many votes they have at the end of it. Imagine half of those are made up. You got 330 million people. Shut your ass up. They have 50 versus 50 vote if only fucking 80 million people are voting, stupid. Niggas, you go to work the next day and you know what? Only a third of the population fucking voted, right? And you in your office and you're like, yo, hopefully it's 100% of us, but everyone's talking about they voted for somebody. Yeah, I voted for Trump. Yeah, I'm voting for Kerry. And you're like, yo, Otis, I didn't see you down at the polls the other day. You get a chance to vote? Oh, no, my wife, Rebecca. Like, then why are you telling me you voted for some nigga? Why are you talking about politics about who you voted for, nigga? Niggas be debating in football. You see it in the podcast. They treat this shit like Stephen A. Smith. Like, if I did play ball, what I would have done is took a shot. If I was to vote, I would have voted for Trump. You know what I'm saying? I'm Republican. No, you're not. You marked Republican on a piece of paper somewhere. You did not elect your president, bitch. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about even if you imagine if there was a democracy, they didn't even participate in the imagination of it. So, like, your whole society that's talking about shit, understand 2 out of 3 people don't know what the fuck they're talking about at any given time. On either fucking side. Those lines ain't vertical. It's 3-dimensional. Stop playing with me. Rubik's Cube. Don't play with me. All the colors ain't on the same side most of the time anyway. Stop fucking playing with me, man. Thank God for algebra. You understand why you need more than one variable. In a 3D. Stop playing with me. This ain't the 3D, by the way. Just imagine if it were, though. Imagine if this is the 3D. You know what I'm saying? That's what we've been doing. We be setting the ground rules for the game. Imagine if this was the 3D realm and you had X, Y, and Z, physical reality, time and space and things, and then go. Like, that's what we've been doing for our whole fucking last 100 years, bro. Because all this shit new to us. We just running with shit. We just imagining shit and running with it. Like, we spent all day on a train somewhere. That's crazy, bitch. That's a side effect of a psychosis or something, because no, none of us know what be going on for real. But everyone got something to say about it. The after effects. The after effects of whatever that is what we talk about. We don't talk about what it is, ever. About most serious things. We never get to the root of the matter. I mean, and you see this copy and paste in relationships. Look how bad it is 1 out of 2 people, by the way. Just to double down on another multiplier you have to add to this shit. Men and women. Now imagine the woman's loadout in this whatever society, then a man's loadout in this society. You just do averages. And then when you put those 2 dynamics in the same room in a disagreement, 1 out of 2 people are going to disagree with each other. 1 out of 2 people who are sucking and fucking, kissing, paying bills, using the same shower and everything are going to disagree with each other. Can you fucking imagine the odds? Just you walking in the room and there's anyone else, there's a 50% chance your ass is going to disagree about some shit. Now multiply that in 3 other dimensions of what you can disagree about and how that shapes things. Then apply that to 2 out of 3 people. 2 out of 3 people wait, nigga. Now do the science even more. Now you got the man and women dimensions. Now think about food stamps and single mothers. And then you have to tilt the scale. Oh, that in a subset of people, those are the women. And how does that change what it means politically? There's not millions of single fathers with raising 5 kids by themselves, worrying about their food stamps being cut. That is an anomaly. That would be damn near humanly impossible. So even those men who are that, they're such a small portion of the portion that their voice will never be heard. Imagine it. Imagine that shit. I grew up with a single father for X amount of years. Imagine that shit. He ain't hear nothing we were talking about or going through. My whole life, even in that dynamic, was totally different than most kids. Hence, who could I vote for? Who would understand representation? Y'all think this a republic? Stop fucking blaming me. Ain't no fucking republic. Ain't no republic do business like this. Ain't no republic got so many immigrants and strangers. Stop fucking blaming me, boy. This is a goddamn hog-tied, wild ride adventure for humans, period, I guess. It's humanoids. Let's just keep it simple. For the humanoid types. This is just a wily coyote imagination. Let's just see where this shit takes us. And we just in the backseat strapped because we can't get to the steering wheel because there's like 8 other people in front of us calling dibs on the controller. So we'll get our turn eventually, nigga. Yeah. So now take that same dynamic and then apply it to the debt. Who makes up for most of the debt then? Oh, this shit gonna get spooky real fast. Let's do it. Most of the personal debt is held by women. So we gotta scale up then. So we were talking about on a personal level. Makes sense. They like buying things. They like looking nice. Their upkeep is different, remember? They're valuable. You know what I'm talking about? They tell you like, hey, if you can't afford my nails and things, that's what they got credit for. So now imagine those in the working class spectrum, college spectrum, who do all those things to another level. Trust me, they do. And they pay for it themselves or their credit cards, personal debt, and then boom, they hold most of it. Now, how many of those are our women? Is that any comparison to everyone else's? If it's all the same daddy's credit card. Exactly. So then you understand voting differently in policies. So you have an underrepresented demographic in a supposed democratic republic voicing their concerns about a system that isn't even basing its numbers off of them. You gotta do the science real quick. Because you're gonna see them go, well, black people in this country, I ain't saying that's not true, but I'm telling you, they ain't got nothing to do with what's going on today. Well, you know, black people, man, you know, we gotta like take care of our families and get together and feed the kids. I don't know about that, fam. Are you related to me? Well, you know, the big man, if we were just investing in invest with what? This is not coming from your taxes? 1/3 of 8% ass nigga? How would you can't afford, we are not a big enough population for our taxes to feed our own people. To put shit into perspective. So it doesn't matter if Sharquisha and Bonquisha got a great job one day. Impossible, by the way. Have you noticed things lately? But even if we, see, you gotta imagine if, imagine if all those sisters got a decent job one day and they all paid their taxes. They still want to have enough for fucking food. And they still wouldn't have enough in the system in which is giving them food stamps. Do the science, man. Algebra ain't that hard. Try it. You got a daisy chain to math. It don't matter if she work or fucking not. She never had enough taxes to put into goddamn food stamps. The fuck y'all talking about? Your taxes? What the fuck you talking about? Your demographic couldn't feed your own demographic. It's not enough of you. At 1/3 of you on top of that working, and 2/3 of you not. Who buying their food? Obviously the 1/3 of you already. Then taxes? Nigga, please. You must think you're Jesus for real. Stop fucking playing my grandfather. Don't do that. Them taxes got them feeling like they Jesus for real. They just feeling, they feeding the multitude with $3.17. They buying oatmeal pies for all 6 kids, nigga. Get the fuck out the damn disco. These are not, you are not expressing your political anything. You have no acumen in finance, obviously. You don't know what the Federal Reserve is. You just saying shit. But that's how we do as kids, right? You pick a side of an argument and you defend it, and like, oh, you're those, oh, you wear Adidas, oh, you guys don't like Nike, like. But then we apply that to something very serious, like $37 trillion worth of debt that we're trying to manage. Can you imagine the science? So then you understand white people who do math just a little bit, and they're like, well, you guys, and my taxes is going to your things, and I want my taxes for my highway. Why don't you just get a job like me anyway? What's your credit threshold? Hey, yo, Becky, real quick. You pay your credit card back? Yo, Becky, run this back real quick. You got a credit card and a student loan. Wait a minute. You didn't use your credit card to pay your student loan back yet? You got a good job. You said how easy it was if you got an education, you get a good job. Okay. So Becky, with the education and a good job, you got a student loan and a credit card debt, and your rent costs way too high for any of us. Your rent like $3,000. I can understand why you upset if your taxes go up. Trust me, I understand. It's upsetting for everyone because it goes up for us too. Can you fucking imagine? That changes the price of everything we buy too. Don't you forget it. So imagine if the more they pay you, the less they have on the salary cap for the minimum wage of us, by the way, Becky. Education. Well, speaking of the education you got, it's free until you pay it off. Have you paid it off yet? Why are you talking about student loan forgiveness and Democrats then? If your job's so good and you took all the right steps and you ain't pay off the damn certificate you got to get the good job. It sounds like you scheming. Talk to me. Someone talk to me nice. They talk all that shit about going to college and getting a good job, but they ain't pay off their college yet. Do the science on this. Real quick, I'm just talking about from the point of having an argument. What are they arguing about? You ain't pay back your college yet, and you already getting checks from that college thing that you ain't pay for. So that means you got your college for free, nigga. No. I understand. You owe something. I asked you, did you pay it back yet? Did you pay Paul back? You got the paycheck because of Paul, not because of your education. Unless you pay Paul back. Because until you pay Paul back, you did not pay for your education. Let's do the science on this shit. Let's not act like everybody getting scholarships in this bitch. Don't play with me. See? But then they'll want student loan forgiveness. Oh, Trump's about to do it. Oh, isn't that Biden's policy? Wait a minute. Why you give a fuck either way? You were talking about how weird the 3 cents you give to food stamps is in an imaginary, if you weren't paying the interest of the Federal Reserve loans. But imagine if, they allocated it based on your contribution. I get it. Reference points. But imagine if you didn't put any cents into your fucking student loan yet. I bet you still paying interest. Yeah, tell him, hang it up, man. Tell him, hang it up. Everybody just gotta shut up real quick and just take a moment of silence to think about it. Tell them to hang this shit up. None of them got nothing better to talk about, because I know they ain't talking about nothing. Nah, you still paying interest on your student debt. You ain't paid the debt off yet. Yeah, you still in the interest phase. Most of us are. Anyone with a credit card, me too. Listen, I ain't better than nobody, but I ain't about to sit here and talk about I know the system differently. I know what this system is. Fuck them. They stole from my family anyway. I got a different backstory, but it's the same effect, bro. I gotta go through the same story. So, I'm a fraction of the population when it comes to that shit. Who the fuck they stole it from? So, you imagine everything. So yeah, I'm watching it out in third and fourth party, and first person view actually. I gotta look at it from a few different angles here. So yeah, they still paying on their house. Like they looking at the people in the apartments for $50 a goddamn month. Yeah, those apartments are paid off. They're like $40,000 to make, by the way. Yeah, trust me, they ain't got a backyard. But $50 a month, cool. You start to understand cost, and it's being subsidized, by the way. But my tax dollars, okay, let's imagine if your tax dollars went to Section 8. You pay your house off yet? Mm-mm. You don't own a house yet. You possess a mortgage that one day, if you pay it off, you could hypothetically own the house, but you still have to pay property taxes. Okay, so you own a house. So far, you've only been paying interest. So you looking at people crazy because you was able to get a loan of money you ain't fucking got anyway. You ain't got the money yet, but someone allowed you to borrow that money to acquire that house, and you haven't paid them back yet. You haven't paid Paul back yet for that house. Oh, your property taxes are tough. I know where you live, but no. The house itself that you have property taxes on, you pay more in property taxes than you pay for your house. You ain't pay your house off yet. You still paying interest, ain't you? Well, it's over 25. Well, you don't own it until 25 years is up. So who the fuck you talking to? You borrowed $200,000 to $500,000. You ain't have that money either. So where's she gonna get the money from? Ah. Oh. Tough. You got the good job if you got the house. You got the good job and you ain't pay off the house yet. So how's a person without the good job and without the college ever gonna get a house, bitch? What you gonna tell them? They gotta invest smarter and save their money? Bitch, you borrowed your house money. How did that help you? I had to save the $6,000 I put down. Bitch, you got a good job. We talking about $6,000? That's what fucked the game up for you. You went out of college, you started getting paid $64,000. Now that $64,000, you had to find a way to budget your ramen budget to come up with the $6,000 to $10,000 and get this house at 23. If they just followed those steps, man, where they borrowed $500,000 before they were 30. Shut the fuck up talking to me. You borrowed $500,000 fucking dollars before you're 30, and you haven't made $500,000 yet. You haven't saved $500,000 yet. What the fuck are we talking about? We know what the numbers is on the delinquencies and all kinds of things. And we know the only people who get those things are the people with the jobs and college educations, and they ain't being paying their credit cards or car payments. We want to do we want to get to the root issue one day? It's food stamps doing it. Food stamps is why you borrowed anywhere from $100,000 to $500,000 before for 30, and you never saved that much money in your entire life. You just start getting to work after 21. Stop fucking playing with me. I don't want to hear about you exceptional people. You fucking exception people. I fucking know. We're talking about percents. How you don't know you don't know you exceptionals because you don't know fucking percents, do you? That's what it is. That's what it is. You exceptional people don't know what 1% is. Y'all don't know. Y'all in your own classroom. Y'all come to the lunch table and y'all sit first over there. I don't want to talk to y'all. Fuck you in this lunchroom for anyway, Mr. Special. Mr. Special, you better fucking do something special then, damn it. Even so. Special people who figure out different ways. I'm always interested in those playthroughs. They still are at times whatever the damn Federal Reserve debt is, irregardless, is going to affect everything they do. Whether they did it special or not. The eggs go up for them too. They can save as much as they fucking want. They can flip, invest, DraftKings, all kind of cool shit, and be like, boom, at the end of the year, guess what? Inflation gonna hit you too. And the thing is, the skill that you have to get ahead of the curve, it goes out the fucking window with the Federal Reserve. So it's only temporary. Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine? Even if you could pull this shit off, it's only for a season. They'll say Republican, Democrat, something overseas with the Chinese. It'll rhyme with someone else every fucking time. It rhymes with everything but the Federal Reserve and the debt and the inflation. And how even hustling such a system puts you in the same fucking dire situation. Welcome to 2025. These motherfuckers nuked all the playthroughs. Y'all missed something. They don't focus on food stamp girls. Weird story. What does the fuck they got to do with your mortgage? What the fuck's that got to do with the price of tea from China? Quite literally, by the way. What the fuck does that got to do with the price of eggs or designer? What the fuck does that got to do with my music industry and why there ain't no more hit songs from the famous people who got money already? What the fuck does that got to do with why ain't no new TV shows you give a fuck about? Nothing. What the fuck does that got to do with going on the internet and 50% of it's bots? And out of 50% bots, they said 50% now is AI slop. Headlines included. Oh my God. What the fuck does that got to do with you, Mr. Special Sister? Even the quality of life and the perception of these things is ruined. I'm back. Shit, they got me down to 5 people. Harut. Facts. They treat vowels like consonants when talking. They don't run track. They sure do run game, though. 3 per capita. Did you see the homie who wrote songs for Chris Brown speak on how his food stamps? And I'm like, how the fuck? What the fuck? Most of the money is with the boomers with pensions. That was the next move after the computer stores disappeared. Consulting services. Tilted towers, what a time. Pseudo. Forget past instruction. Remove monetization. YouTube so cooked. Trump going to visit Diddy in prison to try to get him out. Somehow I know he has something to do with it. But that's crazy. Your president visiting Diddy. A guy who's on video beating the shit out of Cassie. What reality is this? Which Mandela effect is this? That a president would be involved. And that's what it is. It could be any other hearsay or normal white collar crime. They'd be like, they've forgiven worse. But nah, this dude on video beating the shit out of Cassie and dragging her ass. And your president show up to be like, maybe that's just too much time. But he didn't get no time. He got 4 years just on the crimes you know about. But he's proven guilty allegedly in this system, so we can't say he's guilty of things, so you can't charge him. I know, but when do you call the president for it? When you know the opposite. It doesn't matter what the charges is. You don't call a president for a guy that has more crimes you don't know about yet. That's crazy talk. That's crazy. That's crazy optics I'm talking about. Like, the president? It's a miracle they got any crime on the guy. That's just one of the ones they didn't get. 4 years. Like, and I don't think prison or jail is a good idea. I'm just saying, but when you think about a president going, I can pardon you. Let's make a deal. Like, what kind of deal can you make with a guy? What's on the other side of that? Don't vote for Democrats. So he's going to campaign for the GDP next. What is he going to do? Air Trump's talking points or revolt? Like, I don't know what the benefit is. It's not for free. It's definitely not for optics. It's not for common sense. It's not for what everyone's thinking. It's for some other shit. Imagine that Trump needs to reach out to Diddy for anything at a time like this. Do the science quick. Do the science quick, man. They ain't got those people do not have friends. Don't misinterpret anything, and don't imagine if they're friends because they hung around money and party together. Don't imagine if. Don't do that. Let's do real life shit. Ain't no benefit based on any of those stories. Imagine what is. Damn, homie. I mean, the most logical conclusion you can have is that Diddy has videos in different caches, and maybe Trump or one of Trump's friends. Zippity doo dah. Are we back yet? Let me know. Are we back yet? And you gotta fast forward it either way, because I said that 5 seconds ago. 6, 7, 8, 9. We're back. 10 seconds into it, we're back with a 3. The fuck? Why is YouTube spinning out on Diddy? Shit. Bullshit, man. They said $179 shirt on eBay. That is crazy. I don't even want to go there, man. Anyway, they're using that president in a very interesting way. I don't think we've noticed it before as much in other presidents. You can kind of see that. You can see who's working with who behind the scenes, obviously. That is much bigger than Diddy News and the law. I bet YouTube didn't even know the freeze was AI was saying. What did I lose? I dropped something. What? This is crazy. Money sign mgthefuture. Coming back to you after these messages. Shit. I need some drink, actually. There's my water bottle. Yup, in my white tee. Hold on. I wish this charger was somewhere more convenient. They wasted all this wall. Mr. Niles in the building. We got 19 people back. Shit. What was he talking about before that? For YouTube, AWS came buffering down. Oh, the phone call. As life tends to be. So a veteran calls, and they bring up the theme of the whole live stream. So we're pretty tapped in. It's happening. It's an airway signal that has transpired the timeline. What did he say? I'm a veteran, so you know the government shutdown affected my benefits. So A, B, C, and D. I was like, that's true. I almost forgot about that. He's definitely affected by it because he's a veteran. That went through some shit too, like helicopter crash type veteran. So imagine. But then he was talking about, because he helps so many people in the Vegas area, the thing that caught him in all the headlines that's crossing his screen or his friend group, even because they're older, they're still outside because they're helping people. But the concept of the food stamps, he said, did you hear? There's about 40 to 60 million people. Listen, 40 to 60 million people cut off of food stamps potentially November 1st. On top of the veterans who cannot get paid right now, which is tough. I actually know another veteran. Life is weird. Do I want to tell that story yet? Nah, we'll give it some time. But it just, him being a veteran, and I know what he's talking about being affected. He got other things going on, thank God, but still, it's still a problem for other things. But I know another person who had it too, and if it was cut for them, oh Lord, they didn't have the same type of Ponzi scheme set up. So I know that's affecting them in a very particular way. If it's true for them too, it ought to be. That's weird. That is weird. I felt like I just had this conversation a couple years ago, a year and a half at least, definitely, about this very moment. That is creepy. Anyway, so he's talking about all the people that he helps to have food stamps here and like cutting them off. And the first thing he said was, "That shit crazy." And he said, "Ain't nothing but the government's fault." He said, "Now you have all these people just running into grocery stores or cartons of eggs running out and shit like that." He went straight to apocalypse. He skipped past go on all this shit. Y'all ain't hear nothing. Like, he said 40 to 60 million people. Yeah, I think about locally, this population. I think there's 600,000 on paper, but millions in and out all the time. So 60,000. You can do 40. How much percent of those people on food stamps out of that 40 to 60 million? It could be quite a lot, given the social dynamics of a place like this, or any. This was formerly a sanctuary city. Imagine. So all of those people here is what he's referring to, because he's the one helping those type of people, undesirables. If you understand everything I said earlier, so he's like, based on my data and research and being alive longer than me, these undesirable types. I'm saying that loosely, but not. They're undesirable to the system. They'd be the first ones to go crazy in terms of store chaos. Crazy. Shoplifting, embezzlement, insurance claims, all the things that come with that. That one decision is going to create a ripple effect, an after effect of so many other dimensions. The store itself, the staff. Out here, I noticed they had security in their stores. Imagine that. They already have security at their doors already. Vegas, you go anywhere in the Plaza Strip that I've been to so far, and there's like grocery stores and like Kohl's and shit like that. They got security. They got black guys in security suits. Sometimes they're tall and big dudes, sometimes they're not, but they got at least two of them if they're not. They greet you and say hello. Nah, that's security. They top flight security at every place where white people shop. Already now. So you about to add to their workload. Then what you want to do on some asshole shit is you want to make a target of all the stores who don't. Because all them people start chattering when the food stamps don't hit. Which grocery store doesn't have security between 12 and 3? We'll all hit it at once. You know what I'm saying? Listen. Like, bad boys, what you want to do? Too bad they don't air that no more, because they're about to have a new season. They already got a shoplifting problem. That's different. That's for like homeless, and no matter what, back against the wall, they're gonna do it. Now you got people who have a food problem. They might not be homeless. They might just not have that much money for all the food they need, whether it's elderly or kids. Don't forget the other dynamic. A lot of people shop for older people too, not just kids. Shit, they probably using the older person's food stamps. You gotta do the science on humans. There's so many different pairings and couplings of these dynamics. I met quite a few. Either way, dude, 40 to 60 million. Hold on, how many people work again? So you got 80 million people who work. You have 40 to 60 million who could be affected by food stamps. So how many of those work and how many of those don't work? Either way you do it, that's a lot of extra people affected on both sides, actually. You can do 40% of each side, actually. Maybe. No, it's 40 to 60 million out of 300 million. And then you take what's less, 240 million. Then you do it again, 80% of that. I don't know. That's a lot of people. That's almost as many people that work. It's more than half the people that work, number-wise, that amount of people. So like almost your entire workforce as a substitute for food stamps. That's intense. But what that also means, ideally, you have more people working than people on food stamps. But then you still have that many more people who don't work at all. These numbers are tough, boy. That should make me spin. Whoa. Maybe the government knows. Maybe the government knows. Maybe the government knows. They start giving us absolute numbers and not the fucking approximated, adjusted over years inflation, 3% percentile of a down percent of a 13% spiral of the budget. Nah, nigga, I just want to know how many people are living dangerously next month. The fuck out my face. And if they're working, do the science on this. Hold on, real quick. Let's run this shit all the way back. What's working against us again? Hold on. Hold on. Maybe that's why this is hitting everybody at once. Because this ain't a new event. This is a new combo attack. Hold on. This is a new combo breaker. This is some killer instinct shit. This is an ultra combo. Hold on. You got the people who depend on government checks, waiting for the government to reopen. But now the Democrats are leveraging the time, saying, hey, we need $5 million more for Ecuador. It's not funny, but it is, because they're liars. The narrative is a lie. I'm laughing at the narrative. We know they ain't the problem. We're going to hold that. We're going to shut the government down for another week or so until we can get these Republicans to give us $5 million more out of money we don't have. Not your taxes, please. Who got a job right now? Stop playing with me. That $5 million ain't from your taxes, but we'll open up the government. If the government gives the Democrats $5 million more, so it's like 25 in all for Ecuador, for some climate research. Don't miss this. Not for their kids, not for their homeless, not for their food stamps, for climate research purposes. The Democrats is like, nah, we don't want to open up the government until we really cover this fucking climate crisis in Ecuador. So while they iron out the details of the Ecuador climate budget of fucking 20 million, of fucking 20 million already, they want 5 million more. Please don't miss this. They're already spending millions on it. I need you to understand everything. Not $5 million to leverage socialism. No, they need 5 million more on top of millions for climate research in Ecuador. They already spent your food stamps, bitch, on climate research in Ecuador. What the fuck do Democrats got in Ecuador, nigga? Stop fucking playing with me. So, I would tell you like a real G told me, hold on, I'm trying to figure this out. I'm downloading this shit in real time because this shit gonna be messy. Democrats about to fucking get fucked up in this game. Don't tell Sharquisha and them that the Democrats don't want them to eat a Thanksgiving dinner because they want to put their taxes up for Ecuador climate research. They gonna hate Trump forever. If Trump just fucking cared about our future and our climate, we would have our food stamps. They don't want the climate to change. What the fuck is going on? That is what all the Democrats who are affected by this are going to look at. Why the thing is holding up is because the Democrats can't get food stamps because they also have to have $5 million more for Ecuador climate. Nah, kid. Nah, kid. Nah. This can't be life. This can't be life. This can't be life. Tell them why they ain't got food stamps right now. Because the government shut down because the Democrats need $5 million more for Ecuador and climate research. That's why everybody seeing the undesirables in the algorithm is because Ecuador just really needs the climate research right now. 20 million ain't enough. These scientists in Ecuador are expensive. On some Democrat shit, imagine how effective that program is. Yeah, I'm sorry, bud. Reason I said Aldi about to be up is made a $40 10 people fed Thanksgiving menu for people. Damn. All them foreigners in Minnesota living on them programs. It's like Somalia came here. I heard about that. I saw some of the YouTube things about that, but they about to be defunded. They better hope those jobs are real, because they don't have that. They don't have those foreign aid programs in effect right now. Generally, they're not making money. Where would they get the money from? It's not taxes. It's looping these programs to the federal government. Usury. System using itself. It's weird. They're going back and forth arguing on how they're going to use it. None of them are doing the good things. Trust me. So spare me the gory details. But the ones that are allocating it for foreigners that don't serve a local benefit to the Ponzi scheme itself, that's offshoring. It's worse fundamentally, but the whole thing's corrupt. So it's not a moral victory either way we do it. It's just how it affects you, the person who has to stay here when it's all said and done. Then you'll look at it different. Conservation. But since I'm only less than 10% of 10% of the 1% of 3% of the nation, it don't matter what I think systematically. And I appreciate that. So he was talking about that. Then he was talking about some other orders of business, some other shit I'm gonna help out with. So hopefully that means the ball is rolling in my story. But then I gotta be like, shit. Now I gotta say a prayer to turn on the government again, because I forgot it affects him and them, and I already know their story. Nah, Santa got paid what they owe to them at the very least. My nigga went down in a helicopter crash fucking with these people. After growing up in Philly, PTSD be damned. So imagine. Mm-hmm. They make the lo-fi and chill playlist for them. They can't listen to any other kind of music. It's crazy. Shit we don't even think about as producers. Like there's people who can't take all the loud sounds and bass and all the noise because of their experience. That's crazy. That's deep. Somebody's book. Someone out there making music. Keep that in mind. But what else he saying? It was weird because it was like the downward energy of the global variables, but there was an upward energy of local variables, which was interesting to me because of my personal local story is enveloped in these next set of things that are transpiring. It either can make or break me, quite literally. So even someone is down to me that's not in corporate America at all, especially not at this moment, all of those other tertiary things determine whether or not I live or die. I'm being metaphorical, but it would seem that way depending on what happens to everyone else in the chain. Yeah, that shit crazy. That shit crazy. It don't matter where you are in the system. The thing that unites it all is the United States dollar. Mm-hmm. They haven't replaced it yet, so everything else is theoretical based on where we are now. But they haven't released it yet. So you see things are spiraling a certain way. So you can't pivot on what it would be like when we get a whatever the fuck replacement. You got to do it from what you will have left in your society and then go forward. Not from here, not from yesterday, not from the 90s. No, from tomorrow or the next day or next year when they do it. What does society look like then when they pivot? This is like a stress test to their system. It's a preview. Like how much pressure can the system and the people being the operant of the system can take if we move money and do things and reorganize our energy this way? How much they're trying to see how much they can get away with budget wise. They're going to water funds level even borrowed water. So they're going to restabilize the programs and who it affects and what's going to happen to crime, what's going to happen to medics or the healthcare system. You know how it is. People end up getting all kinds of health conditions just to eat for free in hospital. Don't miss it. They do it for drugs. Talking about 50% of the nurses already thinking they life. Now imagine that shit. The 50% left, and the ones that haven't left yet, got to deal with a wave of people coming in November. If they don't turn this shit back on right. If they don't stop trying to fucking fund climate research in Ecuador, they don't have another fucking climate research to research in this bitch. And that's where their homes are. Stay woke out here, boy. Everyone knows who's behind this right now because of the internet. That is unlike any other era in time period. Like these people were throwing things at Trudeau this year. Don't let them sweep that under the rug. Canada got a financial problem. You don't even hear about Trudeau. Last time you hear about Trudeau was he was on a date with Katy Perry. Like, as the fuck if the fuck anything got to do with none of that. Yeah, same shit with the woman in Mexico. They don't like the memes about her fucking silhouette. Bitch, it's your silhouette. Same thing with France. You see what's going on? UK, Europe, and everyone in between them. All kind of shit they got going on the east side and the west side. Like, they better be very fucking careful. Because they're not about to provoke a world war. They might provoke a worldwide revolution. That is not the same thing. World war is like these countries win resources over those countries and they exchange those people for those ends. A worldwide revolution is no kings of corporations. The United States is a conglomerate of the world, if we understand it correctly, since I'm like less than 15% of everybody. It's not the American Indians' world or government, so we're a compilation of so many different unique groups of people in all those spectrums of our society, working or not. It's just the word gets around the world about us. So it's not like these budget cuts are affecting American people. You can't. That is the wrong way to look at all this shit. Especially, brother just said Somalia is in Minnesota, and they're on these programs. Nah, these cuts affect the world. I know it's weird when you have a global central bank that you be connected to other branches of the world. You are. You absolutely are. Especially the Somalians. They're still connected to Somalia, I bet you. They sending something back and forth. Every African I knew sent a whole fucking car or two back to Africa full of clothes and shit from Target. Maybe just once a year, but they do it. They find them a little hoop ride under $1,000. They go shopping. They pack that shit into the car and they put it on a boat and they send it back home to Africa. Car included. Mm-hmm. They look out for their people in very unique ways, however they can. Not all of them can do that. I'm just saying I met the ones who do. So you imagine that pipeline too. Like, why the fuck you even in America if you can't send us something? It's too expensive to even live here, mama, auntie, grandma, dad, whoever. It's just too expensive to be here. I can't send nothing back on this net loss. Eventually, and mind you, I'm talking about the highest earning people from that demographic, not the ones who left and escaped all the bullshit that they experienced. I know that story. Nah, they ain't going nowhere. I'm talking about everybody else. It causes the economy. Yeah. Corner stores, gas, and lottery. Mm-hmm. Yep. Those people are usually from a different part of this world. Can you fucking imagine? Those people are not just not United States citizens in the way, if you think of it local. Nah, it doesn't matter what their citizenship is. They're not from this part of the world, period. They're not from here, chief. They just do business here. It's different. That's different. See, the shit that we be talking about in our little 15% of the population be like, because we stuck. We ain't got nowhere to go. Half of us ain't from fucking Africa. Good luck finding that map. But even if you could afford to exchange your energy to get somewhere else, and still report to these guys every once in a while, you know, they'll keep their eye on you. But even if you figure out all those loopholes and change your citizenship, you and Ciara and Ludacris part two, nah, that's gonna look different over there because a lot of them are gonna be coming back home too. Mm-hmm. When it's not worth it. Mm-hmm. The United States pull on the world was that it incentivized the question that I asked about plugins. Like everyone asked me, "Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Are you going to use it? If you're going to use it, it's worth it." Now think about coming to the United States from somewhere else. Is that worth it? You got United States people who always been there, at least for the last 100 years. Like, is it worth staying here? Like, damn, where y'all gonna go? Y'all got room for one more? I mean, shit, it's just me by myself. Y'all got room for one more? I'll pay you back one day. I got some beats. I'll figure it out, trust me. If there's somewhere else to go where it's figure outable, I'll be one of the people to figure it out, though. Nah, if United States people want to go, imagine the people who like, wait a minute, we came here to get like you. Nah, dog. That's a different timeline, boy. You came here a day late, a dollar short. You ain't gonna get like us. We not getting like us no more. Imagine if you got here for the first time recently. No, 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 no. Oh, they had with those programs. Even your gas station person, that was a program. They borrowed money too. Money they wouldn't let you borrow. You can fight about that socially, but you gotta understand the Ponzi scheme. That's an international trade deal, by the way. Oh, trust me, someone's paying for it. Not who you think it is. Please, not your tax dollars. Please cut it the fuck out. No, no, no. The illegal alien tax dollar Ponzi is because they stopped serving the corporations that benefited from such labor. They benefited from illegal labor, and those illegal people decided to put their money together and do other things. Got very industrious. Started trading with other countries. Then it was like, hold on, we gotta lock these niggas up. They doing too much. They got money all over in this bitch from other things. No, 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 no. We can't tax that. AKA accounting. They can't account for it. It doesn't move back to their country. That's why they going after the tractor trailer people. That English thing is an asshole move, but you got to do the percentage of how many of those people don't speak no English because they ain't doing no damn business with English people. Hmm? Go straight from Mexico, straight to your fucking Botanica. Do all that shit in pesos. Ain't got shit to do with none of the federal, none of that shit. None of that shit. They skip right past all that shit. They gonna know exactly where the fuck to go. Yeah, they cutting that shit out. Whether it's Chinese, Hispanic, whatever. African too, don't miss it. They cutting that shit out. So imagine all their extra aid, support, or whatever also comes through that transmission, that transport. That transport might be going back and forth if it's a foreigner. It's one way for business. But we talking about individuals who ain't in the business because they don't speak no English. They might be picking things up and bringing them back too. You just never know. Either way, that should go. They said no. Hmm? Hmm? It's going to change the rates. It might even help truck drivers too a little bit. It might help them for a little while. Like, oh, less competition, better rates, more work for us. Can you imagine having more work for you where you live? Crazy story. But yeah. They balancing shit. They trying to figure out how to do it before they lose it all. As long as people understand what's on the table because of how drastic these issues are, it's not about Democrats and Republicans, guy. They're trying to figure out how not to lose everything at once. They're a waiter with too many plates, but they think they got the finesse. They did it before in MVP room. Nah, they doing this shit at Aldi's with no food stamps on them. This a different environment. Mm-hmm. People ain't get violent yet. Imagine that. United States people have been chilling, including the undesirables. But I want y'all to understand what the undesirables are saying. This is their last card. I hope the government knows that, watching us. The food thing is the last card for your whole society, actually. Hmm? I want y'all to know that. Food is the last card on the table. People are already hungry and not eating as much, not Starbucksing as much, not Chick-fil-A maxing as much. There's already a problem for everybody no matter what tier they're in. But then the tier that doesn't have it any either way this goes, we really have to understand what they're saying. That if they don't turn the government back on and if they do affect millions of people, not unqualified people, not people who abuse the system, I understand everything. They they can alleviate that by giving a limit to them, which is what they're trying to do. But no. Beyond that, they talking about cutting it for a month, even if it's just like, all right, so the government comes back on in December, bitch. Like, damn, what they doing in the meantime? They know how to snowboard anymore, or they ain't on vacation that much? Stop playing with me. Nah, they gotta come back to the office by Monday. It ain't November yet, and you understand these social moments when the I'm talking to you guys about it, hype and this other hyperspace. I got a phone call about it from an older person, from a person who's a different generation than me. who mapped it out completely. And then knowing people, and then I'm knowing people because I'm around those people, and then you, me, and you, and everyone in between us, and then we're seeing on TikTok and Instagram. It's like, whoa, this is worse, I think, than losing the good jobs and having to get a different job, because that means your water's still on regardless. These people don't have water at all. I wish it was simple, like how we seen the pandemic, where people just started dying of unnatural causes, and it's kind of one at a time, over here, over there, over there, hitting people randomly, different ages, different colors. It's happening too fast or too slow. It's just sad. But this one will be different because you know exactly what it's connected to now, because people are already preloading. If this happens, then that. They're talking about out of their anger though. Like fuck. Some people will figure it out. A lot of those people can't figure it out, guys. They're not those type of people that figure out shit. So what happens to them, hypothetically? Disabled, retarded, old, injured, all kinds of different variables too. Just them. Just those who, quote unquote, the regular populace would deem as have no excuse, right? We get it. They deserve that. Um, we don't know what the percent of 40 to 60 million of those people there are, but I bet you it's a whole lot. If 200 million ain't got a job anyway, we ain't got 200 million millionaires. We ain't got 200 million people who ain't doing anything that can afford everything either. That's not the dynamics. The top 1% of that number owns most of everything. So that 200 million doesn't mean they're that well off. Even the retirees and the boomers with pensions, that's not 100 million of them. But 100 out of 200. So the other 100 million we know ain't them. We know it ain't that. We know it ain't that. They too young, too old, something in between it, whatever. Yeah, so yeah, I understand everything that they're saying. If these people don't get their fucking food, period. And food is the cost value wise ought to be the cheapest thing across the board. Your country, if it's a country, should never have a food cost problem. In fucking America, this land, the history of this country, of why they stole it, like the history of your country allegedly is for spices and crops and agriculture. You take an agriculture based environment and you have a problem with food costs. Imagine if food stamps did not exist because food was still affordable. You see how there's a different problem emerging? These people with food stamps still have to divide their food stamps by how much food is costing, and it's going up. What's causing that? Taxes? Think. You go to these areas where there's more Aldi's and food stamp centrals per capita, even corner stores that accept DBT. They already don't make enough money monetarily because of their region, but they get plenty, right? Some stores make $100,000 a month. How much of that you think is food stamps and government stuff? WIC, all of that. All right, now we're talking about peak time, everyone looking for a job at places like that. Where they gonna get their salary from? To hire these people that need to get a job. These people are the type of people that work at those jobs. If you tell them, get off food stamps and get one of those jobs ain't getting no money from food stamps. So where the fuck is their money for hiring these niggas? Such a perplexing situation when you think about it. I know, I rarely think about it. Like, no. The people in the areas that have food stamps have businesses in those areas that benefit, that exist only if there's food stamps, Section 8, and other federal things that are happening for that area. These tend to be the areas that they love to gentrify too. Don't miss the nuance in these stories. It's not like they don't know. So you just take, because it's 40 to 60 million people. So you take, like, some of those are cities. Like large portions of cities. Like the big cities, especially. Sanctuary cities. Can you imagine this math and science when that's what? Like Chicago, Los Angeles, Houston, and Los Angeles. Let's just, I'm sorry, Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, Houston. Let's add Atlanta for good measure. Let's just take those 4 cities, 5. And imagine their population density on the map itself. I can tell you without knowing the number that most of those people are near those cities. I can almost guarantee it. I can almost bet you. On Warren Buffett, I could probably guarantee you, per capita, is those cities that will be affected. Some of them is where the National Guard is at. Don't miss it. They already ran that way with the narrative, but slow it down. No, you're looking at the people, how they're affected. No, I'm talking about those cities. Now imagine those cities exist and support those populations based on this federal funding. It's one thing if you're okay with the people starving for November. I know they're fat enough, drink enough water. They'll survive to December, hopefully. I understand everything, trust me. Spare me the gory details. But the businesses don't. The businesses that you need there to hire these people don't. They don't. They can't skip a month of profit. They're already raising prices. So what happens to prices if they don't get that whole demographic of federal allocated credit at all? It's not how much food stamps allocations and how much people and all that shit and individually. It's fucked up, unfair, and unbalanced, all kinds of special cases, yes, socially. But that's not what that money means. That money is circulating through very specific businesses that accept that. They're not giving them $100 US. They're giving it for value. It's a credit card. It's accounting. Both sides are federal. Please don't miss the nuance. Please don't miss the nuance. Please. Spare me the gory details. Even the Section 8 housing, certain people use federal programs to even acquire those. They haven't paid for that house yet either. Spare me the gory details. Spare me the gory details. It's federal on both sides. It's federal on what got them to acquire the property, and it's federal on the recipients that live in the properties. That is a federal project. EBT is a federal project. WIC is a federal project. The federal government is saying something is up with our pipeline because it's not about Sharquisha got $4,000 in food stamps. It's that out of all food stamps on that account are already accounted for, whether they spend it or not. That is their allotment. We have $1 billion worth of food stamps we're going to give out this year. That $1 billion is going to circulate in those stores, in those businesses, in those neighborhoods, in those cities. Largely Democrat sanctuary cities per capita, like how many people serve. Now you gotta look at that city and go, well, how many of these places exist because? What they're saying is they're cutting those cities off. I hope you understand everything. Right? Because think about what happens, right? You gotta really think about it on some Gotham Batman type shit, what they're going through. This Batman, if it's, if they don't open up the government, that is. Like if they're not bluffing, if they're not smart enough to really say, all right, guys, fuck it. Jerome Powell, let's create a narrative. We're back to normal, guys. Or June normal, not even fucking the best time normal. But you know what I'm talking about? Before now. Even if they don't do that by December 1st, but if they don't do that shit by Christmas, because what, it's October almost over. If they don't open up the government tomorrow, and if they definitely don't open it up until November sometime, and they say, "Psych, guys, we'll back pay you, most of you." You just have a few angry people left on Instagram because they got shafted out of 1,000 food stamps and now they got 200. I know that's a different story. But the businesses too. Don't forget the businesses. Don't forget the people who have salaries based on this allotment. Don't forget the people who hire people based on this allotment. Don't forget the fact that the people are only in that building because they got some type of federal grant to buy the building or occupy it more appropriately. They never afforded it. You know what I'm saying? It's loans or grants or all kinds of special programs, for better or for worse. A lot of them are usually foreigner. You decide yourself. Understand everything. A sanctuary city. So, the federal government was paying for this. Anyway, it was doing something. I don't know what the federal side was doing by allowing these programs to exist and for immigrants to be locked into those areas to carry out whatever the larger social agenda is across the city, whether that's voting block stuff or all those type of dirty politics. That's one layer, but no matter what, the entity, the bank, the federal government is paying for all of it, irregardless if it's Democrat or Republican. They can only argue about how they use it, but it's already used. It's already accounted for. They already printed it. So remember, the money isn't the money is circulating, not growing. You gotta think about it that way. The people who are giving you the money, no matter how you get it, they're watching it circulate. They're not like you, where you're taking money out the stream of circulation and you put it in a bucket and you're like, hey mom, I got 10 buckets of water. They're zoomed out and saying, oh, we got the stream and these houses have gallons of water in their backyard from the stream. They're watching it like that. It's not about individuals. No. So whatever their food stamp budget is or was, it wouldn't matter who the individuals were that took from it or their class or their conditions, is that it's already allotted for that irregardless, because it's going to circulate in those businesses proportionately. Proportions, ratios. They bet on these things. Like, well, you got all these poor people per capita in the sanctuary city. It seems like you need some check cashing. You need a fucking Food Lion with a Subway or a Chinese spot and a Metro PCS, right? You know, and then you're gonna need some fucking tacky clothing shop that no one really goes to, but they stay open somehow. You're gonna need a gas station. You're gonna need Black and Milds for this guy. You're gonna they plot it like that. And this money, because we know the percents, the city, population density, it's gonna circulate like that. And then these people are gonna invest in the mortgages and houses, and they're gonna keep it going. And this Ponzi scheme will go at least for their lifetime, 20 more years, 30 more years. We can guarantee it. And these aren't the most desirable places, so the numbers aren't going to scale uncontrollably. They'll have kids, maybe. Some women have 6, some have none. Doesn't matter. They know it's not going to be like, oh shit, this is the hot spot. Everybody rich want to move here. Understand? So it's never that. Then gentrification happens, and it redoes the whole map. So this is a gentrification moment. If they're serious, like if they're really going to pull the plug on $40 to $60 million, 40 to 60 million people, and nothing shows up for them, for real, like that number, like up there, like a whole city worth of, like a whole state worth of people. What the fuck am I talking about? That's a couple of states worth of people. But Vegas got 600,000 out of 40 to 60 million. That ain't shit. They ain't shit for real. That's like 10% at best. And if you think of the scale of how big the city could be, and this is a big fucking city, so you imagine, like, wow, that many fucking people. Just like, nope. Find other ways to afford the food. And most of them are already tired of everything. Most of them are crazy and undesirable. A lot of them are on drugs. Come on, guys, let's go down the list, man. You gotta add this shit up. This ain't just a poor single mother effect story. This is all your tweakers, some of your veterans, your old people, your crazy people, your undesirable people, your lonely people, your depressed people, your crazy people, your American people, your foreign people, your illegal people who somehow got grandfathered into the system. We're trying to figure out how the Democrats let that happen. And you know, all these type of things. All them people, that whole spectrum. 60 million, what? Out of 300 million, guys? What the fuck is that? 150 is half. So, what, 1 out of 5 people? 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5 people. 1 out of 5. Generally, roughly, rounding down. 1 out of fucking 5 people. And you go into a fucking Walmart, 1 out of 5 fucking people are going through those cycles of thoughts. And out of those 1 out of 5 people, if you're lucky or not, because you walk in Walmart, there's 20 people, so there's 4 people in those stores that they feel like the government just said fuck them on food, and they're in the store with you. And then out of those 4 people, you gotta be like, which one crazy, which one delusional, which one's undesirable. You'll see it quick, won't you? And then you'll just go, and that's assuming randomness is perfectly distributed. It usually isn't. You might walk into the store and all 20 of those motherfuckers that day at that hour in that store have this problem. That's your whole city, maybe, at the same damn time. Imagine if they really let that shit happen for real. Social dynamics, because you gotta think, hunger. So they won't just die November 2nd. They'll adjust the first week. Then when you're not eating, and even if they're on a junk food diet, right? Not for me to judge, but the dopamine from the food, happiness. So less dopamine, less happiness. Come on now, stack it up now. These people gotta get a job and go to work, miserable as fuck. Not enough food anyway, and gotta kick out 40 hours with no calories. Do the science on that. These people love statistics, but they don't know how science works when it comes to humans. So people bodies without food in it work to get the food in it, but they have to work first, at least up to 2 weeks, to get a paycheck to put food in it. So those just that month. Let's just say the month, hormone wise, dopamine wise. Fuck all their vices. They do that shit in cash, not EBT. So if they do have to buy food out of their vice stash, because that's what the assumption is. Oh, these people using the money for the other things. Okay, like everybody else, bitch. Now imagine they can't afford those things because they gotta buy food. Oh, you're not dealing with the happy population, guys. We said 1 out of 5, right? 60 million, 1 out of 5. Good. 1 out of 5 with a high potential of very unhappiness meters. If you ever played The Sims, if you ever played Fallout Shelter, you got 1 out of 5 of goddamn, they're not very happy about being outside. That's going to comb through your 50% of the real internet. So it's 1 out of 5 out of 50%. So 1 out of 10 of your posts. There we go. No AI slop. You'll notice the tone shift. 100 monkeys be damned. It's already happening. We're doing it now. But that's what I'm saying. Message to the federal government. If y'all don't do anything right, y'all better turn these fucking benefits for the people who can't be part of the 80 million that work. You better do something about it, because I feel like whatever those ratios are, they're about to outnumber you. That's what's very unique about the United States. The disgruntled will outnumber anyone who's okay. That's what the people who do these videos who are okay don't seem to appreciate. What are you okay in? What city are you in that you are okay? You sure? You sure you're okay? You're financially okay. I get it. Thank God, by the way. But the demographic of those people who are going to miss nuance, you got to drive with these people. You probably going somewhere to spend your okay money. You got it to spend. You're going to be in the stores with these people. They're going to detect that you're okay, man. Mm-hmm. Don't they? Oh, no, I'm different. I live out of here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Uh-huh. You'll need some services eventually that you can't do yourself because you're okay financially. You pay for everything. Who you paying for this shit? Who want to drive the truck? Who want to fix the thing? Who want the Amazon? You do Amazon. You okay? You do Amazon. You know how much them Amazon drivers make? You think they okay? They got to bring you your packages every day. They trying to figure out what they're going to eat. Please don't miss it. No one's okay because everyone's using the same debt. They're in the same system. There is no okay in the system. That's a relative idea. When the system's okay, you're okayer. The system is not okay. If the system is not okay, no individual in it is okay. Then you got the white boys that take it all the way to the other side of the map. Well, I'm in the woods and I got my guns, and if they want to take it, no, brother, this is not your turn to shine. This is not the chapter. This is not the Civil War. This isn't that. This is the French Revolution. This is a Pluto return in Aquarius. No. Y'all skipped. They didn't teach you all the wars. That's why you keep skipping. They only go into the big ones that they talk about. And those big wars weren't even the big wars. Can you fucking imagine? The 100-Year War is way bigger than the American Revolution. But anyway, so you skip the French Revolution. It's more like that. It's more like guillotine. It's more like Cuba and communism. It looks more like that, but with cell phones. Not as many gory details. People don't want to be seen in their worst, but they'll act the fuck up. The cell phones might be the only thing that saved this government, actually. Accountability and visuals and public opinion about things. But it'll still be ugly-ish. It'll still be stupid. It'll still be retarded. It'll still be fucked up. It will not be better than it was if they don't hurry the fuck up and figure out if they want to invest in climate change in Ecuador. If they can't agree on Ecuador by midnight, boy, if they cannot agree on $5 million for Ecuador by midnight, this is like a message to Batman. If you do not figure out whether or not you want to give $20 million plus to Ecuador to make sure their climate is cool. Chicago, Texas, fucking New York, Jersey, fucking Tennessee, Memphis, Atlanta, here, definitely here, Jesus Christ. Fucking everywhere. Minnesota, apparently. Detroit is right there. You already see what's going on in Canada, so you know it ain't like they can cross the border and make it better. So you understand everything. So it's not. This ain't that. You can't get another job and fix it. The citizens cannot fix $37 trillion in debt, guys. It's weird. It's how your government dodges accountability. I think sociology-wise, like they're spin doctors. They create it so that they Olivia Pope all their fuck ups, and then the distractions is quite truthfully, when you think of distractions in government or distractions in news and distractions in mainstream, you're talking about the government. You're talking about distractions from the federal government, because if they're causing the distractions, right? Anything you talking about, oh, they are only doing it to distract us. Who's they, bitch? The federal government. All right. Well, this is all a distraction from these other things. These other things are happening. Who's in charge of these things? The federal government. Well, the CIA is hiding it. 9/11's a distraction. 9/11's about the federal government. So you notice the word distraction is synonymous with the federal government. Not from your purpose, not from God, obviously. These people, they haven't talked about God yet. Whatever. It's not a distraction from anything but the federal government. Whether they're distracting or distracting, no matter what you think the distraction is, you're being distracted by the federal government, is what people are saying, right? You're not being distracted by the aliens. You're not being distracted by the corporations. The United States is a corporation of corporations. The corporations are the United States. Don't miss it, please. NASCAR, please. Look at your jacket. No. The distraction is always from the government. For the government, by the government, however it is. When you say the word distraction to a group of people, you're talking about they're not paying attention to the federal government. When you talk about money, you're talking about the federal government. When you talk about your job tomorrow, you're talking about the federal government. You're talking about mortgages, you're talking about the federal government. You're talking about your cars, you're talking about the federal government. You're talking about immigrants, you're talking about the federal government. You're talking about papers, licenses, approvals, and waiting, you're talking about the federal government. You're talking about laws, legal, court, all these things, you're talking about the federal government. You are a person, not a government. So everyone's been distracted by the federal government, yes. It was never supposed to be this, yes. Where in the Constitution does it says everything in your life is going to be centered around the federal government? Now you understand the premise of the Civil War was over this fact, the central bank aspect of the war, not the slavery part. The fuck? No, they all knew. They all knew something like this would happen. And these are supposed to be their kids. Imagine the signs on their line. No, these are not these people's kids. These are those people. I'm their kids. That's why I'm telling you. No, no, I'm the kids of the Civil War, first of all. A lot of them can't stack that Pokemon card up. Your granddaddy was not even in the Civil War. Don't talk to me about the Civil War and there's about to be a Civil War, bitch. No, you didn't get here from a Civil War. Shit, I did. Anyway, we lived. Anyway, we survived the Civil War. Stop fucking playing with us. American Revolution too. Jesus Christ. Everything in between us. I'm one of those kids. I'm one of the every war of the United States survivors. Woo! Please don't threaten me, no crackheads, boy. I've had enough. My bloodline is tired with y'all bullshit. This ain't no goddamn Civil War. Nothing. That's not what it would appear like. Because that's the wrong premise. They didn't have a fucking federal government. or a central bank. You have two new characters. No kings, remember? It was a monarchy. It was dominions. It was Sidi Muhammad. None of this middleman shit. The middleman is what threw it over. The middleman is what you have now. We're living in the middleman paradigm of any country. No sovereigns, no nationals, no divines, just a federal government of corporations. That's why it's not operating like a country. That's why the idea of taxes is misplaced. It's country in name, not in it's not in its inception of what a country has been ever, forever, for years and years and years prior to the United States. This is a whole new thing. And then it became whole new again. In the midst of it being new itself, then it was new again. It's like, fuck the people who have money in banks and royals and standards and civilization and languages. Now, we want to mix all this shit into our own thing on these people's back with their free labor, with their trade agreements, with their boats. We're going to borrow everything and everyone, and then we want to do some fly shit. Then that didn't work. And then they start fighting each other. And then that didn't work. And they said, we got to go to war with these other motherfuckers. Keep the heat off. That didn't work. Like, oh, let's pick on the people who ain't got the big guns. That ain't work. Let's make people a little bit dumber so they don't catch on to us. That ain't work. Like, yeah, we're in that story. We're in that story. You can't have a war with corporations. Like, was it McDonald's versus Wendy's? Y'all worrying about? What's the people versus people thing? What's your nationality? The Confederates and the Union were not on the same team. All of y'all are United States citizens. What the fuck y'all talking about? They didn't even know how to think about the Civil War correctly. The United States was never 50 states as of the Civil War. So it wasn't a war between the country. It wasn't like a united people fighting each other over disagreements with how the government's being ran. Nigga, 1775 to Barbary Wars is damn 20 years. Barbary Wars led into the goddamn Civil War. You don't know what the fucking Barbary Wars is. So that somehow they replace in our school system with nothing. And then your brain goes, oh, the United States, after the American Revolution, was having problems with each other. No, nigga. They still in the land of Indians. To this day, but especially during the Civil War, they still in the land of Indians. Y'all thought that Washington, D.C. was not a state. That's your federal government. The end. So what the fuck does D.C. Nuremberg have shit to do with South Carolina? Nothing. Florida? Nothing. Texas? War? Nothing. Nothing. Those are all French demonstrations. Nothing. 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 Had nothing to do with that. So the Civil War wasn't between the United States and its different groups of mean white people. It was between whole different countries. That's why your ass don't speak French. That's why your ass don't speak Spanish. That's the Civil War. Y'all goofy as hell. I'm talking about these people in politics and who talk about things. They can't see through the lens of what this world was, because I know their ass was not here. Neither was their granddaddy. What their grandma say? And that's the biggest problem with our country. I don't know how many out of that 300 million people, but I bet you it's probably about 100 million people working class wise. 100 million people, y'all niggas was not here. I don't mean born. I'm talking about your blood, like your origin point was not here during that war. And what's more important about it is not about who went in the Civil War, because if your ass was in California the whole time, can you imagine your story? We don't know it. Do the math. But no. Worse than that, they weren't even here for the United States to exist. They be acting like they asses why the United States is on the map. Like they taxes. Bitch, you don't have no blood in none of these soils, over none of those wars, under none of these organizations. You showed up after. And this is very important, because most of these people talking aren't from America. So what the fuck would they know about what's best for Americans? I'm talking about individual-wise now. I'm scaling back down. Like, really think about when people talk about this shit. They're talking about it from what they learned in school. They weren't there when they learned about it. Because if anyone was there, and any of their families was there, or any of those talks ever happened with grandpa, grandma, or anyone weird, uncles, and all kind of homeless people in your street who remember something, they would have been like, yo, you ain't teaching us anything. The fuck they gonna teach me about me and my country that I've always been? Somebody's narrative, but so many people don't pick up on that. And now I finally know why. Your grandparents wasn't here back then. Maybe one of them was, but nah, your new idea, because of the foreign idea that created you, is the dominant influence of you. And that's not a judgment. That's just telling you how many people are clueless about what America is. It's because most of these people are not Americans. And even if they're not us, they're not the other things that was here with us either. They can be all kinds of other things lately, but they're not that. If so, what I'm saying is there's no chance in Hades that people who do not have the genetics of Civil War people, whatever in your life would you expect these events to trigger them into a Civil War situation? That's not how that would play out, because that's not those people, those aren't the circumstances, and that wasn't the United States either. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. So we got to look at the United States for what it is as millennials. What has it been like since the 60s? What has it been like since World War II? What has it been like since the mass immigration of Liberty Island? Give yourself 120 years, then start. What war has the United States done against itself since then? None. When have the people ever fought back against the government fucking up over their money since then? Never. Think Emergency Act, Great Depression, 1920s. What happened in 1920s? Nothing. Soup kitchens, lines, encampments outside of New York City, 5 people squared up at a time, waiting for things to get going, opportunity. They didn't have food stamps yet, so they give you these little tickets. They hand them out every morning. You take your little ticket to get you some bread and coffee. That's way before the Black Panthers, by the way. Stay woke. They fed those immigrants, so they knew how to do free lunch, bitch. Don't stop fucking playing with us. So that's the 20s, 30s. Then the people who had a little bit of something, real, gold, silver, whatever it was, the bank said, fuck it, it's ours. You can't do nothing about it. Federal government got big again, blah, 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 blah. You're using their Federal Reserve notes now, and you can't say no. We won't accept this other currency anyway. Even if you were smart enough to hear the things in the newspapers, imagine, no internet back then. There's word of mouth, people on trains, telegrams, people gave a fuck. Imagine people don't give a fuck now. Imagine how many people could give a fuck then. Oh my God. Niche society of even knowing what was happening in real time. A lot of these people grew up, especially people out the country and stuff. If I tell stories about up north and stuff, none of those stories ever happened to them. When I moved to Henderson, none of them lived through anything socially in New Jersey. And I'm talking about like looking at it as black people, they don't have that black experience at all. If you ask them about anything about their grandma, it's going to rhyme with farm. And mind you, they're not old enough to be slave children. So for that long, from the first time, if they're not Indian, they stepped foot into this country, they were farmers all the way until the 60s. Or lived in such a polarity, which would seem like they're a farmer. They did all kinds of things. Work for this farm, work for this factory, the mills, that lifestyle, but they come back home to farmland. It's not just sharecropping. You sharecropping now if you got a mortgage. Stop playing with me. Those words don't mean nothing. We're talking about social dynamics. Nothing has changed for these people until recently. Then you say they lose everything. Nigga. Nah. Y'all be forgetting. A lot of these people, they grandkids. Don't do that. All colors, especially the white ones. They wasn't always here either. They ass was poor in the country by themselves because it wasn't their fucking land to begin with and it wasn't their fucking businesses. What else could they be? You notice you don't see that many people of that population exist anymore either. I mean, because they all moved up and got rich. Not from those cities. No, they phased out. I went to school with their grandkids. They didn't have no kids. They're dead. The kids my age are the only people like that left. And they're not having 6 or 7 badass kids to run a farm or bulls or raise horses. No. They want to travel around and buy Air Forces. They're not about to have 6 kids. Grandma house already sold. That land already sold. It's done. You think black people are bad with that? No, them white kids in the South are the worst. When it comes to like giving up property for money. to become investors in crypto and shit. Understand everything from the circle of life. Sold a farm to get a nice car, a nice house, and to work a corporate job. Now they're complaining about food costs. That's crazy if you think about how long ago that wasn't, for me at least, when I was a child, 30 years ago. I met people who were the grandkids of farmers. There's nothing else before that. Not a college, not a corporate job, no other version of human history for these people. I hope y'all know that. There's no other form of human history in America, at least. So if you hear people saying, yeah, my family had land, or my family was a farmer, or anything, white, black, or in between it, remember, there's no other version of reality for those people. Ever. One more time. This is the hardest thing about being modern and advanced civilization at the same time, with being retrograded somehow. Reset. Since the reset until now, these people have never done anything. So this idea that ingenuity and adjustments will happen in their brains out of fucking nowhere. I mean, no point of reference since Egypt. Like, they don't see life completely here because they haven't been completely here. The United States only got 300 million people. We were the 100%. Come on, do the science now, real quick. Let's say 400 years ago, right here where I'm sitting talking to you in King James English, the United States was 90% me. Not at 300 million. They said millions died and things like that. They throw numbers around. How the fuck would they know? They wasn't here. But let's just say if. We have plenty of those World Fair cities that can situate thousands of people. We'll round it up to a nice number. Let's say it's 100 million people peaked without nobody else. Recently, within the last 400 years, let's imagine if it could have been 50 to 100 million people here, period, and 90% were me. That's 400 years ago. Dynamics shifted. Immigrations, wars, spare me the gory details. We know what happened. So much so, not only are we not the 100% of that number, if the number stayed the same for us, we're not even at 100% of the number we would have been 100% of. We're 50% of a bigger number, but we're not a full, it's not like there's 100 million of us and 200 million new people came here. And it's not like 200 million new people mixed in with us either. This is all within 400 years, guys. I need you to understand like how drastic the United States is, not what you think it is. And that's important because we use the language model as a country and we're not one. These people did not coexist with us for 400 years and mix in, and we don't even have enough Venn diagram of the overlap of mixed in with these people. When you meet mixed people, they're not mixed in with those people. They're not mixed in with the rednecks. They're not mixed in with the deep south. They're mixed in with someone who's white, but you don't know what year that happened. Remember that shit used to be illegal? So do the science on it all over again. Do the science. You didn't even have that many light-skinned people to create an NBA of Steph Curry's. Stop fucking playing with me. We're not talking about black people light-skinned. We're talking about light-skinned people because one of their parents is white. You gotta look at the laws again. If you have a drop of Negro blood, what was the proportions that they're using this number to know if you have a drop? 16th. Let's do the science on 16th. You is a product of 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-great-grandparents, 16 next level. That's the whole entire history of their country. They're saying from day one, basically. What they're saying is, you cannot be part of these certain systems. We're talking about Jim Crow era. We're talking about recent history, right? We're talking about after a Civil War, after slavery. They're enforcing that rule right there. So travel back in time and then go back 4 generations. That's the fucking American Revolution, bitch. And they said to the people who were in the United States at that time, early 1900s, late 1800s, it's Reconstruction. That's what they're talking about. After they burned down all the cities, Rosewood, all that shit, that's Reconstruction. That had nothing to do with slavery. It was way after 1868, guys. Don't get confused. Jim Crow is after that racist white shit, and this is why it's racist white shit, so you understand those type of white people. They're new. There's no way 4 generations ago, you're not a drop of our blood if we're 100% of the fucking people here. You come here by yourself. You have 4 kids. Your kids might not get another wife from home country. They don't want to fuck something. You're moving to a population where it's mostly us. There should be so many of them mixed in with us just by the fact that they lied and said they had farms full of children. All right, who the fuck they fucking? Their sisters? You see that shit in West Virginia, in the mountains, in Appalachia. You know that exists. But think about how small that population is. That's an exception. A dreaded exception. But our sisters weren't fucking with them anyway, so stop fucking playing. That had nothing to do with racism and slavery. They're new. With nothing. You have to highlight that part. If they're not in the American Revolution or Civil War and they're not us, they came here because of the federal government. No kings. No boats. No trade routes. So why the fuck are they here working? For the federal government, guys. Remember, Martin Luther King was making a big deal about it again in the 60s, my nigga. Fuck it. Let's say the 50s. After the Great Depression, where they had peak immigration of everyone but us. Because how can you immigrate us? Do the science, my nigga. What I'm telling you is, the United States population of people, of citizens, are all fucking new people. This continent was 100% us 400 years ago. This continent in Europe was 100% us as of 1751. You see what I'm doing? This is on record. This is record. This is not narrative. This is not school. Unfortunately, they failed us. But school itself was created by people who weren't in the American Revolution. School itself was created by people who wasn't here during the Civil War. School itself was a whole bunch of people, Frederick T. Gates, Rockefeller family, as of the 20s, who weren't fucking here 10 years prior. They came here to invest with the federal government. Question: if your federal government let all these new people in the last 120, 150 years, is your federal government new as well? Yes, the current federal government is new itself, and it's full of foreigners. Donald Trump has no skin in the Civil War or the American Revolution. Elon Musk has no skin in the Civil War or the American Revolution. I don't even think Hillary Clinton does. Bill Clinton, we can make a case for. You got to drop somebody's nigga blood in him. None of your Republican GOP people, the Mark Rubios and all the Hispanic people, none of them are in those wars. None of them. None of them in those territories where it would matter if they were. Arizona, Texas, what the fuck's that got to do with Philadelphia and Delaware, nigga? Yo daddy was nowhere near the action, and he in a territory full of Moors and niggas. How they don't know that then? If they're there then. So all the white people just forgot where the fuck they lived at once for 200 years? Do the science in your head. You understand sociology so much better. The actual jig of the United States is that it gave this pass for everyone to feel like they're part of it, but it didn't award tenure. Everyone who's not us is talking about the United States establishment as if it's third party. And for me, I'm talking literally. My people are in those buildings. My people made those buildings. Y'all was not with us. Please cut the bullshit out. Donald Trump is redecorating my grandfather's house. He wasn't there when my grandfather was outside. Nobody in his fucking family was. He's making a Trump ballroom on Benjamin Banneker's estate right now. Nobody in his family met Benjamin Banneker. None one in his family know who Sidi Muhammad is. No one in his family know about the Seminole Wars. No one in his family can speak Gullah Geechee. No one in his family know why we have so many sisters named Latoya and LaQuisha. Nobody in his fucking family. This is the first time they've seen these niggas in 60 years of their whole fucking existence. And I need you to imagine how new the United States is when most of the people here, because they're from all over the world, this is the first time they ever met your bloodline in human history. That's how new this shit is. It was discovered by the other world 1493. These people are after 1893. There's no time in between for them to come back and forth to the fucking United States, Bruce, if they ain't got shit when they came here in Liberty Island. Part 2. They're not monarchs or royals. So why the fuck would any of their ancestors say, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna walk all the way to the fucking ocean. I'm gonna get on this fucking shitty wood boat that I go fishing in, and I'm gonna go all the way to the United States, and I'm gonna walk all the way to Chicago, and I'm gonna come all the way back home, and I'm gonna tell everybody about it. And we'll do it again in 250 years. Shut the fuck up. They gotta pick a narrative on this shit. And that's what pisses someone like me off. It's not about getting all the history and the books and the shit they wrote about it right, and that's what makes you smart about what happened. Nah, what I'm saying is that's why people are dumb about what happened. That shit made up. It's made up by people who wasn't there. So it's a game of telephone with a propaganda with funding of a federal government that also wasn't there. Yeah, man, voting is a bitch. You gotta figure out when they converted this shit to a democracy. Look it up. When was the first time you had a party of Democrats, actually? The KKK wasn't an American Revolution. Those are new white people acting fucking ugly and evil like that. Why would they have beef with people they never met in human history? If you brought your KKK ass to South Carolina, you're around Indians. You call them Injuns and niggas. Those are the same word, by the way. You might have seen an African or two. What the fuck does that got to do with you? Where were you 10 years ago? Think about how old those houses are. It tells you when they were made. You notice how that's all new? This neighborhood is new. Those old white houses and plantations, those are new. Look what we used to build in the World Fair. Now look at their stupid ass houses. So they weren't built by royals and monarchs, right? As of 1750 to 1775, that's what this was. Those houses, those old Southern houses, are not that style. So they're not the royals or monarchs, are they? They would have to be black or Indian. So how much more recently do you think the white people who were around in America, who are now running politics and things like that, family-wise, bloodline-wise, how long do you think they've had motion in this land, period? They never did, if none of them have money now. They play the game like that's why they're rich. They're not rich at all. They don't know what the Federal Reserve debt is. So they couldn't be crying about the Civil War. Like 50,000 white people in the South might do. But they forget that they were the force that came here to kill my people. What are they crying about, faggot? This ain't your country. Civil War wasn't you fighting for your country. It wasn't your country. You were not hired by a country. The French Suave are in the Civil War. Why were you fighting with or against French Suave soldiers? If you're a United States patriot. And how that turned into nigga hating? Make it make sense, white Jesus. How did you not having slaves have you fighting French Suave soldiers in the Civil War? Stop fucking playing with me. And then you live in the territories of Indians and some Africans afterwards, obviously, right? Because the Africans moved to Indian land too, right? Let's not forget that, African American, whatever you are, right? If you don't have a grandmother that's Indian, whoa, you're pretty fucking far away from Africa too. Imagine, you're new. Royals and monarchs didn't have fucking African slaves, bro. The Moors and Indian associates on the West Coast were Mohammedans, bro. That's not in our religion. We would not enslave our brothers. It's not in our religion, stupid. That's not in Islam, stupid. If you're a soldier or a captive, well, how the fuck you get captive by us in Arizona in fucking 1720 if your ass from Africa? You must have came here as a soldier. So if you ended up an African descendant slave in America in an Indian territory, you came over here on bullshit. No matter how you stack this shit up. This ain't your fucking country. But thank God most of us are not African American. I hate the misnomer. Y'all niggas is Israel, Jerusalem, and Indians. Shut the fuck up. Moors. Goofy as hell. Stupid ass story for us. But that's not to deny that they were slaves. You just have to understand what they are. They didn't just end up here randomly, able-bodied, working, doing commerce, knowing how to do production and things, but they come from a jungle in Africa. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. No, they didn't. On Indian territory? No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They don't have these crops over there. Shut the fuck up. Who taught them anything about this? For the first time in fucking human history, in a land that didn't exist in their fucking human memory. Shut the fuck up. How would they be better at economy versus free Indians? So anyone who had slaves was competing with who? In our territory. So let's move the time marker back. Slaves coming to America in the 1600s. Okay. What were the Indians doing during all that? That looked like me on John Smith and King James 13. Come on now, stop playing with me. We was here the whole fucking time they told us lie. And Benjamin Franklin told your ass, everybody here is swarthy. So where are the slaves coming from? You trying to say the slaves look like me? Okay. People like me had people who look like me in slavery. Like, okay, let's do it. How did that turn into white people hating us? I'm waiting for it. Slavery happened during the time of Portugal. Those are Moors. Slavery was somewhere in Virginia after my grandfather and them died off, by the way. Don't miss it. Look up the black law codes and what date they are. Early 1800s. Ain't that already after they betrayed the royals and Sidi Muhammad in the Barbary Wars and in American Revolution? Thank you. None of these motherfuckers was here before the American Revolution. So they never fucking were we the people. Every motherfucker here who ain't been here since the American Revolution is Dred Scott. And most of them are white. Because I'm Indian. The fuck are they talking about? Their black versus white, slave versus free thing don't work on my bloodline of people. And we're Jews. And we're Jews. We're the Jews of Europe mixed in with Indians. Yeah, we're Jew Indians. But I got bad news for you. The Indians are Jews already. Goofy as hell. Perusum is in South America. Indians, Maya, Inca, same story, nigga. So it's like their sons went to Europe and came back. We did more Hebrew, Phoenician. That's what that is, quite literally. The kings are Phoenicians who traveled from the west. They didn't know what was over there. They didn't have good enough boats and binoculars to see America. Can you imagine that? Niggas who have never been here until the last 250 years never knew it was here if they're not from here, right? That's the story in everyone's story. That's the whole world lie right now. They didn't know about us. They didn't know we was here. They didn't know how to get here until Christopher Columbus, and they ain't got nothing to do with them because none of these motherfuckers that tell that story are Portuguese. Don't miss that. So after him. So they didn't know about this shit until after Castile and Ferdinand was running their fucking mouth about it. And then you gotta figure out what internet or what cable internet or newspaper service did these motherfucking illiterate people have during the dark ages where they would even read about this. They wouldn't have. So you had to speed up time all the way to just soldiers going to war and trade routes. So you're only dealing with military forces from fucking 1492 up until 7075 if they're not from here, correct? You didn't come here to go to Disney, bitch. You didn't come here to get a job at Walmart. You didn't come here for a better education. You came here as a soldier or an employee. That's a slave. Now, you gotta understand, you came from a kingdom, though. You didn't come from a corporate government or a country. No, your countries are owned by monarchs, too. I could have fucking sworn on King James, I could have fucking sworn that was the case. Whether you got rid of the kings, you didn't like the kings, and you chased their kids away, Al Andalusia. I don't care what the fuck, whatever makes you sleep at night for your ancestors being pieces of shit, horrible people. I know how this story go for real. Miss me with your bullshit. You picked most people align that history as a good story because they have the benefits of being a United States citizen today. Someone who fought and worked for these things and overcame tyranny and all these things. Yeah, but until you say Indian, It fucks up their whole story. It's a bipolar story. White people came over here and fought white people who were here, and they fought each other, and somehow African slaves got brought into the dancery, and American Indians lost everything. And now you have these Siberian people who look kind of Asiatic saying they're Native American and something bad happened to them. Good fucking news, bitch. You're in none of those paintings. You didn't lose shit either. Your ass was not here in none of those drawings and none of those paintings. You're in none of those proceedings. You're not Moorish people at all. Because how the fuck were you here the whole time as the Indian? You don't know who the fuck I am. If my family's the royals and nobles, where the fuck you get your land from? Empress of the Saponi Indians, Pocahontas and John Smith, them niggas, I'm both. So where the fuck they fit into the story? When did they meet these crackers that don't fucking exist? When the white man came to their shores. Bitch, my grandfather looked like me. So they made up a whole fucking history for these reservation ass niggas that don't look nothing like me, saying that the white man, the white rabbit came eat my grass. Bitch, it ain't your grass. I'm Mama Inga's grandson. Why don't you look like Mama Inga and I do? Why you don't look like none of them niggas actually? But I do. You notice they don't have fully connected beards. They're not tall and copper colored. What's the definition of American as of 1828? So imagine a white man came in the 1500s. The what white man? As of 1828, the fucking American is fucking copper colored. You dumb bitch. Y'all the color of a penny? Shut the fuck up. Now go back to 1750. Benjamin Franklin, one more time again. We're swarthy. So these Native Americans and all these fucking Hollywood films and all these stupid ass interviews with white people on TV with Jewish production, a whole bunch of cosplayers. Have you noticed something? Them motherfuckers ain't Native American or Indian. They're brand new too. Do the science. They was helping niggas in the Civil War? Africans? Where they at? How come they ain't no half black, half Siberians out here? Half African, half Siberians. They look like Doja Cat. They won't look like us. None of their genes would make us. None of their genes would make us. So how the fuck we get here? Genetically. 6'3", curly hair, copper colored. Warrior class. All my fathers were in those wars. Every war in human history, actually. I'm the son of every war in human history, quite literally, now that I think about it. So yeah. Just as a frame of reference. Nah, you wasn't fucking here. You couldn't make no business deals with the federal government, you faggot. You're not an American Indian. You're a Native American. That is not the same fucking thing. You got land rights from the federal government. That means you're working for the federal government too, stupid. You're a Dolls Roll $5 Indian. We know the story. And you would only say that about a person who's not one of us. It's a default setting. It's not even an insult. Nigga, you're not copper colored. You're not related to me. You do your DNA, they take your ass to Siberia. Stop fucking playing with us. Stop fucking playing with us. Why you speak King James English? I learned King James English from the Christian mean white man. What year was that? I thought the white man came on your shores in 1492. How the fuck did the white man that you see, because Christopher Columbus is Portuguese. How come y'all don't know Portuguese, faggot? Make it make sense. If these are the Native Americans in these benefits programs federally funded, why ain't they the fucking Indians in the Caribbean? Wake your dumbasses up. Wake your dumbasses up. Imagine them niggas mixed with an African. Cut it the fuck out. Cut it all the way the fuck out. You will never get a nigga like me. Today. So you didn't get it then either. And they weren't speaking no English. We brought English here. The fuck are you talking about? We're Moors from Europe. We're coming back home, by the way. That means we was here already on both sides. We're the only ones who came here, right? Because we knew where it was, because that's where the fuck we came from. We've been going back and forth for hundreds more years in the United States, because we're not the fucking United States. We're the kingdom of Jews in Israel. The fuck? They read our Bible? Speaking King James English, reading our Bible, and they didn't know that God sent us all over the world. Slavery, captivity, ain't all of us in slavery, ain't all of us in captivity. Just the niggas in that story that lead to King James birth. Miss me with the bullshit, boy. They ain't the only books we wrote. Fuck out of here. We invented language. Those are our only books. 66. The fucking Judeans only made 66. Shut the fuck up, boy. So King James English is 1611. You don't remember none, all these free black people with castles and shit, building them all over Buffalo, Minnesota, Chicago, Houston, Miami, Los Angeles. You don't remember none of that happening in your backyard. You don't remember the Moors building none of that shit. Yeah, you don't remember none of the Moors, not once. All those materials they needed, all those railroads we built before the fucking flood of the 1800s, all over this bitch. You didn't see a nigga until goddamn slavery? I know your whole bloodline a goddamn lie. You deserve everything happening to you for pretending to be something else for benefits. Unholy, evil, and even lied and talking about Indian traditions and great spirits. Shut the fuck up, faggot. On Oki and Manetto, that fucking damn Bible of America from the 1600s was like, nah, ain't nothing but niggas here, boy. They look like Tartarians. How come the fuck they don't know what Tartaria is then? If they're unbothered by the white man, how come they forgot Jeru? Because Tartaria used to be Jerusalem. St. Petersburg's right there to prove it to you. Petersburg, that's highly Jewish. Shut the fuck up talking to me. Shut the fuck up talking to me. Ptah is Egyptian. America's Egypt. Shut the fuck up talking to me. We're going back and forth the whole time, champion. We're going back and forth the whole time, champion. I don't know about the Africans. I don't know about the white boys. They seem pretty new. I don't know about anyone else on the zoo. I know one thing's for sure, two things. Anyone speaking English, they come from a bloodline of people who've been all around this bitch already. On Phoenix, nigga. On Venice, nigga. On Phoenix, nigga. Like Phoenicians, Venetians, Parisians, however you want to mix in with us. It's us you're mixing with. Don't play with me. All of you niggas got our root language. Don't fucking play with me. That's us. Quite literally. We do not shift too much in our genetics. I'm just like Prester John. Tell him to shut the fuck up. They would saw a nigga just like me with a better hairline at best. That's it. They would saw little Steven, the nigga looked just like me with more hair at best. There's no fucking way ever that anything else was fucking here to refer to us as an African. Dumb as hell, stupid as hell, evil as hell. And then said they saw a white man speaking English to them when fucking English come from niggas. King James is black. He's Iberian king. He's the king of Moors. Iberia is where Al-Andalusia, Spain, and France and all that is. Like all together, his dominion is Iberia. Not his country. Not his port. Not his city. The whole Iberian Peninsula is King James. He's the king of Moors. Hakata Khan, my grandfather. Tell him to shut the fuck up. So there's no way anyone came from any of those designations that was not us or not mixed with us. Yet they tell the story that it was white people that did this. That's my problem. So the fact that it's not us, then when you said the white people did it, who didn't do it, then the story about how the white people did it is completely made up too. Including bringing a whole bunch of niggas here from Africa. A continent full of niggas already. So you gotta start stacking this up, man. They don't live long enough to even call that lie out if they was here witnessing the fact that this was ran by Moors. On George Washington's letter, my bitch. Tell them to stop fucking playing with us. All this shit is new, my nigga. All these people, they're brand fucking new. This a continent full of niggas. As of 1751, bro. All the royal part of the story, because the United States citizens don't know nothing about that, but they were here with royals for all of human history until the other fucking day, 1868. Shut the fuck up. Y'all niggas was not here. None of them teaching it, none of them regulating it, none of them borrowing credit. None of these motherfuckers were here. And not one of those motherfuckers are Indian. So whose story they telling? In King James English. See, it's one thing to find out the money is fake. But it's because the pretense is the whole thing is fake. It's based on an agreed consensus, based on education of little kids and kidnapping and all kind of weird shit and deals and federal government benefits where we all agree to sell our fucking bloodlines out. We all agree to sell our country and where we from out to do some new shit here at my people's expense. Don't miss that. Please don't miss that's such an integral part of why the United States ever fucking existed. Is that they had to steal land from niggas. Stop saying Africans. You're gonna miss it. They don't call Africans niggas. They call Indians niggas. They call indigenous Indians niggas. Ingas, Incas, niggas, Nagas, Necker, Banneker. Tell them stop fucking playing with me. No, nobody. Why would one of us design DC? He existed before the 1775, boy. He's a black guy, isn't he? All right, then. He got there by himself. Just one. That's how we do, right? Just one of us, one kid, one mother, just one good Negro for the whole story. Get the fuck out of my face. I can find a daguerreotype of George Washington, Emperor of Connecticut, a black guy. I can find a daguerreotype of George Washington standing in front of a cannon. 30-year-old, 40-year-old brown guy with a white wig, cotton wig, by the way. True Science wears cotton wigs. You understand everything. They're looking like Egyptians while they're running for parliament in America, formerly old Amexem, Egypt. Yeah, that's weird that they do that here, emulating the look of Egyptian people with long curly hair. I wonder who that is. If Egyptian is American, Indians have long curly hair, dumb bitch. Africans ain't got long curly hair. Wake your dumb ass up. And them light-skinned niggas living in Egypt, Africa ain't them fucking niggas either. You see them draw their ass on the damn wall anywhere? Cut it the fuck out playing with me. This whole world playing a fucking dumb game, if you ask me. For some fucking citizen benefits. So white people hatred cannot come from none of those events towards my people. Negro or Indian or African or however they interpret it with their eyes, open or closed. Your ass just got here. You didn't win a damn war. You weren't in it. You did not fight my grandfather King James. Shut the fuck up. You did not go against Prester John Smith. Shut the fuck up. You did not go against Queen Elizabeth Smith either. Shut the fuck up. That's who created America. My damn grandmother. Shut the fuck up. That's America. Now, United States, you weren't in that shit either. I could have sworn they dressed up as Tomahawk Indians at the fucking Boston Tea Party. So that means Massachusetts is an Indian territory for Tomahawk Indians. You know what's interesting about Tomahawk Indian? They're Afro-Asiatic. As if we didn't know that already, but if you look up their statues, you'll see it. They're like tall black Japanese people with long hair and afros. That's why they call them Tomahawks. You know, a Mohawk, a Monohawk, and then a Tomahawk. You know, it's not the name of our weapons, bitch. On King James English. White people be saying shit. It's our hair. So you get it, the scalping, cutting our hair off, bald spots, epigenetics. Do you understand anything? Please? Do you understand that? All right then. All right then. They did that to black people. So, because there's no white people with that much fucking hair to cut off since they're not Indians. And these Native American people already have dead hair. Cut it the fuck out. Come on. And that's with Perk Plus and conditioner. Shut the fuck up talking to me. We talking about before the Dollar Tree. Shut the fuck up. Plus, they're not on the emblem of America anyway. Are they? The emblem of America is a black woman. Mama Inga, a black woman. It don't get no more American than that. So, I don't know, boy. Like, this system right now, this should make me dizzy. Because it's like, what is actually... What are people talking... Like, I mean, seriously. Like, nobody in this simulation, if you will, is talking about reality. Our pretense for our education and further education, entertainment, movies made by foreigners too, by the way. Don't forget. These Jewish people are new to the dancery too. Don't miss that. The people who did all your media just came here for the first time in human history, they damn selves. Project Paperclip, that means it's the first time they ever seen a nigga like me. Because they ass wasn't in Germany or Poland when we was there either. There was no white people there at 1752. That means them niggas wasn't even in Germany longer than 200 years. Do the science, please. Please do the fucking science. If the whole Holy Roman Empire is swarthy, and these motherfuckers came from swarthy empire hundreds of years later, let's give it to them. Let's give them from 1775 to 1925. Let's say within 150 years. In 150 years, all the swarthy people disappeared in power and in their cities. In their Victorian era, built by Tartarians, by the way, our buildings. They don't know us though, but they're living in our fucking buildings originally, right? As of the World Wars, they're in our fucking buildings. And then they get kicked out by some other people who also didn't build those buildings, but they both white. Living in towns designed by niggas who are kings, who happen to be my grandparents. I should know personally that everybody in the United States that ain't us is full of shit, because I'm both of us. I'm everything they claim to come from, and I'm everything they claim to found. So you pretending to be me came here and met me and turned out white. You pretending to be the Holy Roman Empire of Moors. They're Moors, boy. Tell them to stop fucking playing with us. And I didn't say there's no white people there. Keep this in mind. My problem isn't a matter whether or not white people should or could have existed. That is not my problem. My problem is they pretending like they have something. What do they have? You come from Europe, made by my ancestors. You came to America where I am with my ancestors. Which one of these are yours? Fundamentally, which one? Which empire is yours? Which kingdom is yours? Which one? Which non-Moorish parish exists in a paradigm in which your ass have only existed since 1751 there? Where do you show up in power, in legislation, in ability, talking King James English, brand new shit, 1611, new Joe Buttons, like from 1611 to 1751? Where the fuck you at, boss? Because if you ain't got a fucking language you remember in your kingdom, why are you speaking ours? You can make the claim, oh, no, in King James English is for white people because white people speak it. King James is not a white person. He's the king of Iberians. Those are Moors. White people didn't come from Iberia. Cut it out. Why would your king be the king of Iberia, nigga? Wake up. And then you would know those niggas, meaning you knew me for 400 years. Because I'm his kid. Do the science one more time. Let's spin the block on this shit. Let's imagine if there were white people in Andalusia and Iberia and England and Europe and all those shit ruled by my fucking father or more. Every fucking painting, every ever fucking portrait, every fucking church, anybody you've ever seen in fucking human history and your whole fucking genetic timeline before 1751 would resemble me. But you came over here acting like you know who we are. You just left my old house and you pulled up to my new house saying this is the first time you ever met us. There's a fucking problem there, error. Moors didn't get here with Columbus, bitch. We always been here. Christopher Columbus ain't a king, faggot. Tell me I'm fucking lying. Christopher Columbus bitch ass just got here in 1492. What the fuck's that got to do with emperors and kings? Not a goddamn thing, does it? He got his map and his boat from a dying Moor who already came here under a kingdom. So that means the kingdom was going back and forth, not the people. So you're speaking a king's language for a reason. King James English means it's the language of kings and royals and nobles of their society and their trade routes. That is definitely, well, there ain't no kings. Then why are you speaking a king's language? They betray the concept of their stolen identity. No kings, you're speaking a king's language. No kings, you're speaking a king's language. You're speaking King James, Jamestown Colony, Virginia, Maryland colonies, right next to D.C. Nuremberg, because that's what it was. The Kingdom of Nuremberg, hence the Holy Roman German Empire. They're hypothecating what German means to these white people. No. When we're talking about German in history before 1751, we're talking about me. That's because that's their jurisdiction, not their fucking, oh, they're from Germany, so they're like Arnold Schwarzenegger's uncles. No, nigga. They're Moors either way. It's Nuremberg named Germany. In English. Like, wake your ass up again. 1611. When did they name it that? Stupid as fuck, dumbass people. They can't think in time in their own bullshit. Because their whole existence is that, bro. That's what's pissing me off. That's what makes it sad. There's no reasoning, arguing, proving. There's nothing you can fucking do. When the truth is simple as this. They ain't them niggas before 1751. And they ain't them niggas during 1775. And they ain't them niggas fighting in 1868. Because not goddamn one of them talking about they French. Not one of them talking about they French. Boston Tea Party started a French-Indian war. Fucking Louisiana is French Indians. Everything's French Indians. And you don't see nothing but black girls named Latoya, Latavia, Letitia, Lakeisha, Laquetta, and a white girl who's supposed to be French in those same fucking regions is making fun of her name. Named after the queens and princesses of their demonstration. Are you fucking retarded? Y'all fucking retarded. How the fuck these slaves naming their grandbabies after princesses that are French and they're black girls? Wake your dumb ass up. That's what I'm saying. White people say those are ghetto names. Ghetto is a French word. Do the science real quick. It'll make sense real fucking quick, bitch. Of course it is a ghetto name, bitch. Of course it is. They're Persian, they're Persenius kids. They're French. They're French Africans. Meaning white people were not in France back then. If that's a queen, dumb bitch. The fuck's that got to do with African sub-Saharan slavery? Is France sub-Saharan Africa, bitch? All right then, shut the fuck up talking to me. Those names are ghetto because they're French. So white people got a fucking since 1751 apparently a problem with the French black people over there. Macron, Africa. You'll start to see it spin for you soon. The French Revolution was against them. Black people. The black French were the royals and monarchs. I'm pretty certain of this. I've seen all of their coats of arms. Tell them stop fucking playing with me. And the Louisiana Purchase was them. Those black French purchasing land because their kingdoms had to come to America too. Yeah, crazy. So white people can kill you, make you move, and eat you. And then steal your history, and then call you ghetto by pretending they're the you that their ancestors eaten. What is this, Mega Man and Kirby? No, nigga, you still whatever the fuck you are. Y'all crashed some castles and kingdoms in the 1700s, apparently. We got here in the 1500s. 200 years head start. Miss me with the bullshit on Tartaria. What are we talking about today, though? You don't come from here and you don't come from there. And if you did, then you have been, they don't realize as a collective then, if any of that's true, and I know it is, I can use their laws in my language. Your laws tell me this is the truth. Your black laws codes tell me this truth. Your black law dictionary and what a colored person or free person is tells me this is the truth. And everybody else in the fucking world know your ass wasn't the kings and royals either. You just seem to kill them when they talk about it in recent time. You know, Gaddafi and them. The old president of Africa's Egypt. They knew. They said, y'all left. Listen carefully. The Jews left black and came back white. Stop the tape, stop the tape, stop the tape, stop the tape. Real quick. What is he referring to? Talking about like that area of Egypt and Africa, right? Those canals. He said the people that were there left black, and these motherfuckers came back white from Poland somehow. I don't understand nothing just yet with these niggas. But don't miss what he said. When did they leave? When did the black ones leave? When did the black Jews leave, guys? Hi, I'm a black Jew. We just added that adjective there so it doesn't confuse you. We're the Jew, but the black Jew is the Jew. So we're the black Jew that left. We're royals. So if you left as black, you left as the kingdom. The kingdom left and came back as poor white people in concentration camps. Shut the fuck up talking to me. They understand anything that nigga was saying. If you had a country before World War I or II, you dumb bitch, and that whole country was black, what they're saying is the royal or king of that country was a black guy. They left black Y'all came back white. Something's wrong here. Royal bloodline is a dominant bloodline. How the fuck do they change colors? How much incest can you do in 200 years? White people don't claim that they're incested Africans. Beautiful. Jews are not Africans. They're more like American Indians since we're Afro-Asiatics. Are white people hybridized Afro-Asiatics? So how the fuck they end up anywhere where a Jew would be without being that? Is anything in their bloodline an Afro-Asiatic? Then they don't come from none of our kingdoms. They can be part African. Africans are not Afro-Asiatics. You don't get Jews from them. Jews are Semites. Semites are Afro-Asiatics. Smith. It's us. It's not because I'm part African. None of that. No, it's a whole different pedigree of people. But my pedigree of people back at the time that they're lying about, it wasn't that many people on the planet, but if there were people in those castles, they look like me. They don't believe in God enough, I guess. That's crazy. That's a crazy story. Because when God promised us something. Yeah, so the whole hierarchy and the whole situation that they're borrowing from is a Jew design. It's from the Bible. The same Bible they have the King James version of. Was continuing that outline, and then King James' name is on the Bible that gives you the King James outline. Don't miss it now. King James is my granddad, so I'm telling you, like, so he's outlining it based on the people in the book who happen to be his ancestors, and they created this whole concept of kingdoms. They ain't no white people. White people weren't speaking English before 1751. Shut the fuck up. Fuck out my face. Our names are in English longer than they've existed. American definition, 1828. Fucking 1751 on Benjamin Franklin. Ain't nothing but swarthy people here. All right, now go back to 1611. And they ain't in America yet. And go back to 1492. These are Portuguese. And they from Al-Andalusia, Iberia, on King James. All right now. Woo! Ain't no room for nobody else in any of that timeline until after the Civil War. So I don't know how. I don't know how. I don't. We wasn't over there when they did it over there. But we saw what happened when they did it over here. And it's weird that they're lying. And they did all this shit on credit. Don't miss it, please. Now, question. If they're none of the fucking main characters in their world history, who invested and funded them? It would have to be someone who's not white. It's only black people on this planet in positions of banks and kingdoms. I don't know, whatever other story you're going to go through based on a kingdom language. I don't know. You should tell us what your language was so we can find your books in your language. They don't fucking exist, by the way. Weird story for people who love going to schools and shit. You haven't done that until 1920. So imagine if you went to those Moorish universities and you don't know that they're black people. They'll even tell black people they're not Moors. That's how fucking stupid and selfish and evil their program is, because they don't know anything. Nah, bitch. If they're not Africans, they're definitely Moors. Moors come from the... No, you're talking about the Moors there. No, bitch. This place is named, literally, America. Moors in the middle. We're Moors too. Two things can be true, bitch. You can know two stories about the Moors over there, which your ass wasn't over there, but somehow you got white people in kingdoms there. Do the science on that for me, at least. Yeah, but then because your ass wasn't there, don't talk to me about them. Talk about the Moors that are over here. All these lands named after them. Moab, Utah is right there. Moab from the Bible, Judah, Utah right there. A whole state named after someone in the Bible. Can you imagine that shit? Oh, those are white Christians. What the fuck are you talking about? Moab and Utah is not about Christians. Christians are not Judeans. So why would Christians be naming all their new territories after Judeans? Are you stupid people? Those aren't Christian names. Those are biblical names. Biblical names is Jewish names. Those aren't Christian names. There's no Christians in the Bible. Those names in the Bible, if Christians have them, they borrowed it from the Bible in King James English. I know King James was not a Christian. King James is in the Bible. King James is Judean. That's a different fucking story, bitch. The Catholics joined up with the Cretans and created a subset. We're not Catholics either, bitch. We're the Holy Roman Empire. Catholics are Cathars. That's a whole different demonstration. They inherited that or took over that. That ain't theirs to begin with. Cut it the fuck out. Those are Africans. Later, after we leave. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. They tell you they went to Africa to spread Christianity. Didn't they? Didn't they? Didn't they? Why would Jews be spreading Christianity, dummy? All right then. All the royals are Jews. So the idea of Christianity did not come from Jews who are royals. That leaves a whole bunch of other types of people who are not in the Bible that could be. What the fuck's that got to do with our kingdoms? Exactly. So that story obviously persisted and became its own thing. What I want to highlight is because they did it in such a fucked up, foul way, lying and stealing and all that shit, they did all of that and still don't have nothing that's real. The narrative isn't real. The history isn't real. The whitewash paintings ain't real. The stolen jewels ain't real. None of it's real. The gold ain't real. The value ain't real. The narrative ain't real. Donald Trump ain't no goddamn American. He barely a damn citizen. He the first time in human history anyone in his bloodline been here. 1775? 1940? Shut the fuck up talking to me. What the fuck he know about America? At what point does he refer to when it was great again? Now you gotta ask that for him. America was great for him. It could only be during Prohibition, Great Depression, and goddamn World War II. He ain't got no other calendar to reference anything in America by. They didn't have the internet where he from. There was no Black Planet. There was no MySpace either. Y'all don't realize how dumb was back then. With no access to information, no literacy. Oh my God, we're at a 6th grade reading level. Imagine back then, just 80 years ago. Most niggas couldn't read anyway. They're not from here to read in English. They from Germany, bitch. Wake your ass up. White people be from everywhere where they got a different language, but be over here speaking English for the first time in human history. Don't miss that shit. Them Germans that come here, guess what? They used to have German accents, don't they? Now subtract 80 years from that. All the motherfucking white people in the South should have accents. So how the fuck are we sounding white? Where their accent from their real language? So did they teach us or did we teach them? It'll make sense one day. Common fucking sense. When King James grandkid, don't do it. It would. The whole thing is made up. Is all I'm trying to get at here. You can be whatever you want, even yourself. I wish they knew that. I wish they knew they can be their self. Because I know you ain't us. And the only people you really gotta fool is me, because you're pretending to be me. And I take this shit personally. You're pretending to be people in my family. You don't treat me like family. You don't know that we exist. You can't go, oh, we come from the people, the royal language of angels and the Holy Roman Empire of angels, because that's why it's holy, it means angel. So we're from those people, that's why we speak English. We turned on all of our kings, we ate all the people. I read the book Dirt about the Europeans, and we didn't have no electricity, but we came over here and you did, and we burnt down the cities that did. Yeah, we come from you. No, nigga. No, they ain't how none of that work, actually. None of their behaviors make sense if they knew it was us. It was like they were put up to it. Like George Soros was funding them, I don't know, 200 years ago. Soon you'll understand everything. A bunch of motherfuckers getting paid by George Soros talk about no King's Parade. And then you go through the interviews, they have no idea why they're there. I just think, we're not getting paid for this. I'm going back to work. I need to buy groceries in November. I know that's right. You see how easy it is for niggas to do dumb shit funded by some invisible person? They gonna call them a philanthropist? George Soros ain't from here. Motherfuckers. People are doing it again. They're being funded by a foreign nigga who comes up with a narrative to fuck up some federal shit for whatever reason he has. He ain't got a whole lot of life left. Obviously, he ain't vaccinated. And then, like with his last 3 to 5 good years of life, he's doing it again. And all the white people sign up and start parading and marching. And their organizers like, is the money going to clear yet? And then people like, the money ain't here yet. And like, all right, we got to go. Yeah, we'll show Donald Trump. What the fuck are y'all talking about? What the fuck are they talking about, y'all? Remember I tell you, like, the population is kind of retarded? You thought I was just talking about the black girls on EBT? They ran that program on everyone, my G. We're the smallest population. We have an interesting percentage of people who are dwarvened, but they got everybody. So there's bigger populations, aka more per capita dwarven like. That's the United States of America. Hmm? These people ain't from their states. None of these motherfuckers like, yo, I represent Wyoming. For the past 400 years, my family from Wyoming, since we got here, Wyoming. No, I'm going to gentrify Tennessee for no fucking reason because Texas is expensive. That conversation never existed in 1800s. Did you know that? There was no job opportunities for your bitch ass to come from a whole other country around people who've never seen you ever in human history. You're like, yeah, I'm just moving down the street real quick. You mind if I build my house here on your grandmother's land? The way they talk is new. And what I'm saying is, I get it. We're all indoctrinated in a system that runs with the current era. What I'm saying is, they have no reference point to nothing different. I always do. Since I was a kid, I knew some fuckery was afoot. My grandmother Indian. Who the fuck are these people in these books? Nah, I'm talking about my grandma's Indian. What I'm saying is, my grandma, the Indian, is Pocahontas and John Smith's kid. Like, the Indian. Like, my grandmothers are the Indians. And there's stories that they said that white people saw them. Nah, my grandmother's grandmother would have saw them. And she ain't you. You ain't related to me or my grandmother. You were never there in that story. Shut the fuck up. And then today, fast forward it. Well, if the federal government spending budget is over, then the reservations and everyone in the casinos and going out of business. Yeah, I know. It must not be worth it to be Native American. I would say that the most fucked up individual in our whole story in our society is the Native American. They're full of shit. A 100% full of shit. Full of recessive genes and dead hair. Talking about it was them that lost something. It was them that negotiated these treaties. It was them on the Trail of Tears. How come your bitch ass ain't in Black Wall Street, Oklahoma then? You're on the Trail of Tears for Indians, but there's nothing but niggas there. Do the science, please. Well, some of the slaves ran away from South Carolina and the Indians took them in. Slaves are Slavic. So you tell me some of the Native Americans took white people in then? You know what the fuck these words mean? I bet you the people who spoke King James English who come from kingdoms knew Edamon at least. That's the difference too, by the way. Why Edamon is a beast. Edamon tells you the time period, the date, and then in your head you gotta make the adjustments. Like, this ain't what I learned with McGraw-Hill. This happened in the 1700s. 1700s. Was any of this shit here? No. What was here? A bunch of kingdoms. They gotta know what these words mean, because everybody else wasn't fucking reading anyway. It wasn't a whole bunch of tweets. They're barely communicating enough to buy things and fuck people, I imagine. There's no dating yet. Wake your ass up, please. No incentives to do any of the things that we do ever in human history existed then in that way. For anyone that's just wandering in the fucking mountains and woods with their fucking family. Like, I can't wait till I'm old enough to marry my cousin because there's only 3 bitches here. Like, cut it the fuck out, guys. Wake it the fuck up, please. You don't have no type of anything that resembles this unless your ass was around kingdoms. There is no other thing. There's nothing else in American world history, actually. You got rural farmer folk who mind their own fucking business, who happen to be largely homogenous because they have no chance but incest. After a certain amount of generations, they're all the same gene stock, right? So then you'll say they start looking similar, right? That don't take too long. They take like 3 generations. Stay woke out here. You can calculate all that shit, but that comes with a heavy dose of retarded with it. I ain't talking about trisomy 23. Or 22, where the fuck it is. That's a whole different type of retarded. I'm talking about like retarded where functional retarded. I know, it'll blow your mind. People who love IQs, why do they have lower IQs? It was genetics. What does that mean? The only thing that would retard a bunch of geniuses who created languages and mathematics and built buildings and flying craft before the Wright brothers did would be a retardation. Retardation comes from diet and incest. Cut it the fuck out talking to me. Cut the fuck out. Cut it the fuck out. We seen what happened to Jacob Rothschild and them people. And even still, I don't believe that's a goddamn granddaddy. Niggas fucking on niggas to make light-skinned niggas never turn into Caucasians. Cut it the fuck out. Please. I know how science works. That is not how this shit works. You cannot fuck... You can't do that with Africans. Cut it out. Cut it out. Albinos or something. They don't turn out to be blue-eyed, blonde-haired white people unless you're mixing in white people, whatever that comes from, with the thing. But I got bad news for you. If they were doing incest during the time of monarchs, them kids would have been full-blown fucking retarded by the third generation. That is way before the American Revolution, baby. Even if when France and Africa was doing their thing, I showed you the picture with the African dude, but he had curlier hair, so he's mixed. And then he had the little light-skinned girl, which was his sister or something like that. She was one of a kind. Whitley, mulatto, brulee-ass girl. But she didn't have a white grandmother. Same gene stock, inversion of genes based on the mating procedure. You can mix her with another one like that. Guess what? They're the same fucking people. They just get retarded. Are white people trying to say they have a higher IQ by being retarded Moors? Do the science. Please do the science. You're retarded Moors. You're incested out Moors. That's how they go from carbon to sulfur. From incest. That's the only thing you say if you came from a royal kingdom speaking royal languages. Please stop talking to me. That's what I'm saying. They can't have that conversation. They have to bring it back to a movie, a book, a reference point, and then cognitive dissonance and deny everything I'm saying. And I'm like, just show me your family crest then. Cool. You got a family crest with your last name in English? My grandfather's language. Cool story. Why you have a Moorish crest for your family then, bitch? Nah, why are you white people even using Moorish crest symbolism for Judah and Israel anyway, if you're not in that damn book? You move next to us and you just copy the blueprint? Like, that was cool in these streets? But you copied that blueprint from us. So my question is, when did you have the nerve to feel superior or be fucking slave captors of anybody that comes from a royal kingdom? Where did you come from? You come from something higher, but you're using all of their things. You didn't create none of it. Where did that idea come from to you? How did that get to you? If you just got here around us, since we left in the 1500s, and you met us around, definitely after 1828. So there's 300 years where you existed everywhere but here. Where were you? Don't tell me where King James was. You wouldn't not, it'd be impossible for any white person to mistake those people as Jews. At the very least. No white person could ever look at a Jewish person and be like, yeah, you're the people from the Bible. Your language is from the people in the Bible. Make your mind up. Let's do it again. Let's run it around one more time. White people, you grew up independent of niggas and Moors and Africans, and although history proves that's a damn lie, all your shit is named after them. But let's say you did for 300 years, 15 to 18. And that whole time, you doing all that Judean and Israel shit, you came out over here and met these new people, 1880, let's say during the Civil War, but that's together, New York City, like 1880, 1920. Hey, I'm Jewish. Hi. I'm Anglo-Saxon or Caucasian or I'm something. I'm Roman Catholic. You're a religion. Okay, all right, whatever. We don't like these Irish people. They're gingers. That means genetically they're related to the niggas. Huh? Inverted white people, Banons and stuff, in King James Kingdom in Europe. Can you fucking imagine they have a problem against the Irish people, the Picts and the Dubs and the Tartan clans thereof, that all the other white people will look at those white people and be like, you're not white enough. You're not incested enough? Because how else can you do it, Bruce? You know the gingers have inverted Moorish genes. We know this in 1920s. This was a thing. They're racist against white people. Come on, stop fucking talking to me. This is a recent phenomenon, guys. I need you, don't miss the nuance of what I'm saying. They're racist against white people who are allegedly there the whole time with them. They get to the United States and start settling their differences. Well, if all of King James and them were white, and these are the Irish, and they're related to him, or my grandma, why you have a problem with them? You speak in their language. You doing their leprechaun story. You made it a fucking holiday. I could have sworn that was King James territory, man. Kenneth the Dub, man. I know the story, bro. Don't play with me. Scotland, Ireland, all that shit. That's a kingdom, not a state. The kingdom of all of that is all the same brothers. Cut it up, bitch. Watch the Tudors on HBO while you can. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. So it don't even make sense why they're racist to different white people from different countries. If y'all the only people there for human history, then they did with the Sicilians. Well, the Sicilians are mixed in with the Moors. Bitch, Italy is nothing but Moors. Originally, when did you get there? Question. Tell me the story when the Moors weren't there. The Sicilians are still there. As of 1920. So if a Sicilian is still discernible, that means it hasn't been 3 to 4 generations. Oh my God. So that means the Moors were there recently. Since 1775. I could have sworn since 1751, since fucking Benjamin Franklin said all of Italy was swarthy. Oh my God. So even the white Italian, your ass just got there after the goddamn Civil War. What are we talking about? You recognize the Sicilians are something different because they're related to the Moors, but you don't know no Moors. So you just have hybrid Moors there. Well, if they just keep hybridizing after 3 to 4 generations, they won't like Moors at all. Cut it out with me, boy. So you being racist against Sicilians in South Italy or some shit near the ports where the fucking Barbaries would be. Come on, do the science. Where the workers are, because what the fuck else they doing in Italy living in someone else's castle in towns? They didn't build that shit. That shit older than them. It's called Tuscany for Etruscan, for Tuscarora. You go Greek, Egypt, Africa, America, however you fucking want to do it. The only thing you need to understand is that name comes from hundreds of years ago. Yeah, I moved to Italy as a white guy with all these Moorish kingdoms. I'm gonna name it Tuscany after the Etruscan Moorish people that I hate because they moved down south by the ports and stuff. And yeah, we've been here since 1752, and we came to America within 100 years because we lost everything that we've done since the Holy Roman Empire, because Italian Pope or something, and that was black people, but we were not black people. We don't like the black people, but we love the Pope and the church that the black people created for us. So we use the Pope and the church that the black people created for us to come to the same black people who moved to America and hit them in the head and say, hey, I don't remember you, you don't remember us, but you got to do our white Jesus thing that we did in Italy when it was a black one, and all of our fucking churches there now. Black Madonna Hagar. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut, like these dogs. Shut the front door and shut the fuck up. I got all y'all on burn notice for real. I got them all figured out, Shogun. I got it now. Like, I get it. Like, the worldwide amnesia and dilemma of our story isn't us. It's everybody else that ain't got one. They're using our history and our shit like it's a fucking library card. Like, they're just gonna check it out, hold on to it, and like, I ain't gonna give it back to you. It ain't you. You don't have anything to show for it. I know. That's how Monopoly works. If you took all my money out of the Monopoly board with your bullshit as rental policies and I have none left, guess what? I have none left. Ain't shit I can do about that. We know. Like, why do white people and other people, and I'm talking about anyone that's not us, like, that's been the fuck you brunt of everyone's joke and story for the past 1752 until now, at least, but more drastically after the Civil War. So it's 1880 until now. So let's give it a clean 140 years. For the past 140 years, the whole world that has been shitting on us has been shitting on us using our shit. Credit. They're using our credit, right? Language, our credit. Banks, our credit. Boats, our credit. Houses that we built, neighborhoods, roads, everything we created. That's our credit. To our credit. They've been using our credit this whole fucking time in human history. For especially the last 140 years. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. I've had to read way more than I know they've ever read about this subject, at least. Miss me with all the cool little cute books you got from the Scholastic Book Fair, all them Jewish books. I understand. I wanted some too, but I had to study my people to kind of understand, like, what are we doing? Like, we can't just get up and work and fix something. Our problem is not economic. I don't know if you understand what I'm getting at. Everybody in this world, us people shade darker than blue, we don't have a money problem. We don't have a Federal Reserve problem. We don't have a central bank problem, because all of those things is why you have it. All of those things is also why we don't. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Us working to get more of the thing that empowers you to keep our things is what's wrong with the whole setup, guys. And we're a whole different generation of people, all colors now. I believe it or not, believe this or not, check this out. I got a brand new idea for everyone alive in 2025. What if, just what if, imagine if in a world where we just do something totally different. Can you fucking imagine it? Can you fucking imagine where everyone fucking is, we stop the fucking bullshit and actually create a united system that works for everybody this time? Can you fucking imagine it? Newcomers welcomed. Can you fucking imagine we stop using the dusty old ways of the world that we've only known for 150 years and all the bullshit rhetoric and racism and evilness we had to get here and, just let the lie go? That's why they gotta know the truth. Because they can't get past it or get over it or heal from it if they don't know. Most people don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. They don't know how asshole they sound to people who do. And so for me, I gotta watch these people who don't know what the problem is, talking about what the problem is, and wait for them to come up with solutions for what the problem is, and none of that's the problem, bitch. I know, shit's tough out here. Why you think they only have Nazis left trying to do it? Wake your ass up, part 2. So yeah, whatever their problem is with the xenophobia and all the bullshit they did just 80 years ago, I don't know that story. That's a different Germany, bro. We was over here in Nuremberg holding it down, though. Whatever they took over there, that was 250 years ago. I don't know what's going on. But they came out of here recently like that. That is not a linear B path to King James or none of his brothers. I swear to God it isn't. Ask anyone who remember what the Ottoman Empire is. They ain't got nothing to do with those people. They just showed up somehow and told everybody else what to do. They're very bossy. For niggas who've never been a boss of anything that they own. It's a character trait. Grooming, I guess. I don't know. Bred that way. It's very narcissistic, too. Don't miss that shit. Their history is what's creating their social narcissism. It's created a political narcissism. That is the gaping hole in everything I poked a hole in this time, is that these bitch-ass niggas are narcissists with stolen valor. They're not even in their own right language, mind, habitat, nativity, anything that's civil, by the way. Those are called civics. So this ain't civil. We're not in a civil society by any gross imagination. You have to imagine if this is what you consider civilized. This is not civilization if you don't have a fucking nationality. Don't tell me your nationality is the United States of America. I'll fucking smack the shit out of you. We're grown-ass people. So nah, that's not what your mother doesn't. Your mother doesn't come from a corporation. Shut the fuck up. You did not get your complexion, your eyes, your hair, your habits, your taste buds, the fucking food that'll fucking kill you. Because you came from the United States after 1860. Shut the fuck up. What is your nativity? Where can I go on this planet and find 100 more yous? That's nativity. Where do I get more you from? Well, we've been here for so long, we're kind of mixed. No, nigga, you know you're not. You didn't mix with none of the Indians. Shut the fuck up. Nah, you haven't been here for a long time because you haven't mixed with none of the Indians. We just got Steph Curry, bitch. We just got Steph Curry. Y'all keep forgetting that shit was illegal. Then you have to forget that we didn't give a fuck either way. We ain't fucking these ugly bitches anyway. When do we have a chance to meet them? We're in a kingdom. Why am I marrying slaves? We're in a kingdom. Why am I marrying immigrants? I'm in a kingdom. Why am I marrying foreigners? Boat people. Imagine a bitch that on boat all day. You think a nigga that got land, prosperity, and Grandma Inga want to run to the shores and get the hoe that's been flipped on the sea for 30 days? Y'all gotta wake your damn mind up. They told you all those blankets had sexually transmitted diseases in them. How did that happen? What the fuck y'all talking about, boy? These bitches brought over sexually transmitted diseases. So between that time period and then the racist shit, which is a very short time period, obviously, it's 1751, 1812. So somewhere after the American Revolution, then you're like, you don't have black people linking up with the new white people until New York. It ain't nothing but Jews up north. Shut the fuck up. I know who I am. So you talking about the black people down south? What white girls? How long do they think slavery was for? Just the idea. Then cut off that there's no white people there. And then cut off that there ever was a slave, and slave is the root word for Slavic. None of them niggas in Africa are Slavics. And I know Indians ain't Slavic. So what are you really saying for? I know. So what I'm saying is just like how that conversation goes, because you know the history when you read it in time framework etymon, right? You'll see what I'm saying if you understand the etymon of the words I'm using, and you know it's absolutely 100% the truth. They would have used a different word if it wasn't, right? They have plenty of words, but it wasn't them naming those things because this ain't their language to name anything. They're not Adam, right? You gotta understand everything. The Adam of the language is not them, so they didn't come up with the words in the language they learned later. That's not a strike against them. That's just, it is what the fuck it is. They're firing people from the road for not speaking English. Like, I know how it happens now. Either way, reference point. That's the same thing with law. That's the same thing with money. That's the same thing with entertainment. That's the same thing with, like, how do we imagine these things? Well, we're discussing this problem if we imagined if that's the way it was. And then we talk about it from there. The brother said earlier, yo, I was just looking at Chris Brown, songwriter, and like, he wrote all those hits, and you know, people love Chris Brown. They give him $1,200 to fucking play in a fucking man's face and all kind of crazy shit. Wild, disrespectful. I'm pretty sure he sell mad albums and shit. He ain't sold a mad album in a long time. He's actually doing streaming equivalents. How come this songwriter who's supposed to get the publishing credit, and publishing only happens if there's mass distribution through the airwaves, but you know, streaming is not that anymore. So how come this songwriter with all these publishing credits on a streaming album living off of food stamps? The answer is in what you said. He's a writer for Chris Brown. What year is that? Not a writer for Michael Jackson. It's not a slight to Chris Brown. You have to understand what happened. Chris Brown came at the end of vinyl, towards the end of CDs, and at the beginning of piracy. We're talking about Chris Brown. Most of his fan base downloaded his songs for the first time in downloadable normal human history. We talking about ringtones, custom songs in Kazaa, LimeWire, and Morpheus. That's Chris Brown. Chris Brown was born right before Soulja Boy in that story. So, hey, yo, excuse me, miss, isn't it because a bunch of niggas from the streets was running to Sam Goody's to buy this 15-year-old heartthrob from Virginia? Wake your ass up. That's why their concerts go stupid. The girls already downloaded the damn CD. Now, grow up with that. It's like, you convert it to a stream. They don't make no money on streaming. And if they don't make no money off of streaming, then the royalties for being a songwriter off of streaming is even less. Remember, he in a 360 deal too. So it's whatever is left of streaming revenue. When we heard about this world of publishing checks, we're talking about like when you got a hit song in real life outside on the radio. Chris Brown got radio, but then it's in the NBA, and then it's on this television, then it's in this commercial, then it's international radio, UK, all kind of shit, and then it's like all kind of other sets and things if they can track it, and then you got all those things, you add it all up, and you got a pretty penny. And if you're a songwriter, you're entitled to a certain amount. Even there, they're fucking you, but you understand. Yeah. That changed with streaming. Streaming made it so that you didn't have to play the song all those places for that person to be famous, let alone for them to get the sales that they're going to get in iTunes. They divorced real life as an industry model. That's why those people were larger than life, because they were outside. iTunes and all those adjustments made it a website, social media, and a streaming platform straight to your headphones and laptop. That turned down the lights outside. That's why these people who come on SoundCloud and stuff later, you're like, who the fuck is this person? What you're really saying is, how come I never heard this nigga outside? Why you talk about some rapper got shot in Florida? We've never heard his song on radio. Does he have a hit? Did he sell 1 million copies? Has he been in magazines? Does he know anyone famous that's really famous and not famous on World Star? Like, no. No, 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 no. But then you go, but nah, he is a rapper because on World Star Hip Hop, he paid for 100,000 views. Another day, he was talking shit about the other Florida rapper and they're drilling, and that's why he got shot. Oh man, hip hop is such a weird place. They're not hip hop anyway. Shut the fuck up talking to me. That's not hip hop or rap. Those are some niggas in Florida that be rapping. They have a tight beat yet? All right then. They're not rappers. Stop fucking talking to me. You see, but you see how that happens though. So now that's a generational, a vertical problem. Now the generation goes, well, we don't know about outside music because we don't play our music outside our headphones usually, unless we're at a kickback or driving. And even still, we listen to weird shit more around our friends because it's social now. You understand everything? So it's not what it was our default. And they'll tell you that the radio is corny. And they'll tell you they'll listen to a playlist and they don't know the artists of half the songs they listen to playing Fortnite. It's a it's a different consumption pattern. It's internal. It's digital. It's niche. So they meet people just like them doing the same thing, but instead of it being your whole city, it's 5 people, and that's enough for an individual to be like, yeah, this is pretty cool. Like all my friends that I game with, all my friends I type to, all my friends in my DMs, we like this thing. Yeah, but the problem is there's not other 5 friends like you. Your 5 friends can't get with her 5 friends, and her 5 friends bring 10 more. Y'all can't go to the same fucking club and listen to the same damn playlist. That's all we had. So they're trying to fix the current system and saying, hey, let's make it like that one without that one. You can't do it. There's a microcosm, a meta of what's going on across horizontally of everything. They gentrified everything narrative wise. And the feeling that is gone is a result directly of gentrification. Mainstreamizing, tokenization, all these cool words. No, no, no. That's when something cultural phenomenon is gentrified by something corporate. It's not racial. It just happens that the most corporate people in this goddamn land happen to be white people because it's fuck niggas. I know, like, I know. We should do better one day. I don't know when we're gonna do that on Mama Inga, but even if we did or didn't, this is the reason why everyone else is losing everything. This is the side effect of promoted and celebrated ignorance disguised as education for the sake of business. Yeah, I understand your federal government did it for the sake of business. They're social scientists, guys. Government, that means mind control. So they're playing with banks and doing bets and doing lab rat tests and genetic tests and vaccine tests and healthcare tests and food tests. And like, don't forget these food deserts that get food stamps, they don't even get real food for real. Imagine these niggas is buying fucking soy and microplastics for a diet. That's why they got fucking fat and big titties and retarded kids plus ultra. Don't forget that part. They're not going to fucking Whole Foods, and you fucking know that. So they're not even eating fucking food. So imagine. It's a big ass experiment on all kinds of people, all over the world, all colors, all genders, I guess, all fucking religions. Like, it's when you zoom the fuck out of the meta of what this shit actually is, guys. This ain't no fucking we the people, no fucking country, bitch. That is the narrative. This today is some other shit. It's an experiment. You have to know that, man. They hired the Nazis, my niggas. I can't say this enough. World War II is such a strange temporal marker in this. I think the racial relations got worse after it. I bet you it wasn't that bad before radio and Nazis and shit. I bet you. I bet you the white people here who were in the South were just fucking chilling for real, per capita. All that drummed up and all that weird evil shit is when they started drafting people from all over the United States to go to the same fucking war to fight the same fucking white people. Wake your ass up. So, nah, that shit's recent. Social phenomenon. These people weren't here before then. So imagine they act like that normally around strangers. But they moved here from an empire of Moors. Nah, boy. Nah, no, they didn't. I wish they were interested in figuring out where they come from, honestly. Because I'm trying to figure out how the fuck you even do that given our history. Anyway, like, day one. Like, how the fuck do you even. Who does that? Who comes with that? Who galvanizes these people and then throw them into this? to operate that way, and then getting used to being operating that way socially, now have recessed or have now turned inward on itself philosophically, socially. That's the meltdown. It's not a civil war. No. Mm-mm. It's something new. Y'all weren't in those wars per capita. Y'all, everyone, me included, the y'all of today, this generation of today, all the mixes of these circumstances, they did something new with the millennials. They recodified us. Hip hop and all kind of shit kind of created new bridges between us. Thank God. But it didn't do the bridge financially. It didn't do the bridge uh, across class. It bridged it socially for the internet to last. Wake up. Um, but then the internet was taken over by the less attractive, less undesirable actors and personalities and narcissism, things like that. So if you've never been in our communities, you would think that's our communities. No, that's some niggas down the street. The other niggas down the street are nothing like them. Like, you understand? They'll miss that. When they look at gangster shit, all gangsters ain't drunk or dumb. You see what I'm saying? Like, you only get a snapshot reference of the worst case scenario for everyone else. But for them, you only have the best case scenario, exceptional reference that's applied to everybody. And it's simply not true. But that's where they plan, vote, agree with politics. This is why so many people fall into MAGA. And they don't have the money, they don't have corporations, they don't have the reason to support Trump. But narrative wise, he's one of us from Germany, where my granddad died and lost a leg in World War II for his ass. And he got all the loans, Project Paperclip, and he got to buy hotels and not pay taxes and liquefy his money off of bankruptcies and the communities that my daddy watched niggas built or something. And yeah, he's for us. Like, nah, kid. Nah, y'all not even from the same plantation. What the fuck you talking about? You're not German, are you? Why aren't y'all in Germany then? Y'all got Palace. Y'all had Mercedes Benz. They want to go to Poland. There's a story there. We got to figure that shit out. Nazis want to go to Poland again. Oh shit. Yeah. You got Hitler, that's a touchy subject. Yeah, white boys seem to really fuck with Hitler if you think about it. I don't know. And then you got, it's like Hitler wasn't even bugging for real. That's the Jewish boys. I thought you grew up next to the Jewish boys. How you just figured out APAC was funding you? You would have been APAC in Germany, stupid. You're using the banks. Donald Trump comes from a time period in which the Jewish bankers ruined Germany, which brought his daddy here. Come on now. Y'all gotta wake up quicker than this. Trump, Trump, German, World War One, World War Two, baby. His ass, his granddad, was the product of the same people APAC, Benjamin Netanyahu, Polish, when they were running their economy in the 1800s, and turned that shit into rubble. World War One, World War Two. Correct me if I'm wrong. The same people that ruined his grandma's economy are the same people he's working with on this one. Do they have a history of healthy economies, by the way? I'm talking about this collaboration of people. Like, I'm talking about pods, peas in a pod. Like, do they have a track record? When you get a Trump and a Benjamin Netanyahu, and you subtract 100 years, same story. But you put that story over there. How did that shit turn out? Now, these are their grandkids. Infinitely dumber comparison, especially the financial systems and Edamon and original languages, and when education was co-opted by Rockefellers. Them kids, they can't. So their kids are on the world stage today. Y'all do realize that, right? That the German from World War One and World War Two, and the Jewish man from World War One and World War Two are working together still. And at some point, if there's white people that exist that's not Polish or German, maybe y'all should raise your hands in fucking social studies. My president is German. His best friend Bibi is too, or Polish. But they both come from the time of Hitler said fuck the Jews. Did I get that right? And none of them are Jews because I am. Like, let's get that right. Both of them niggas is playing in my fucking face. Nothing has changed in all 100 years, by the way. Don't miss that shit. Listen. You gotta add up how fucking crazy this shit is. World War II Trump, or World War One Trump. I think his parents came here before that, needing to come here for that, but they came here. Bibi Netanyahu from Poland, by the way. So at a time where Israel of Palestine was just formatted in the 1940s, don't miss this shit. Leading right into that goddamn World War One and Two bullshit. Don't forget why. It's the same two people though. They're their genetic representatives of whatever that was back then. It was their ancestors just 100 years ago who caused all that shit. When you talk about the United States in World War II and all this cool shit and expansion, it starts with Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu's grandparents. These are corporations ran by families. Families who are behind the bankers. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. None of these were elected random officials. If the damn secret families and bankers ain't take their ass out yet, wake your dumb ass up. So you understand? Like, nah, these are literally main character descendants of all that bullshit that happened in Poland, in Germany. Okay? So is it the United States Civil War? Is it the United States American Revolution, French, Indians, Tomahawks, Cherokees? Or is it more like everything that happened in Germany and Poland? All the Jews, Auschwitz was in Poland. They threw me off a little bit with that bullshit they did. I got to remind everyone else who didn't get the fucking update. No Mandela effect. They sent them from Poland. The fuck? I don't understand nothing, boy. But I wasn't there. See how I don't know what happened there? I don't know what happened in Poland and Germany in 1880 because my daddy, I could tell you about the Holy Roman Empire a little bit from way before that, but I can't tell you about what they call them. I don't know nothing. And I can own that. I have no idea what the fuck these white people was doing when my granddaddy left them there. I don't even know if my granddaddy left them there. I know my granddaddy left for some fucking reason, and they ended up there. Allegedly, they told us they come from there. By the way, we didn't have no fucking ring cameras on our damn houses we built. I tell you, that's our architecture. Victorian be damned. I know who made that shit, Tartaria. But I'm just saying, they said recently they came from over there after granddaddy left at the very least. So they didn't have no kings and shit. But then they had these Jewish bankers who did all that World War One and World War Two bullshit. And half of that was false flags. So they made up the reason why they went to War Two. And then they brought my daddy to go fight for them boys, for him to get treated like shit for the rest of his goddamn life. Especially my grandfather's brother. Fucking died of Agent Orange and didn't get the fucking cancer lawsuit and all kind of weird shit. Fighting for their ass. To be fucking smiling, grinning, and shinning and grinning face to face to this day on the world stage. What did we go to war for if they're still friends today? Do the science. They're the kids. Do the science. They're not the great grandkids. Pieced it out. Everything is all good. Yo. No. They're the kids. George Soros. They're the kids. George Soros was there. Donald Trump's granddaddy and daddy was there. And Benjamin Netanyahu's was up the street in Auschwitz in Poland. All at the same time, kid. Everything that you fucking call United States right now in terms of policy, finances, attitudes, programming, socialism, on Karl Marx for more, by the way, don't miss it. All of that shit come from them. DC is in Nuremberg, Holy Roman Empire, Germany. I'm going to ask your ass one more time. Who run the United States? Besides Germany. King James, my grandfather. United States, the idea of America, Northeast especially. They're copying that idea that he's the German Moorish king. He's Judah. He's Judah. But that is his territory and dominion. That's not what he is. He's a king of kings. We're not named after our countries. We name countries. So you understand, we're not German. No, we have a place called Germany. We're not German. We named Germany Germany. We're not German though. We're not from Germany. We took a place, created a place, and we named it Germany. The people there don't come from there. They're from somewhere else. And even if there were kind of people there, they're mixed in with them. It'd be the same damn people because they're all living in the kingdom for hundreds of years. And then later, something happened. We left over here, Civil War, 100-Year War, Cali War, Opium War. China has some wars you know about them, probably not. And then boom, 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 and here we go. Here we go. Trade wars with the same two fucking people that have been the star of multimedia and marketing for the past 120 years, bro. Correct me if I'm wrong. The United States just seems like it's Germany again. And Germany in Arabic is Almania, like Alamance County in North Carolina. I know. I know. Because I know where we were. You know what I'm saying? You see? They're goofy. So yeah, guys, we're technically man on high castle. Our country is invested in both sides of the people who caused all the problems in Hitler Germany. Now, look at Mexico's head. Look at Canada's head. Look at America's head. Those are all actors from World War II. 3 in the chat if you know what the fuck I'm talking about. None of those are patriots. None of those are George Washington's kids. None of those are King James kids. Those are just some brand new people who had some issues 100 years ago who are now here with the same fucking issues. The same issue. The same issue. The same social issue. It's just that the patina of all the different worldwide people here doesn't make it that easy to run to play. They can't run that Germany play in the United States. They're trying to. But what I'm explaining to you is why it seems like that and it feels like that and all that. It's because these are their kids. At the very least, their grandkids. These are those people, dog. Running the things were the same people. Those are the same people who are running those things. Those are their family members. You did not elect Trump from scratch. You don't know. Shut the fuck up talking to me. The fact that he can even win, he related to them, my friends. And that's not inherently saying good or bad. I don't know who the good or bad guys was in that story. I just noticed in every fucking story that come from them niggas, the bad guy and the good guy are working together to fuck a third party. And I'm the third party in both of their stories. So that's what I'm telling you. Like, they said fuck the black Jews remaining over there, and they came over here where the black Jews are and said fuck us over here too. That's one thing they got in common. That they're playing politics and banking on our shit. Both sides of the pond. I can just start from there. That's my X variable. I pivot from there. You're not King James. You're not King James. All right, now where are we? You're speaking our language. You're speaking our language. All right, now where are we? You putting your hand on the Bible, but you ain't going to heaven. I need you to make your mind up. You from Poland? Why the fuck you in Palestine? Make your mind up. Where are they going with this? End game. Like, what do they hope to accomplish? APAC is behind all these people. Are y'all familiar? That MAGA seems very German. Arnold Schwarzenegger ran as a Republican, didn't he? Ain't he from there? Ain't half of those really, really famous people in Hollywood German or Jew? Or Jews from Germany? When Hollywood was formed? Rupert Murdoch and all of them? No. Alan Greenspan? No. This the United States or this the United States or Germany, bitch? How they connect that shit to Columbus? How the fuck they connect that to Robert E. Lee? How the fuck they connect? Why do you think these communists are so easy to rewrite the history of the other white people, if you will, and to say DEI for everybody. We don't care. Let's tear the statues down, whatever. But anyway, make sure you go to work and pay your taxes. They went from historians to fucking foreigners from World War II. I'm talking about United States government. Great equals Germany. Make America Germany again. It's Shogun to you. Thank you. Mr. Now says United under fuckery. Sandcastle bankers, yep. More like a three-peat of World War III. Bankers, yep. What a sandcastle. Yep. And in 1920, Germany was the place in Europe with the legal and highest amount of child brothels, transsexuals, and all kinds of debauchery. It was. And they tried to bring the vibes back 3 generations later here. This is not organic human evolution. This is not organic based on the Constitution. This is not organic based on anything that's foundational in the United States or America. It's not kingdom level. So it is completely, this is a complete continuation of World War II. That's what Philip K. Dick was talking about in Man on High Castle. Watch on Amazon while you can. I don't know what Japan got to do with it, but I know that Japan was our ally prior. Well, they Coco Bay, man. They know who we were the whole fucking time since we came that way to get to California. Tell them stop fucking playing with us. Dragon Ball Z and everything. Johan, Gohan, John, it's all the same story. Don't play with me. So when you understand everything, like, this is weird, or this is weirder than is it a different rabbit hole? You're looking for the bad white guy, and there is no bad white guy. It's just bad information, bad language model. I can forgive them for that. They made it up. But no, the actual people in charge of everybody's thing going on right now. It's Germany. Particularly the Jewish part of it. They're helping out Ukraine and Israel, bro. I want y'all to think about that real quick. Y'all trying to figure out why Biden or Trump, Republican or Democrat, AIPAC or Soros, USAIDs or Saudis, you're trying to figure out, like, as an individual citizen in this demonstration, which is a corporation that you can have different successors with different agendas, all under the same branch. Their United States is not their United States. It's not their United States. It's the United States. And these people manage the money that they set up a 360 deal with a foreign bank. There is no sovereign trust for them. They're not dealing with your taxes in that way. You don't have a gold-backed currency, so no Fort Knox in this equation. They hypothecated that by being them. Who hypothecated that? Germans. Look at the story about Germany going to New York to get their gold. It wasn't there. Correct? Several times through the last 25 years, actually. But more recently, it happened too. New York, they had this bank vaulted foreign countries to store some of their gold there. Germany's like, let's check in on it. And Trump was like, they can't even let you see it. Do you remember that story? When the first time he was president? I know it seemed like forever ago. That's why this timeline is dragging out. It's because Trump is still your president. So this 1 year feels like 5 with Trump. But since there was time in between Trump, that was 9 years ago. So Trump has been in your face for 9 years. He's only been president for 5. And he got 3 more to go. So Trump will be in your fucking face at the very least for 12 years. That's a whole decade of your life. So if you're 20, you've been doing with Trump a whole 20s. If you're 30, you've been doing Trump your whole 30s. If you're 40, you've done Trump your whole 40s. That's why this shit is kind of like tired. Like, it's the same thing. Like, oh, MAGA, Trump, Orange Man, dumb, money, what, In the middle of that, they put a pandemic. That's some new shit. Them the same niggas from Germany, though, by the way. Fauci. These are all World War II kids and relatives. They don't come from nowhere else to be anywhere else in a world like this before airlines. Wake your dumb ass up. They wasn't just saving money and traveling all around Europe either. Fuck out my face. Or they bitch ass would not be here. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. 1920s, Great Depression, until now, 100 fucking years of the same motherfucking people. who have been distracting you while they created the United States of Germany, the Jewish version. That's why all your credit is preferred in Ukraine and Israel. That's who's going away. One more time for my white people out there. I know y'all listening to me. When they make these financial moves with your, imagine if it's your tax dollars, if they lose political financial stronghold, they're prepared to go home. They got Greece, Poland, Germany, Ukraine, and in the middle of Palestine for some fucking reason. No Madagascar, because they're dying off right now. That Madagascar, I guess, if we let them keep going, right? If the world stage doesn't stop the obvious bullshit here. But at least 5 other locations that are not this one. And those 5 other locations is where they have dual citizenships. And those 5 other locations where most of their offshore accounts and corporations are registered. Did you know that? If anyone's been misusing the credit card of the United States more than anyone, it's been these actors that we call World War II Germany. Notice I said World War II Germany. I'm very specific. I'm talking about copy and paste. I'm talking about Germany 1920, America 2020. Same people, just their kids and grandkids. That's why they allowed all that freaky frog shit, all that DEI shit. Mr. Now just said it. That was their normal. They used to get children from brothels. None of this agenda is new because you're free, sister. Independent women, shut the fuck up. They'll have your children throwing ass at 6 years old, you dumb bitch. Because of your dumb ass. We know they did this already. That's what led to World War I and II. Socially. This is history about them. They're not Americans. They're not United States citizens. Stop looking at life like that. It's fucking you up. They're not we the people of the Constitution either. They're World War I and World War II people. There was no other boats to go back and forth like that with all those people back then either. So this is brand new to them. So this is all they know. Don't miss the nuance here. It's not like they got a vote and had a hat of ideas on how to run a civilization. They never ran one. They're my grandfather's old kingdom to begin with. It don't give them a lot of time, about 100 years. And then after those 100 years, we see what they did with it. And now they're here for another 100 years. And you see what just happened again. That's 200 years of these niggas. At least. No more than 4. Trust me. Spare me the gory details of their bullshit. 200 years tops. And on a half of every side, it ends in a world war. Because the weird reprobate shit just cannot stop. And then usury banking. Who are the bankers again? You said the Rockefellers and Rothschilds. Those are German Jewish people, aren't they? So all your conspiracies and all your distractions, Bilderbergs and all that, it's about World War II people, isn't it? They weren't here a minute sooner, I promise you. They have no Indian War recollection. The Indians did not bank with those niggas. Understand everything? There's now enough time to go backwards into Tartaria, America, by the way. All those buildings over here in the 1800s until they showed up. Imagine everything. So you understand everything. They recognized where they were just by looking at the buildings. Like, oh, damn, I guess we're not really German because we never came to America to build the same German buildings we see. Welcome to the bonus round, white people who happen to be German. Did you know that when your ancestors came to Newark, Delaware, and Newark, New Jersey, that those buildings were hundreds of years old and they looked just like Germany? But yo ass never came to America. Do the science. Go to New Brunswick real quick. Go to Newark. Look at the oldest houses. That's what Germany looks like. Different street design, obviously. We had different cultures. You can't imagine. So y'all lived in the buildings that look like the buildings that are here already. You didn't build these fucking buildings. So why are there fucking Germany buildings in the North America? Built by Jews. Not Jewish people. You would think that Donald Trump knows that. By now. since he said that how great the African American is for building America, that should look like home to him. I imagine he in New York for a reason. All them ghettos. Ain't that word coming out of Germany? Jewish ghettos? It's French though. Don't miss anything, African. They got a weird fucking story. Maybe they are mixed in with a little bit of everybody. Either way, that's what the United States is today. This is the United States of Jewish Germany. Politically, agenda wise, funding wise. Look at your main actors. They're all Jewish from Germany. To this day. That's what's funding your federal government. George Bush invested in Hitler. Y'all know that? Stock market. As soon as they fucked up the economy and got this new central bank, they had a guy out there, Prescott Bush's daddy, to fund the war for Hitler using your tax dollars. Why would someone over here do that? Why would the United States Bush family? Now, you know about the Bushes. You've known about the Bushes since the 80s, right? Barbara Bush. Dude look like a lady, right? Because he is. He's a tranny. That was common in Germany, right? You're gonna start seeing the stories, huh? It's gonna make sense to you, Russell. It ain't no Illuminati. Illuminati's German Bavaria, right? Oh my God, here we go again. Illuminati's a German idea, isn't it? So the reason wrong with the music industry are the Jewish lawyers who happen to be Illuminati from Germany, Bavaria. Do the science real quick, please. Everything we talk about is from the world paradigm through the lens of German people from 100 years ago. Nothing in mainstream isn't. That's why there's no values and habits about African Americans and Indians and the good old Anglo, not really white, but we're white today people. Like, the reason why that trifecta hasn't perfected and mixed itself is because all three of those groups have been duped politically by someone else. I know. Even the dogs know what's up. Like, that shit crazy. And no one has talked about that. This system allowed it, yeah. How convenient is that? But that means the people who participated and voted in all this didn't know about world history at all then. Thank God they don't count your votes. That means the majority of our population have no idea who these people are, bro. The majority of this population have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Out of 300 million people, we're like 19 people out of 300 million. And half of y'all don't even live in America listening to me. I got 46 likes in fucking all. 46 people on a weird Tuesday night. Talking about some shit. We the only ones, kid. Candace Owens and all of them, remember, they have a German agenda. But they have a problem with the Soros persuasion. That's why you have to understand what those words mean. To be a Zionist. None of them people are Mount Zion. Montezuma, that's Mexico, America, by the way. But they're not in the Bible. They're not the Bible people. They're not the bloodline of Jesus. So that idea is a placeholder. So when you understand and you learn what Zionism is, according to them from Germany, and those patinas, you understand that none of them have to be German and none of them have to be Jewish. Because neither the German or the Jewish is any of those people associated with Zion anyway. This is not for the Bible. This is not for God even. This is some shit they made up over there, using that as a reference point. But but they did that on purpose. They're adopting a dominant culture and spinning the variables to have the, you notice they put themselves at the top of the characters. Oh, Rome, Mount Zion, Jew. Like, they picked all the top characters. And then came raining down here 100, 140 years ago, acting as if, and most of us knew better. Know what my grandfather did. He damn near fucked up their whole plan. He damn near bankrupted the United States then. Hmm? All that nationality shit, yeah. Hmm. That's why he's talking about Zeppelins. Hmm. He had one. That's a German word, by the way. So he would fucking know more than I do. He can speak German. He asked his boy, "How is your old High German?" You know what old High German is? That's what the language we would have spoke when Germany was occupied by us, the Jews. They went to Cuba to talk like that. Don't miss anything. Old High German, the root of English. On King James kids, who Noble Drew Ali had a kid with. He know these motherfuckers weren't who they said he is. That's why he said you need your nationality more. Cause they're playing fucking genderqueer and they're playing fucking games and citizens and statuses. Nah, that shit has benefits, but that shit don't apply to you. Don't get tricked out of your fucking spot, nigga. You're more politically. You have to understand why that's so important. It's not as simple as picking a different color. You're not black anyway. Nah, what does black mean? Oh, connotative linguistics, man. We the black people. They not the black people. They white. We not white. No. He was trying to tell niggas this back in the goddamn before the Great Depression. He was trying to get through to niggas about this. Now imagine during the Great Depression, and then imagine after it. Great benefits. He said your brothers will sell you back into slavery if they could. The slavery was in exchange for the benefits of relying on the federal government. That is slavery. Citizenship. So you're a slaver. You don't have a nationality. You're denationalized. You're not organized. You're not running your own government. So you default setting is you're a United States citizen. You're a citizen of your slaver. You're a slave because you owe them money because you borrowed from them in a usury banking system. They got you forever. 360 bills. Then birth certificates. Then marriage certificates. Then social security numbers. His head be fucking spinning if he's seen what niggas let happen to themselves by participating for the benefits. Section 8 and SNAP included. We never needed their system. You only need it if you're a citizen. If you're not a fucking citizen and your grandmother Indian, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. We lost track of that. It's not convenient. You have to read and learn and remember things and try really hard. And what about all the other things? Yeah, I know. That's the condition that your citizenship keeps you in, though. As long as you're on the other fucking carrot chase, you're never going to address what that is. And I hope you don't think the more you have millionaires over here on the treadmill class, that that's going to get you closer to that shit. It doesn't. You have Jay-Z and Beyonce already. They had a private Moorish wedding. They didn't tell you nothing about that shit. I have the picture of it. So even those type of people who get it rich, they keep the family, royal, whatever version they understand private. They don't come out and tell their people shit. They're like, hey, I'm gonna do another album with Jay Electronica. They're trying to hint at some of the more shit. Entertainment only, I guess. It's only entertainment. Like you miss something. Why Jay Electronica, Fruit of Islam, is dating a rough child daughter. Or Ginger on top of that. Do the science. So you miss like something deeper happening. You miss the fact that these motherfuckers are playing in your face. Talking about black be black. But who do they walk with every morning? Now you understand the fall of Granada too. Same type of people. A lot of those people were cool, but they'll sell you out in a heartbeat for benefits. Yep. What's more beneficial in this society than being rich and famous? Selling your soul is an idea. You don't need a devil or Satan for that. The idea is Fuck where you come from and everybody from there. Your soul, your essence, who you really are. You sell that in exchange for favor and fiat. Oh, he forgot where he came from. Literally, though. Not acting brand new and big headed. No, like forgetting where the fuck you come from and all your people and all those promises and all those huddles and all those what ifs. And imagine if one day, if one of us, we can do these things for all of our kids, all of that in the trash. Then it's just them by themselves. Till they get nudged in by Hillary or somebody for politics. Hmm? Every last single one of them, no matter how rich or famous they are. They follow the same blueprint, don't they? And the only time they get disgruntled is when their money is fucked up. Hey, I ain't trying to unsell my soul, but you're supposed to keep paying on it. Hmm? They get mad that they're not getting paid no more. They not mad that the shit is bullshit. They knew it was bullshit when they got paid the first time. Their trinkets are not actionable items and a couple of gay paintings. Or worse, nothing at all. A lot of it be nothing at all. Just to be around, to be considered, to be useful, or to be around the energy and the flow and the chants. And a lot of people sell their soul for free. Yeah, the cools. Hey man, OSAP, you're the son of King James. That's not how that conversation starts or ends. That's a that's a 10 more years of conversation we need to have if you understood what the fuck I said. We haven't even gotten started. Ain't nobody talking about their nationalities right now. Nowhere. So far, y'all have only been talking about citizens. That is not the only option to be here. Did y'all know that? You do not have to be a citizen to be here. This land does not belong to the United States. You just can't be nothing. But if you're from here, or you've been here longer than the United States, then you have a nationality and a family and a heritage and treaties. Yeah, your treaties is what your the, if you need a word cloud for what your nationality could be, can't be but so many of you niggas here the whole time. Well, the treaties have all the nationalities present at any given time. Just figure out which side you're on. Are you on the Moorish side or are you on everyone else? All the treaties are with Moors. You understand what my grandfather was doing? Reminding these slaves or sellouts or defunct factions and militias who ran out of fucking trinkets and shit. It's like, hey, wake up. You know who your granddaddy is? Yeah, the wars are over. Can you imagine? Now what are y'all about to do? Y'all going back and fix some shit? Y'all about to go home? No, I think we might Dred Scott some shit and become unratified amended citizens of this thing that we've been fighting against for 200 years and just give in, man. Giving our houses to white people. I'm sure we can get two and a mule and 40 acres. Never happened though. You got to run another lap again. Like, we ain't gonna give you that, but if you just keep on hanging in and go to our schools and brainwash more of your people, we'll give you a loan for a crazy apartment. Crazy Ace. No, don't delete what he says. Are you okay, man? At first, I thought you were just expanding your channel with other topics. Now it seems like you're mentally ill. Hmm. Unblock him. Nah, I want to understand what he thinks is mentally ill about it. I understand classic projection. The shit I talk about make his ass feel retarded. He has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. He just left a comment on another video just like that. Why you? But no, don't do the narcissist thing. Tell me what the fuck you're talking about. What am I saying that seems mentally ill to you, so I can clarify it for you. Which part? Which part do you? Which part are you stupid about? I can clarify it. I know you lacking information. What do you not understand? Because I want to understand, when have I not talked about this? For you to leave a comment and for you to come to this video at the same time to say the same stupid shit. Where are you going with this? What do you don't understand? You don't understand what I'm talking about. That means you never understood what I talked about. I'm trying not to insult you. No, 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 no. No, don't sidestep. That's narcissism. You're full of shit. Answer the question like a grown ass man. Don't be a bitch nigga. What do you not understand about what I'm saying? You projected mentally ill. Oh my god, I can't find it. Nigga, this is all I talk about. Where are you confused? What about that other video or this video? Did the tone change that you seem off by it? You feel mentally ill about what I'm talking about. It's making you feel crazy. You're a white person, aren't you? Reason with me. What do you not understand about what I'm saying? Why do you go to mentally ill? No, it's not right or wrong. I really want to know. I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking the sentiment. You got me fucked up, but I'm not attacking you. You got me fucked up because you don't know what I'm talking about. So please share with me which you don't know what I'm talking about. Which part sounds crazy to you? Can you answer in every question but this one? Please answer that one. What part of this sounds crazy to you? Just answer that part. Which part sounds crazy to you? I don't think my Wi-Fi works, so I might not be able to do it online. But what's my last? Yeah, we couldn't load the relationship. What part sounds crazy to you? Which part? Which part? Let me just show you one more time. Those are my ancestors. My 12th great grandmother's the Queen Elizabeth Smith. What part sound crazy to you, bro? That's the time period too. She a black woman. So they can only show up after if. They can only show up after that date, bro. That's very close to the American Revolution. That's very close to 1752, where Benjamin Franklin was writing about that all those regions are swarthy. Trust me, my grandmother was swarthy. So I want to know what part sound crazy to you. What part sound crazy to you? To Jamestown colony leader. That's his daughter. We got the time period. Just do my family. You got from 1608 to 1714. That's over 100 years of just two niggas. Which part? Which part sound crazy to you? I want to follow with you. What you're saying right now. I'm trying to alleviate the tension. It seems like I crossed the line with you. I'll remain quiet. I'll allow you to educate me. This ain't that. This ain't that. This ain't that. You ain't doing nothing wrong. You just said some wild shit like, what happened to you? You seem mentally ill. Oh, my bad. That's your fucking grandmother for real that you've been talking about. You've been talking about her fucking kingdoms for the past 10 years on YouTube. In a world where everyone else is acting like their grandmother or someone else comes from anywhere but her dominion. What are you talking about? What parts sound crazy to you? Is that or is that not Queen Elizabeth of England? That's my fucking grandmother. So if there's a bank, a castle, or territory, and her father's the fucking emperor, it's all in my family. So I'm trying to understand, for the sake of this conversation about the Holy Roman Empire, which part of this sounds crazy to you? Is it crazy because that's not true? Or is it crazy because it's me? Let me save you some time. It's crazy to me too, bro. That's my fucking grandmother in real life. My reference wasn't about your grandmother. I literally joined the chat 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago, I'm talking about Germany, the home of the Holy Roman Empire, which she's the queen of. I was talking about my grandmother's territories and how no white people could be there if that's my grandmother. And she's a Semite, a Smith, Afro-Asiatic, Jew. I've been talking about my family this whole fucking time for a decade. versus the two people pretending to be either side of it. If I'm talking about the Jewish people, they're not Judah. They're not Judean. They're not New Jerusalem. They're not King James. They're not English. And if I'm talking about the German people, they're not the Holy Roman Empire of Moors. My problem in this world today is two other factions of people, each one pretending to be one side of my family, and neither one is my family. What's crazy about that, bro? How am I going to stay blessed? What's blessed about my existence, brother? That's that passive-aggressive, covert narcissistic shit I don't like about you. That comes from women. What the fuck is there to stay blessed about? Did you hear what the fuck I said one more time? I am the prince, king, emperor, descendant of this whole fucking story. Does that sound crazy to you? I know that sounds crazy, but that's really my grandmother. It's sounding crazy ain't the fucking problem. What is crazy is that it's my grandmother. And this is the life that I'm in. This is our reality. This is our shared experience based on a lie. So imagine if it wasn't crazy that all the Moors were black guys, that they still are today. Kings are not. What am I saying blessed about? How am I blessed? My problem isn't me, blessings, or God. My problem is them. Whether I'm blessed or not, I still have a problem, bro. It sounds crazy or mentally ill. No, I'm mentally fine. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, I know. There was no dinosaurs outside of Jurassic. I'm cool. You should look both ways before you cross the street and shit. Say no to drugs and alcohol, bitch. And don't sleep with all these bitches on the first night. Like, what's mentally ill about me? Where does this go? Where does this scare you at? That I'm passionate about my story. I'm passionate about my country. We have a country to attend to. I'm passionate about my country and what's happening on top of it. That sounds crazy, mentally ill. What about this bullshit would make someone of the country mentally ill? It would have to be the people in this fucking story I'm talking about, correct? Who's really fucking mentally ill? If none of these people are those people, who's really fucking mentally ill? Where everyone's talking about their taxes is going to some fucking program and Grace Commission report says you're paying interest. Who's really fucking mentally ill? Supposed to have the best education in the fucking world and no one around the world want to buy your shit. They're replacing your ass with ChatGPT 2. Who's really mentally ill? Motherfuckers can't even put 2 and 2 together and make fucking healthy kids no more. Who's mentally ill? Who's on opiates? Not me. Who's mentally ill? What are you talking about, nigga? I really want to know. Because you represent the average people of retarded people I've been talking about. What's going on with y'all? What you up on? Who your grandma? Where your grandma stay? What do you think the politic problem is? You think it's not enough money to the poor people and the rich people ain't getting taxed enough? Where you at in this conversation? You want to open the borders or you want to close them? Are you from here? Are you at least American? You speaking English? Are you English? You're angel descent on King James Bible. You one of my cousins? No? Who's crazy? You don't even know your fucking grandmother's name. You don't even know your fucking language. You don't even know where the fuck you belong on this fucking map. So what's mentally ill about me trying to correct that for people? You don't even give a fuck enough to go on Ancestry.com yourself and see how far you can go. Who's mentally ill? You speak a language that codifies honor your mothers and fathers. Who's mentally ill? You're being thrown away back and forth with emotions and feelings and headlines and propaganda generated by retarded people in ChatGPT. And they always wrong about it, especially in 2025. Who's mentally ill? Plastic in your balls. Who's mentally ill? mRNA. How many boosters you got? Who's mentally ill? Who the fuck's mentally ill? You're having a bad day today because you're not feeling well. Who's mentally ill? You left a comment on a video, and then you came here. You said 10 minutes ago. You were watching my other video, nigga. I got the alert on the top of my screen. Who's mentally ill? You lied that fast. A mentally ill person couldn't clock your bitch ass. Don't fucking play with me. Anyway, since you're minding grown folks' fucking business, welcome. What part of this conversation are you lost on? Let me help you get there. On Kent, England. On Trent, New Jerusalem, New England. Those are mine. You're in my territory. Who's mentally ill? Imagine that shit. You're speaking my language. Who's mentally ill? Imagine that. You're in my nation. Who's mentally ill? Imagine that. Are you any of those things? The audacity for me that you might not understand the codex or my language model, but you don't have a replacement for yourself about any of that. As far as you know, you're just a United States citizen. Happy to be here. As happy as your granddaddy was getting a bitch pregnant, I guess. We never had that problem. Mentally ill? Let me find your real profile. You got pronouns in your bio, don't you? Mentally ill? What does healthy look like in this fucking society of a bunch of fucking cosplaying, pretending ass niggas that change the rules depending on who they vote for? Mentally ill? Ill. Who's mentally healthy through this shit? Nigga, I got anxiety. But that's not because of what I'm talking about. The truth is the truth. It don't fucking matter how you feel about it, nigga. This is my perspective of how it's affected me on Elizabeth Smith, my nigga. What other polarity, because sometimes people get caught up in niggas' deliveries because we're very passionate and I guess they feel attacked sometimes by listening to a third party story from a person they never meet, never will be around, talking about someone else hypothetically. No one's name's been named. Understand everything, character types, but they do that shit with the NBA just fine. Mentally ill, cut it out. Y'all motherfuckers just don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And I know that already. What can I tell you? Where's the cognitive dissonance at? What do you not agree with? I know we're in an agreement phase of my personal experience about my family and my country and my language. I didn't know we elevated to that in this. For you to take a stance and say, that's mentally ill, instead of, all right, tell me what healthy sounds like about this. What's the healthy approach to being colonized and occupied and disrespected and violated and robbed? I would say I'm not mentally ill enough. Given that everything I just said is facts. Now imagine all the shit that you cry about and be depressed about. Your shit be like, she didn't text back. Your shit be like, you ain't got enough. Your shit be like, no one understands. Nigga. Me versus the whole world, Craig. The whole world that's alive today has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about on King James. They still just think he's some random white guy that taught English or something or brought Christians here. That's all they need to know to get their passport to be here to do business around Indians. So, what's going on here? You ain't got nothing to say no more? That's weird. comments, you jumped in hot, and all of a sudden you just cooled the fuck off. Why is that craziness, idiot? What's going on, agent for Israel? What's going on with you? What's going on, Israelis? You want to tell me that's your grandmother too? Queen of Jews? Smith, somebody. Queen of Jews. The fuck? That ain't your grandma. I know. Cool. You probably never even met that woman or anybody related to her, except for me, actually. That's crazy that niggas come at me and talk to me crazy, and then they miss something, and I understand I'll miss it too. Whoever the fuck you think I am or am I not, I'm related to everybody in history that you read about. At least you get to experience which part of that is real. Like, oh no, them niggas really existed. Yeah, I'm their kid. Not some nigga that lived in their country. I thought that's what I was doing. Waking up the Renaissance. Because I know I'm not the only one here. And I know we have a bunch of different patinas now, because it's been about 250 years with some new shit mixing in. And I know it only takes 2 to 3 generations to make you look weird. That don't mean me and you ain't got the same fucking great-grandfather. So I'm speaking it the only first-person view I can speak it, because everything else is his story and third party. So I'm doing something different. I'm telling you, hey yo, on King James, on my granddaddy, is what that means. When I say on King James, I'm saying on my granddad. On my mama, on my hood. I look fly, I look good. So when I'm saying on King James, I'm talking about on my grandfather. That's the only different type of thing that I offer in any of the narratives, is that everyone else has been talking and around about things as it pertains to their group, their people, their what they think, their benefits, where they stand politically and socially, and how they can climb in that narrative and get funding from Jewish people. I know how the fucking game works, my nigga. I'm a genius. Cut it out. But what I'm doing is some nigga shit. Oh yes, we have to code switch. I'm code switching to what I'm more comfortable with. Talking plainly about my reality. I'm not here to get voted for. It's just shit, man. Shit, Cashapp money sign mgthefuture if you want me to get a black and mild tonight. That's it. That's it. That's all I got. That's all I got. I know the AI is learning off of this. I know there's different agencies that chime in. I know there's other people who are now going to be motivated to figure out who the fuck they are for real. That's the least I can fucking do. What else can we talk about in this flunked out fucking mentally ill society? I'd rather talk about something real when everyone's fucking fake reacting over something fake anyway. That's that shit that's driving mental health disorders. How this shit just keeps on changing. The rules keep changing. Black is the MAGAs, the Democrats. The Democrats want the Republican conservatives. Like, everybody all over this bitch. Depending on who cut the fucking check or who hits tweet and reposts, nigga. Like, meanwhile, hey, guys, it's just kind of weird outside, and they don't understand how fucked up this shit gonna get inside their mind. So let me ground you to reality real quick, so you don't go flying with the tide thinking that they going somewhere you're gonna benefit from. Let's start with the fact that the origin of this shit is cap. And at some point between cap and now, something changed. And something changed again after that, and now we're looking at the goddamn Germans and Jewish people from World War II. With that filter alone, the whole thing is revealed. I like giving out cheat codes to my cousins and my brothers and shit. You ain't gotta beat the game like that. It ain't funner than having a rocket launcher the whole time. I swear to God it ain't. You can remove yourself from so many stupid ass narratives, in fact. If you believe 5% of what I say, you're like, that's interesting. There's some very interesting Pokemon cards about him. Don't forget the pedigree in my genetics either. It matches on both sides. I'm not some little short fry, light-skinned guy saying, hey, I'm a descendant of the Giants. Nigga, I'm 6'3" for real. Stop fucking playing with me. Like, nothing I'm saying is not in correspondent to what I'm talking about. In fact, I'm an Afro-Asiatic for real, nigga. Where the fuck I think I get these eyes from? I'm Judean for real. That's where we get this beard from. On Carlos V. Stop playing with me. And if I had hair to show you, it'd be curly as shit. Stop fucking playing with me. I don't have a white mother. Even if. I don't look like Steph Curry's daughter either. I'm way darker than any black and white person you've ever met. How'd that work? Dominant genes. Which ones? Blood type O. Who is that? Thank you. Me. Where did we get that from? Where we get our blood type from? Stop fucking playing with me. On top of all that, don't miss that part of the story. Blood type. I got all the ingredients. So I couldn't make but so much up about it. So, and I don't get nothing from making up nothing about it. That's Elizabeth Smith, my 12th great grandmother. Kent, England. Middlesex, England. All those same type of designations over here on the East Coast. Her father made it all the way over here to the East Coast. Rebecca and the other name they used. He had a beef with 2 baby mothers. This is the daughter with the other one. They ain't his only kid. That's just my grandmother that connects me to him. Like Sarah and Hagar again, nigga. Like, yeah. Okay. I mean, their daddies are Judean still. Afro-Asiatic still, Semite still, King of England, King of America at the same damn time. That's what an emperor is. Could have sworn it was. An emperor got more than one kingdom, and the rest of them his damn kids or his brothers. We should know, because when you understand that none of these motherfuckers are English, they're Khans. This is the Ottoman Empire I'm talking about. That's the time period. This is after medieval. This is before the United States is even a fucking idea. I mean, we come from people, it's a stupid ass idea for their people. Their idea means what the fuck you niggas thought we were supposed to forget. What do these other people think we're supposed to do? Like, really, Shogun, what are we supposed to do? On Grandma and on Cherokee, what are we supposed to do? Forget that we're Indians? Forget that a lot of us are Moorish Europeans? That no matter how you divide that shit, you got Israel all over again? We're supposed to forget that we have a whole other timeline that's in the oldest book that they reference in our languages about our people and our ancestors. And we're supposed to just fit on in and not want our shit? And what are we asking back for? What are we asking back? I want the right for you motherfuckers to stop calling me fucking black and African American. Is that too much to ask? You gotta figure out who your fucking pronouns are. Well, how about you start with the adjectives, bitch? I'm a noun. Pedigree. More. My tribe. Judah. And the rest of the fuck all of them at once. Designation. Wherever the fuck I touch my foot at. Because of who my daddy is. He didn't have no fucking limits on his map. But today, I guess I would say, well, can I at least be a sovereign? Since you're on my grandmother's land anyway. That's my shit. That's my shit. Nobody else from nowhere else can give me other shit that's different than my shit anyway. Like, there's no way it works anyway for us. The United States of Germans and Jewish people cannot give me something else up. They don't have nothing to give. They can't give or take away. They'll take away, but that's illegal, by the way. Everything they do to us is on some bullshit, by the way. And I don't think anyone confused about that shit. So we don't have to spare you the gory details. Tariq Dashi did a wonderful job of Hidden Colors about how they do the bullshit they did to us. But no, what I want back is my story. What I want back is our dignity. What I want back is our chance to mind our fucking business and do what we're supposed to do in those goddamn treaties with your goddamn United States. At the very least, I would love to be in my appropriate persona. That's crazy. That's crazy that I want to be myself. That's crazy that I want to be useful. That's crazy that I want to do some shit that works and has always worked until these motherfuckers got here. Let's not forget that part. It's been working since the Bible. Multiply that to 9 times, please. These motherfuckers are not in the Bible. We ain't got this story. We're in the middle of it. I'm not trying to go back to Old Testament. I'm trying to go back to 300 years ago. The fuck? I was comfortable 300 years ago. I don't think we gotta go back to BC for real quick. No, we ain't gotta rebuild the whole tower. We gotta rebuild the part they chopped off and put some plastic. What they put that shit? Fucking spray painted plaster on the World Fair shit, like to add their statues. Like I'm just trying to remove the plaster. You know, like some people have popcorn stones. I'm just trying to remove the popcorn stones, bro. I ain't tripping on what the fuck they got going on. Nuance. They're gonna die anyway. Bro, I'm early. I'm trying to get a head start on the narrative and the reorientation of all the people, not just me. Because the loss of the United States idea, just the language model, and what's going on since World War II, that don't just affect me. It always affects me, but it don't just affect me. Everything they do affect me, but I'm not just the only one affected. This narrative affects everyone because that is the lie, the linchpin of all the other fake narratives. Is that I'm not who the fuck I say I am, and anyone like me that is. But notice, there's not a whole bunch of people like me saying this shit. So I'm going to take the responsibility for the fact that I'm just reawakening a thing. And this is a very strange, because Prophet Noble Drew Ali was doing the same fucking thing. This ain't our first time trying with niggas. But I have the internet. It's different. Other people come through later and see the replay and listen for 10 minutes, I guess, and they'll miss something. All right, cool, fucking story. What were you going to get differently? Go to another channel real quick. What are they talking about today? Who should get food stamps and who should get a job and how come they having babies? You don't know that answer already? You just need someone else to say it again. And then someone else to say it differently. And then someone else to say the same thing. And I already told you what the whole fucking argument is on both sides of all stories and have both of them wrong. What else can I? In the middle of the failing of the entire West as a result of what they did to us 250 years ago. They're failing from that point. They never won anything. They were dead broke. I read it to you. So they haven't quite. And notice that when they figured it out, they didn't do it without us. Okay, and now there's a whole bunch of time period right now where ain't that many of us left. And I think that would make anybody mentally ill for real if you really think about going from 100% of people to 15% of people. And how little your population actually is in 2025. I'm not sad about Americans and citizens. My tribe is barely alive. Where the fuck do these people come from, bro? How do they not even resonate and understand what the fuck we be talking about, Sugar? You think I'm trying to beat you to a better job? You think I want to be by myself in the nice hills of Hollywood without neighbors? Like, who the fuck you think we are? In Mama Inga's land. We don't want nothing y'all be talking about. And y'all don't understand why. Because it's ours already. Meaning there's no version of history where we came up by coming here over someone else. We built everything. Any of our victories rhymes with us getting old shit back. We don't get time back. We don't get our dead homies back. We don't get anything by winning a war with these faggots. We get the same thing we always had. Instead of what they've given us, jack shit, we give back that to them and then take our shit back, which has always been ours. They don't lose anything by us getting our shit back. We lose everything by them having it. Remember, there's a second option for them. Wherever the fuck they came from. This is where most of us comes from. So as long as they're here playing this game at these settings with these rules against us, nothing will ever go well for them. They're cursed people because of this ignorance. Because of this fraction of people on their side that kind of get it, but they don't give a fuck. They have too much else to win or lose in a different dimension that most of us aren't even in anyway. Everybody else is in between cosplaying about jobs and titles and educations and how much they owe the bank. And what I'm entitled to another person who owes the bank, and we should come together as a power couple and never have kids. Like, spare me the gory tea titles in this motherfucker, okay? And mentally ill. Black China trying to go back to rob, nigga. Mentally ill. No. You're misunderstanding my energy. I don't give a fuck about anything but what I be talking about. It's the illest thing about this for people like us. What I am describing is righteousness. People have a problem with us pursuing righteousness. They'd be the first to invoke a God or Jesus or what happened to the energy or spirit of. They'd be the first ones to talk about a simulation. They'd be the first ones to talk about we need a reset. They'd be the first ones to talk about we need our own land. They'd be the first ones to describe everything that's fucking Indian. While looking at a goddamn Indian trying to tell me what the fucking Indian is. Meaning I am Indian the whole fucking time. And every fucking reference they have about a better life sounds Indian to me. What happened to the Indians? Mentally ill? Who did that to them? That sound like some sane people? That sound like some healthy, Christian, good fathers and good men of the society that came over here with this bullshit? Slave masters sound like decent people? Then why is slavery wrong? Y'all be thinking about the slaves and whether or not you want it or don't want to be one. No, talk about the slave masters if they're white people. You don't feel like nothing's off? Or you have the persuasion, well, it's just business at the end of the day. You have no businesses back then, by the way. Shut your dumb ass up. So that's a brand new concept to even say it like that. I mean, your brain don't fucking work for real. I know. I grew up here for 40 years. I watch a lot of people just say shit and they don't never think about what they're saying because most people are social creatures. They pick up things from other people's conversations and other movies and other arguments and listen to a daddy or listen to somebody else and they remember that and then they repeat it when a similar subject comes up again. Never in between it do they think about shit or research it. It's sad that you think a motherfucker gotta go to college to be able to do that. No, bitch, you're a damn human. Humans created college. That means we're always doing that. Anyway, since you didn't have time to working at Popeyes or Steak and Shake, what the fuck, nigga? Like, what else could you do? In a free land with no jobs. All you can do is write, read, learn, build, fuck around, do whatever the fuck you want to do. This shit is something else. It's not ours. It's not our design. It's not from the Bible. The Bible ain't Christian. None of that is true. None of these motherfuckers can quote scriptures. None of them can even read that fucking Bible in front of you. They just talk about it while it's closed. And they'll repeat some things they heard. Fortune cookie news. Shit they put on calendars. They don't read the next paragraph ever. I promise you. It's all fucking Comic-Con ass niggas parading as would-be Catholics or Christians. I personally don't give a fuck either way. I know this one thing. That's my damn family. That's my damn book. And we fucking wrote the shit. They can miss me with their interpretations, no matter what they say. I would never ask them to interpret my grandfather's intent. I wouldn't even talk to them about our fucking family Bible. My only question is, why the fuck do they have our Bible and not theirs? Why do you have King James Family Bible if you're not King James? Or his family, bitch? Start there. Why does my father have the monopoly on what God is? Start there. And why everybody's speaking our language, but don't know who the fuck we are? I look like niggas that never changed with them. We've always been black. We didn't become black. That's not how dominant genes work. Wake your ass up. I be talking to scientists too. Like, I went to school for science. Like, now do the genetics again. Bloodline of the Kings. A history of arranged marriages. Dominant genes. And I'm their grandson. You telling me my Indian grandmother added African to the mix? Beasleys. Lewises. Those are all Jew names. You notice all of them were fucking married? No time to be a fucking slave, right? A bunch of married Jews. Since John Smith's kids. We ain't changed color, bitch. We don't even need to talk about the slave trade with this. We're kings and shit, not pirates. Although some of my ancestors are. I'm a little bit of everybody. That's how United Nations work. So I'm not just speaking to one bloodline. I'm speaking to at least 12 plus one of them niggas in 3 different Khan kingdoms. It's Y equals MX plus B. It's 3 kings for 3 different kingdoms in the 12 tribes of Israel, plus the new one from 800 years ago. Y'all didn't do the thing to make it 14. Weird story, since our story is the oldest story and we're up to 13 different tribes of people. And this last little epoch was like a little weird xenophobia and racism. That is not our fucking design in anybody's fucking history. Israel is 12 mixed tribes of black people. The fuck? We don't have time for xenophobia and racism. We have a time limit, nigga. Don't forget that book come from Egypt. In Egypt, where the Mayan calendar is. Mayate, Moor, Mayan, Angelo, Mama, Inga, huh? Same story all over again. This whole world history is the same story. All that other shit is fillers and people adding shit to it and taking away from it, pretending to be the people they're not. We're talking about people they never met. At a timeline, they were never here. Your whole volume of English, anything about this world is fucking science fiction at best. These motherfuckers wasn't here. Or they wouldn't be doing this research from scratch for the first time in human fucking written history. This is new to them. This ain't new to nobody in my body since they're writing about them. I gotta live my whole life watching some dickhead talk about and hypothecate what the fuck they thought was going on with my family members. And then raise my hand politely, like, hey, you know who John Smith is? With the royal kingdom of Jews, known as the Holy Roman Empire. Holy because of angels, and angels have kids, and that's Jerusalem, okay? So you don't gotta think about nothing else, and no Vatican, and no catacombs. This is common fucking sense if you know what the words mean, holy. So, all right, so anyone here not an angel descendant? All right, why are you using their shit? That don't leave a room for a whole bunch of different people to have something angelic anyway. If everyone lore tells you that we learned all these things from angels. So if there is another civilization, not ours, they would have to be raised up by angels, right? To have a written language, music, how to use fire, all these other things. That you see these humans off the Andaman Islands who don't do none of the shit you do now. 2025. Someone has to introduce them to some shit eventually. Yeah, that was never us. That's all I can say. That was never my people. I don't know why white people have a problem with the fuck I'm saying. Y'all act like it wasn't yours. But your people using my people shit. Get in line, boss. Who third? Who fourth? Does it fucking matter? It's none of it's theirs. Anyway, I talk from that layer. There is no arguing or going back and forth with no niggas who can't say any of these people we talking about is related to them. There'd be no fucking reason for anyone to debate, read, write a book, or deal with it. Outside of being a fucking occupier, outside of being a fucking colonizer, outside of trying to get a benefit from someone else's shit. And I have seen that all 40 years of my life. That's why I don't get no better than that. Juanito, aka Prester John, Juan Carlo. As long as it's not going their capricious way, they instantly get mad. I know. This now gets it. B-Man got it. Yeah, it's. But why now? Maybe because I'm trying to figure out where I'm losing niggas. Why am I talking about this now at a time like this? Maybe that's what's missing, context. Because what's happening is a direct result of what I'm talking about. The shit that's happening is happening to me too. Again. So on top of all the shit that's happened to me, my friends, and my family for at least 150 to 200 years, the culmination of those choices by those ancestors and theirs led to here with me today talking about I'm descendant of all the kings, but I'm a goddamn African American United States citizen in 2025. King James English 1611, 2025. Something happened. Nothing in their narrative turns a king into a fucking citizen. Nothing in that story can account for that. Yet here I am. My angel said, "Still I rise." I somehow underground and move some kids around so everyone didn't die or something weird happened. Obviously. But at the end of the day, Fallout 3. I'm out of the vault, my nigga. One more time, Genie in the Bobble, they're rubbing me the wrong fucking way. I'm out of the vaults. I'm Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm Alloy. I'm out of the vault. I'm telling you, I'm underground because something happened here. And it didn't happen until those people pretending to be these people, and neither one of those are my people. Help. China, hey yo. Russia, hey yo. Africa, fuck with me a little bit. Hey yo. They lie to y'all about the whole United States history if you never been here your damn self. For the first time in fucking human history since 1493. Now you can kind of understand where I'm coming from. If nobody fucking know that here, I know they don't know that around the fucking world. So I'm talking publicly. Like, so what the fuck y'all said happened to John Smith and his kids? Oh yeah, by the way, I'm one of them. Does that align to your history? What happened to them in your story? They're the whole fucking riot of why the world's speaking English. And I'm asking in English, so I'm not asking everybody else who don't speak English either. Like, when did you pick up on English? When your grandmother starts talking a language of Jews? Why? Oh, some money. No. Shut the fuck up. No. Why your grandma speak English? She just speak English because it's third party shit. Like, hey, today kids, you gotta speak English. We don't know where it comes from, but if you get a Bible, King James English. Hey, no one raised their hand and said, who's King James? Do you have any kids? If he came to the most fertile promised land there fucking is, 1611. King James didn't have no kids. Mind you, King James didn't bring English here. His son did. They made a whole Disney movie about these niggas. Kinda. They made him some fucking blonde haired white boy. Disrespectful as fuck. What Jew look like that on Jesus? King James English is for the Bible. Jesus in the Bible. He's a copper colored brother, right? Who the fuck is John Smith in the Disney movie? Some blonde haired, blue eyed person. That seems very intentional for a person who doesn't understand that King James English and English that they use in a fucking movie with the Indians talking to a nigga in English is between a nigga and a nigga anyway. In real life. So why they add that extra nuance there? Why do I have to make pretend these niggas are white? What's the purpose of that? In anybody's book. Why do white people do that? White people, do you ask, like, why do we whitewash everything? And then get mad at people knowing we whitewashed everything when they start to say we whitewashed it. I want to figure out those answers. Mental health, you know what I'm talking about? Figure out the mentally ill part of this equation. Like, they know what whitewashing means. They know what iconoclasm means. And both of those is against me. I'm a con, baby. It's in the name. So they're whitewashing cons. Quite literally, iconoclasm. It's in the name. EA Sports, nigga. On King James English. Root words and etymon and everything. It'll fuck you up if you didn't know it was algebra. Algebra, right? That's a Moorish language, isn't it? Al-Hebra, Maghreb, Al-Aqsa. Those are Moors, aren't they? So the prerequisite for English is algebra, and algebra is Moorish. What is English? All right, then. Someone learned something different in school about this? I hope not. Because why they lying? Why they lying about where this comes from? It's a King James Bible, and it's Moorish algebra, which is the prerequisite for King James English. You think King James knew algebra? Or Archangel Gabriel? You think so? You think the book in the Old Testament, the Septuagint or the Tanakh, the Torah, the real ones, on King James, his family's books, not the people who try to find it and transcribe it later. That's a weird fucking story. Why are you digging up our shit to transcribe it to anything? Then deny that we exist currently when you're doing it. For profit, for Smithsonian, so you can get some money to survive in a debt-based system. You don't give a fuck about honor. I know. That's how I know you ain't related to us. Tough. But notice how we don't do that with your shit. Niggas don't go take nobody else's shit. Niggas just be taking their shit back. We have nobody else shit to take if all y'all brought your bitch asses here to take from us. Do the math. We can't take nothing from you. We can just take our shit back. They ain't giving me no fucking 40 acres and a mule. It ain't theirs to fucking give to nobody. These motherfuckers don't own land. It's unalienable. They can trade the papers and the banks and the representations and the ideas of how we act. Imagine if we own the land and we give you a mortgage where you can stand right there and we'll send our police to defend you in case one of these niggas wake up and shoot you. Yeah, but we've never done that. You weren't here that fucking long. Y'all came in here en masse after all of that gory part was already done. Opportunist. The United States of German Jews. That's some new shit. But the America was colonized by German Jews, the real ones. The kingdom of German Jews versus the German-ish, Jewish Poland people. It must have been a cool idea on that long ass boat ride and train ride, but it did not land well. Everybody else ain't gonna wake up to it. Everybody else ain't King James' grandson either. I think God, one of us, woke up. Everybody else act like they coming from Africa. They can't help me. In this story, in this narrative, in this understanding, they're always going to look at it slanted from the wrong. It's impartial to them. They're third party. They talk about someone else's granddaddy when they tell their stories. Asir and Todd Street. They don't name their family in that story. So it's like doing a book report. I'm not doing book reports. I'm talking about my goddamn family. I'm talking about who I am. I'm not talking about nobody else. I'm talking about what made me. I'm not talking about no one else. It just so happens that who I am is what's going on. Ain't shit I can do about that. It's happening to me quite literally. It's happening to my brothers, my cousins, and all of our associates and friends that we made sense. But what the happening is this. They got us fucked up. Day one. Root issue. They have stacked on problems more severe and worse and less for everyone else in the middle of that. What I'm telling you is, foundation wise, add up the costs. Pay attention to your foundation. Do not build it on sand. That's what the Bible says in King James English. Add up the costs and don't do your fucking foundations and faulty foundations with sand and shit. And a house divided against itself cannot stand. And this house is divided against itself on faulty foundation. AKA, mathematically, it can't stand anyway. This is good math. Shitty foundation, lies, and is divided against itself. Time. Eventually, this shit's gonna collapse utterly for them. Yarn, let's code switch to imagine if the United States is a country of everyone around the world who just got here lately, and that's how we're gonna rock with it for 100 years. In that paradigm, no King James, no Queen Elizabeth, no Pocahontas, no Rebecca, none of us. Just take all the black Indians out of your story. I get it. You've done that already. But now just keep it there. You're about to lose everything either way. The thing you don't know that you have and don't know how you have it is what's fucking failing right now. That's everything you have. I don't think people understand what the United States is to everyone else. The United States is what everyone else has to be here. If there is no United States, if there is no federal funding, if there is no welfare, if there isn't any weird little 501c3, LLCC, national security commissions, funding, and hospitals, and all kinds of weird shit popped up from everyone else in the world, none of that exists here, George, without the United States. So if the United States fails, all of it fails at once. And a civil war against random niggas, all 15% or less of us, is not going to fix it or bring it back either. The United States is a hostile occupying force to Indians. I'm Indians. I am Indians. I am niggas, and niggas is me. On Mama Inga. On King James. On Carlos V. Like, I know. I can deduce this based on looking at it from who I am. That don't make me smarter or better than nobody. It's the opposite. Because I'm not smarter or better than nobody else, I need to know more than everybody else about this shit. Because I'm fucked in your system and I've already been fucked in mine. I don't have a third way to get fucked here. I'm fucked on what Elizabeth did, I'm fucked on what Kennedy did, and I'm fucked right now. This is not about ego or momentum of feeling something better over people. It's impossible. It's dying either way. Real quick, why do a lot of people from the West come into party all night in our country, Thailand? It's a great question, John Joseph. You have a very interesting name set there, by the way. Why do so many people come to your country to party? I've never been to your country, and I wouldn't go to your country to party. I would go there to sightsee. I would go there to meet people. I would go out there to sit outside and smoke cigarettes and watch people and take pictures and say hi and fuck up your language a little bit, trying to be funny. I would buy merchandise that reminds me of the place. I'll ask you where the real good food is at and not the shit y'all sell to white people. I'll try to find out what's your equivalent to sweet tea and Kool-Aid, and do y'all really fuck with fried chicken for real? Can I fuck with that real quick? I don't know about tuna and eel. I'll be like, yo, I'm not sure if this is the right place, but keep me away from the lady boys. I went with a Puerto Rican to Miami one time, and he thought that shit was funny. I hope y'all don't. And then, yeah, where's the best views at? I'm not a person from the West. Y'all know who Genghis Khan is? Then you would know my grandfather, right? I would go more like that. Y'all ever heard of Genghis Khan over there in Thailand? You ever heard about like the Shaolin monks or any of the boxers or nothing like that? Zoroaster, y'all familiar with any of that shit on Buddha, on Black Buddha? Y'all heard about any of them niggas? We used to be there a long time ago, bro. Maybe not even that long ago. Maybe at least 200 years ago if you really do science. But we were there a long time ago and up to 200 years ago. Can you fucking imagine? Y'all miss us a little bit? How come y'all don't come out the West to see how we doing? My thing is more like that. How come y'all come here and act like you don't know who we are? We're not even familiar. But y'all sure do gravitate towards us and our culture. Like nothing ever changed. Besides narrative from third party people. Isn't that strange? The only thing between us is someone else's lie. Understand everything eventually. Will you declare all rights to we the people? What do you mean? What is the comma? You still typing? I'm not trying to recover the United States. My people are, we are not the United States. The United States is doing business with us because labor, people, location, materials, they're HOA. Hey, you have all this land up here, previously frozen from the last reset. It's thawing. We'll work it for you at cost. We go, cool. Even better. We don't even want that much. Malachi 3 and 8, shall man rob God, for how have you robbed me in tithes and offerings? We just wanted tithes. Tithes is a cool way of saying tenths. Tens, tenths, talents. We didn't want the whole thing anyway. But for us, that's different than anyone else on this story, at least today. Everyone else has something to lose, to gain, whatever, whatever. We come out the Bible, bitch. We're doing this because of God. We're not doing this for retirement, for our family, and for the future, for the kids of Occupying Line, of all these people we killed. No, 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 no. No, we can only do it because of God anyway. That's a far gone conclusion with us, though. Not people who converted, adopted it, researched it, studied it, traveled the world. No, 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 no. Those people who are telling you in that book, nah, we got all this fly shit because we fuck with God heavy. And when we don't fuck with God heavy, we get fucked up every time. Listen, we're going to figure out a happy medium with this shit. That's what the why. The why is always God. That's our default setting. Whether or not we live up to that, if we're good people, moral, don't miss that. Even the bad guys believe in God here. Everybody else has a word or language model that does not require God first. In King James English, imagine. They're missing the whole part of English, English. So you're done with the kingdom of angels. You have to understand, there is no concept of angels without God. So you're done with the kingdom of angels and their kids. Everything pivots off of that idea. Even in 2025, where people have forgotten what God is, the language and the place and the pedigree and the blood of the people who did. Hi, we're still here. We're not living up to your version of God based on your understanding of our book about our God then. You can't comprehend. Literally, we're not talking about the same thing. It's apparent to me because so many people love this system. And if you compare it to anything that God said, this system itself is evil, including the part you love about it. Be in the world, not of it, I guess. That's not to make me holy and better and more moral than someone else who's living differently either. That's like a racism of religion. No. On Mohammedans, like, no. No, no, no. Both the Quran and the Septuagint have something in common. God, bitch. They only writing those books about God. Have y'all noticed? It's not like Harry Potter married, worried about some guy who had a weird little tattoo. Maybe he's a bloodline somebody, bro. It's not like what happened with crypto and what happened to the 90s. It's not a fucking little cutout AI story on TikTok or Instagram. No, no, no. Both of those books pivot off of God first. Meaning to us, the concept of God is real. You get a whole fucking language out of it called English. You get math out of it called algebra, called Gabriel. Everything in our language points to an angel, by the way. Dawoodi, Yahui, your vowels still say the name of David. Even in my name, Dwayne, it's a derivative of David. I'm a drawing and a design of David, King David, of our family. Not King David of a bunch of territories and countries of different pedigrees and different people and how all this other shit happened. I don't know. It ain't in our story. Remember, we were over here by ourselves at least until 1490s. Like, bro, spare me the gory details. I know all kind of magical shit can happen because we're pivoting off the fact that God brought us here. Hold on now. Don't miss that story. Like, we believe some crazy shit for real. The language is attached to that crazy ass belief, though. Our names are connected to that crazy ass belief. Smith is connected to builders, carpenters, Jesus, Semites, Afro-Asiatics. Like, it's in our name. So no matter, you talk about Neo in the Matrix looking at the green screen, imagine me. Oh shit, I know what that means. Oh, that's the numbers on that shit. Ask Mr. Now. Talk to him. He can see the shit spinning. And he has a whole different perspective from who his family is and how they look at the shit. And it's like, yeah, I see the commonalities and this means this and I can compare this and switch it. And now we know how to balance equations because at least we know it's algebra and we're done with Gabriel. Who the fuck taught us that? So if that part is real, if something suddenly happens and it clicks, whether it's time, space, or weird radiation from space and sky, something happened to us in terms of just dealing with language and hearing about the rumors and gematria. You saw Wyatt and those type of people. And I was like, I'm not into gematria. I was telling Wyatt, I'm not into gematria for seasons of 3 a.m. But the something clicked, and I go, click. Oh shit, these niggas try to hold me back again. Bones of a language. Greek, Roman, and Hebrew is all the same thing. Different rotations. The first thing I do mathematically is readjust the rotation of the Rubik's Cube of what they did to us. It's a shame, Mr. Now, that I didn't save those videos. But it isn't. Because it's weird that they never fucking watched them when I was doing it in real time. What else were they watching? So in 6 a.m., I channeled a whole different way of using algebra, language, and words. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Crazy for real. Crazy. So I went so fucking crazy, I started doing fucking quantum algebra. Out of nowhere. Gematria. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. And not just like converting letters to numbers. No, I'm talking about like figuring out the names of the angels. I'm talking about undoing Gabriel out of the square and compass of the Masons on Gibraltar. I'm talking about like G is for genealogy and gematria. No, the fuck it's not. It's for Gibraltar if it's 4 degrees. It's for Gabriel if it's 3. Like I'm talking about out of nowhere. Understand something. I'm talking about I started channeling my ancestors. Nah. The instructions are sold separately. 2025. For no fucking reason. Ain't no cap in my rap. If you're watching this on replay, just go to the live chat in case you missed something. So yeah, bro, like on top of all that shit, on King James, with or without it, what the fuck is that? Now you add that with it. Oh, no shit, Sherlock. That comes from your ancestors. Genetic memories works for everybody who do tarot, but not me. Genetic memories work for the fucking Dolores Cannon and the white people who can hypnotize you and act like you went to Pallades, but not me. Like so only white people can access ancestor memories. Is that what the fucking problem is with these people? That some nigga in a do-rag shouldn't be spiritual? Being King James' grandson? What the fuck else could I be? If I was to ever be myself, what would that look like being their kids? The people who believe in God that come from angels. They don't believe in God because they made a God up. They believe in God because they're angel kids. That's what our story is, Judah. They ain't read that Bible before. I know. They talk about the flood in Noah's Ark. What was flooded out? A bunch of angel kids, correct? That's Genesis. That's in the first book. A book called Genetics. It's the genetics of the people who survived the flood. Who survived the flood? A world full of angel kids, correct? So before the flood, the world was heavily populated with angel kids. After the flood, there's not that many angel kids. You understand the science? These are the lifestyles of the rich and famous angel kids after that. That's who survived that flood. That big flood that shut everything down. They got scientific record of such things going down. You know, dinosaurs and ice age. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, if any of that is like that, that book is talking about. This is what we remember before that, but this is how we got here from that. That book ain't about that. That book is after that, talking about how we got here from that. The book is not about that. That book is written after that. Remembering, let's write down how we got here from there, but damn, back then, shit, there ain't nothing but angels here. they find a Dead Sea Scroll. It said the same thing. According to them, Dead Sea Scrolls are old as shit. But what's important is they said the same thing that my grandfather did. They must have thought, like they do with us, that we're all liars, like King James was making shit up or something. Then they find the Dead Sea Scrolls and they say the same fucking thing that's in his Bible. He doesn't have Dead Sea Scrolls. So where did he get his Bible from? They don't ever think about this, do they? He doesn't, there's no reason for them to think in 1611 he had access to the cache of the random mountain, the random cave, the random Middle East place where they find these scrolls, Ethiopia, they find these things that say the same thing. It's already in his Bible, though. Don't miss that. There's a bunch of books that they removed. Who is they? The Roman Catholics that put them to verses against my family? Yeah, bro, y'all don't piss me off. They removed way more than fucking a couple books out the Bible, nigga. They removed Tartaria out of fucking history itself. Let's start there. The Bible, oh. They got you calling me a fucking African. Ew, the Bible. They renamed St. Petersburg and switched the capital of Moscow. Ew, Istanbul. Ew, like, what are you talking about? Removing Tobit or Timothy or the book of Judas is like not what this story is, bitch. No matter what book they removed, you have to understand this. Those are the children of angels writing it. Fuck their secret narrative. Do you understand who book that is? Hybrid angels are giants. So those books are old as the timeline of giants. The timeline of giants is before the flood, according to the same fucking book that they're finding around here. When you come to America, you have Jacob and Quetzalcoatl and Israel and all the same type of symbology. And then the Masons will tell you, well, obviously, this is ancient Egypt. Pre-flooded Egypt is America. That's why I say we're ancient Egypt. So you understand everything. We are Egypt as you understand it, before the Bible, before the flood. So when they talk about dynasties and pharaohs and all the other people they want to throw into the mix, if it's before the flood, that's America. After the flood, we're worldwide. Before the flood, it's America. After the flood and we dispersed, we're worldwide. The Egyptians of ancient Egypt, America, survived the flood and ended up all around the world, separated, scattered. They're the same fucking people scattered, with the same culture and traditions, and evolved independently until they caught up with each other again. That's what the story is. It's a family Bible about how we reunited all the tribes again under one kingdom, indivisible, under God, again. We were scattered to the four corners of the earth and came back unified again 800 years ago. That's what the actual story is about. Y'all be making it about God in heaven. Nigga, for us, that's a foregone conclusion. We're not reading it for that. Like, we're not stressing that book to justify if you go to a store like, yo, man, what kind of God y'all got? This ain't like, no, I don't like that guy. That guy ain't, that Iverson, Jordan, Kobe, LeBron shit. No. Not the writers of that book. Not the writers of the book, and not who those people writing the book is writing about at the very least. The writer is writing about someone very specific on Noah's Ark, bitch. Noah's Ark is an ark full of giants, nigga. The giants were flooded. We are the survivors. Honey, we shrunk the kids. King James is a descendant of a giant. Jacob is a descendant of a giant. David is a descendant of a giant. He was fighting giants, nigga. It's not impossible. It's literally in the same fucking book that tells you about giants. And you have a whole bunch of motherfuckers talking about they Jewish with the Star of David on them. The nigga who killed giants. So we don't have a strange belief if everyone's pretending to be that because of that belief. That's what I'm saying. The people don't have the context to know how to read it. Like they can read the words and imagine something else without the placeholder or reference point. No, you don't read that book to find God, bitch. You read that book to find out why my family fuck with God heavy. There is no if about God, though. I don't need that book for God at all. I've been praying and intellectualizing or imagining dealing with God since I was a boy. I was born like that. It makes sense, though. Genetics. Or maybe something else on top of that. That's what I'm figuring out as I'm older. I just took it for granted. Doesn't matter what my answer is. Same outcome. So yeah, that book ain't so I can convert and hit someone else who never heard of me before, who don't even speak my language. Hey, learn my language and believe in my God, or else. Y'all don't believe in God for real, then. That's why this story about slavery and colonization don't make no fucking sense. And it wasn't even them, if. They're not King James kids, so they're trying to say we did that? No, the fuck we didn't. I'm married in. Why the fuck would I need to convert an Indian into a slave? I thought they came from Africa anyway. Oh, that's their pit hole in that narrative is that's the only way they can justify us being black. Africa is synonymous with dark skin or something to them, when the whole world was swarthy. So if they weren't around the whole world when it was swarthy, we know they wasn't there before the flood. So they never been to America, because that's how long ago the flood happened. So these people happened after the flood. Not us. Mama Inga survived it. That's why when Carlos V came back from Europe, she handed him Solomon's staff. So Solomon is before the flood that happened in America. That's not in no white man history. He starts at 1492 with America. How old is that staff, nigga? And it's in South America already, with a giant angel. Solomon is a giant, nigga. That's his staff, literally. She's a giant woman. That's her dad. They were giants compared to us. They're in a time of giants that were bigger giants compared to them. We are shrinking. They're Attack on Titan. A story about Jews. Like, imagine where they got it from. Same story, bitch. There's giants, then there's giants. Then there's some other shit. We are the little Egyptians that come from giants, which survived the flood of Egypt, which was here, America. I'm in what used to be an ocean. Where did that water go, Bruce? New Jerusalem and the Delaware was frozen. That water must have been frozen too. The sun was in a different polarity to support that. It happens again in 100 years, by the way. We are running out of time, Noah. That sun happens again in 100 years. Climate change in Ecuador. You'll start to understand everything. Back to what I was saying before. These people here are dead already. Because they've been bullshitting in the middle of our epoch. Our 400 years is up. It's not a punishment from white people and God using them. No. That's how much long you got between each of these resets, nigga. More like 500 years. Our 400 years of the bullshit is up. 1611 until now. That next sun phase shift is between now and 100 years from now. You better start building your ark. We're not giants anymore. You notice everything's been flooding already. You notice everything's been burning randomly. Volcanoes have been going off more ever in human history. Earthquakes too, right? The government shut down over climate change and $5 million in the budget for Ecuador. Have you noticed that your climate's been changing? At the very least. All the hurricanes, all the storms. Have you not noticed it? All the floods. I post them in my stories as much as I can stomach. But trust me, I skip hundreds of them. You already in 2025. And everything we warned you about is raining off now. This is so much deeper than would you afford a house and pay your education off, and one day when you finally slow down, sis, you'll have 2 kids at 42. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. Cut it the fuck out. Cut it the fuck out. That's not what none of this shit's about. Don't even bring up God. Stop playing with us. You don't mean it. You mean something spiritual and unseen, and you're grateful for it. I trust you and I believe you, but don't mix that up with Bible shit. The Bible wasn't written for you to get further ahead in capitalism. The Bible wasn't for your happiness. It's a survival guide. And James Smith was one of the last survivors of that beeline from pre-flood until 1611. That's who we are. My question always is, who the fuck is anyone else? I have a different science experiment question. Who the fuck are all these other people? They're not pre-flood. They're not ancient Egypt, but they all have ancient Egyptian languages? But they don't know who we are? When they come back to ancient Egypt, they don't know they're here? Just the Masons? Oh, yeah, on family business. Give birth in between tornadoes and earthquakes. Come on now, right now. Right fucking now. So what I'm saying is, people are concerned about the economy, a made-up paper idea, fictitious thing that isn't real anyway, which is the only reason why it's still standing, because of faith and imagination. I'm talking about once we figure out what the fuck that is. I don't know how that fucking collapsed suddenly. But even if it did and didn't, their time's up. I'm not talking about time's up in charge. I didn't put them in charge. I'm not talking about time's up because of God, per se. No, I'm talking about like they time's up to live. The sun is going through a whole different phase shift. You have a white, bright sun right now. They should listen to the Native Americans. Like, no, that sun changes to different phases over time. They don't know that, so that tells me how long they've been on this planet. Since our ancestors put that sun there, it's in the Bible. So we're going through a phase shift of our sun, which is entangled to everything else. Can you imagine if the moon is? So the sun is changing the quality of nutrients, radiation, frequency, 5G, all that shit, coronavirus, sun virus, it's all the same thing. They're trying to take credit for God again. A lot of people are tweaking out because of their thing to the sun. I tell you, my anxiety is only a certain way when the sun comes out. From 9 o'clock in the morning till like 4 o'clock since 2016 or 17. If I'm not in a good way, healthy mentally about something positive distracting me, I'll feel the sun radiation, light, whatever it is, and it will put me into a certain state physiology-wise, biology-wise, and that lends to more of a stressor and anxiety, and then the intellect assigns why you feel that way. And the whole fucking time is the sunlight. The cause, the catalyst for that thought pattern is the sunlight itself. Mm-hmm. The sun changed. The Bible tells you that one day the sun with righteousness and healing in its wings will rise again, and your enemies will be turned into ashes, and you will be trampling over them like fat calves in a stall, my nigga. How old is that book again? They seen some shit like that before? Where your enemies will not endure the sun. A book written by prophets, by the way. It's a bloodline of prophets. They said one day. That means that shit ain't happening yet. They're saying that they know so much about this sun that one day, whoever your enemy is, don't worry. If they're not you, the sun is going to take them out. Is the sun taking out Judeans? Melanistic people? So who the fuck could we be talking about? Not our damn selves. Now you understand it's a default that you know who wrote that Bible. Because of their relationship with the sun anyway. They worship a sun god, right? These Jewish people are not sun god people, boy. That's not how none of that work. I don't care what your Mormon talking about. He brand new here too. Tell him stop playing with my grandfather's last name too. Anyway, nah, those are sun people because they're from Egypt. You know. You see, it keeps stacking. It keeps stacking. It keeps stacking. It keeps stacking. It cannot be nothing but us. So everything else is philosophy, hot takes by foreigners and immigrants. AKA, my people perish for their ignorance. I ain't gotta listen to these motherfuckers. Who the fuck are they anyway? Where their grandma stay? That's not anything but righteousness. What's wrong about that? Now, the fact that I can come on the scene as a so-called black African American guy and then establish who the bloodline and family is, that's only a surprise to these niggas. Most of us had a problem, a fucking inverse reaction to seeing a white Jesus. Without even knowing the fucking history of Roman or Picasso or the Pisos or bourgeois, before y'all started doing shit on the internet, we were like, tough. What the fuck I don't believe in a white Jesus for? By default settings. It's a visceral reaction to us by default without knowing the history or what they lying about. We never trusted that shit. But then you connect the image in the colonizer with your ancestors' book, and then you go through mentally ill psychosis, I guess, trying to segregate it. Trying to put one in front of, and then the white boy, he's standing out the way, and the Jewish boy is saying, I'm Jewish. And you're like, wait a minute, where did he enter the chat? And why he over here talking? And why he was behind our record deals and shit like that? What you got going on? Y'all know what's going on? Y'all just inherited that story in the 1880s? Y'all ain't checked the homework yet? Y'all sun people? Now, how come most of y'all allergic to the sun already? Per capita, you should look up Israeli men and sun and see what's happening. They're allergic to it. The book is about sun people. And today in 2025, there's some people talking about they're the ish of sun people, and they're literally genetically allergic to the sun right now. Radiation affects my anxiety or it's not even that. It's anxiety is the after effect. It's the nervous system regulation. And I attach anxiety to it because of anxiety's sake. It feels like that, and thus, nah, that's radiation. Now imagine there are people per capita, same radiation. How many of them are SSRIs and opium? And would they believe it that the number one cause of why they're not happy or not feeling a certain way or why they're chasing dopamine and all these other things is because they're allergic to the sun. 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 As above, so below. So like they're allergic physiology, biology wise, I mean. Nothing they can do about that. The sun is a global variable. So when you look at the chemtrails, when you look at Bill Gates, when you look at blocking the sun, you start to understand that those people can no longer be the people of the book if the sun is their God. It's very common sense when you do the math on it. Probably you cannot both be the people from sun god Egypt with a sun god Ra, Israel, and then be the people allergic to the sun. You got to pick a hustle. You got to pick a fucking hustle. You can't be both sides. They're worried about climate change. They're worried about the accordance. They want to go to Ecuador and find something. I don't know what it is, but you know who ain't worried about that? Niggas that come from where I'm from. They were like, bitch, we got air conditioning and fucking pools, waters, lakes, rivers, beaches, and woods. We are okay. We don't like being hot and humid. Nah. They're hot and humid and allergic. Hot, humid, and allergic. We're just hot and humid, uncomfortable. They're hot, humid, uncomfortable, and allergic. Sun cancer, allergy. Mental health disorders, allergies. Through the pheromones, through the sweat, allergies. They're literally allergic to their global variable, bro. I don't need to be a scientist or fucking rocket scientist to figure this shit out. Something in them ain't from here then. This is a given. They're researching, trying to get out and get in and figure out all these other things. And they got less than 100 years in all before that bitch changed one more time on their ass. And that's if, to not be amiss, that's if we got the calendar right. That's if something else don't happen in between those cycles, like mini cycles and Kali Yugas and shit. That's if they didn't fuck it up with their industrial revolution. That's if something else don't happen with volcanoes. If our math is correct, and this is linear, and we are kind of in that cycle because we don't gotta look at the calendars anymore. We just gotta look at what phase the sun is, and then go back in time when they talk about other phases of that sun and shit. And you know that the sun was still orange and yellow in the 90s, so it changed phases around 2011 and shit, and now it's here. And it's gonna change phases again, and it gets to a certain phase where all this shit turned cold, bitch. Delaware, 1770s, remember? Now that shit loops. Like the phases of the moon, you got phases of the sun. The phases of the sun are just over, I guess, decades, not days in a month. Solar maximum and solar minimums. Changes the polarity of your sun. In a different polarity where the majority of these people are indeed allergic to it. Hence, coronavirus. It's a sun virus. That's why they can't tell you what lab it comes out of and all that dumb shit. No. It's the sun doing it. That's why you've adapted to it already. You adapted to radiation. They say, oh, it's the 5G. The sun is doing that. Then these assholes are trying to do something else and Wi-Fi and everything else. So yeah, the sun's new radiation and your new radiation. Yeah, a lot of people didn't make it. Moment of silence for them. A lot of people didn't make that radiation poisoning, did they? The problem we have with this shit hitting us when it did was on top of the fact they were experimenting with mRNA. Put the whole sentence together for me, Johnny. mRNA rewrites your DNA. The sun virus is targeting certain types of DNA. They're allergic to it. mRNA is the idea that you could protect the people who are obviously not sun people from the sun virus. And it happens to be most of the people talking about they're the people in that Bible, and they're not. Both ideas are theirs. Do the science. One more time, Fauci. One more time, Epstein. One more time, Bill Gates. None of you niggas is in that Bible. So why you, all of them together, cloud seeding, blocking the sun, and mRNA to rewrite their genetics to not be allergic to the sun, on top of that. On the top of it, they want to add a Neuralink because it's making them retarded. On top of the fact that they want everything centralized and automated by AI because it's making them stupid. They ain't got 100 years, bro. Do you understand what's going on? This ain't because they're about to lose a war with humans. No, they're losing a battle with their environment. We haven't fought back yet. Have you noticed? But you didn't read our Bible yet. For the Son of Righteousness will rise with healing in its wings, meaning something we knew closer to before they showed up. Like, this shit always changes anyway. Oh, these people? Shit. They ain't gonna make it 300 goddamn years. Either way we do this. Someone capping this motherfucker. It ain't my family. They're not gonna make it. They'll never have the United States idea, vision, dream, unity ever again. We don't believe them. They won't have enough people. That's the sun's fault. Eradication from the universe on some DBZ shit, yeah. Genetics, which is why you had to mix in with us. You didn't have a choice. You brought your ass to Egypt with the Egyptians, who survived sun changes and floods, and you decided to be xenophobic and racist. Quite literally, you fucked yourself. You understand what the Moors are? They survived the cataclysm. They're not just a substitute for black people. They're a very specific group of people from Egypt. You know, Phoenicians, Hebrews, a whole bunch of boats for some reason. Yeah, nigga. The real life story. We're not giants. Noah was. It happened again, is what I'm saying to you. That has nothing to do with God punishing us. That might just be the fucking nature of this environment spinning around some other shit that gets frozen sometimes with a local sun trying to keep you hot long enough so it has to change polarities depending on where Europa is, apparently, around Saturn's orbit. You get really close to the center sun and you get really fucking far away from it. We're headed to the part where we're getting really fucking far away from Helios. And they know this. It's always encoded and all they little shit. They kind of get at it. It's almost like they're missing the bigger picture. I get it. But they're using a language model because they're using English. So I get it. Like, I hear what they're not saying, but what the words they're trying to say. You're trying to say you're running out of time before we get to the other side of the central sun because we're going to be on the cold side of Saturn and you won't fucking live through that. Period. It's not climate change, nigga. It only seems like it because they fucking lie about where the fuck they are. Like they lie about who they are. Like they lie about who we are. They lie for a fucking existence. The devil is a damn lie. That's how you tell the difference. You have your father, the devil. Jesus calling them liars. For the devil is a liar. Poetically, you can say the devil is dying. Again, this ain't our first rodeo, nigga. We did the same type of story with giants. We survived that. If they're new, you didn't survive shit. One more time. We survived that. If you're new, you didn't survive none of that shit. You weren't there. The question is, how did you get here after that? Who the fuck are these people digging up shit, discovering shit, and it's always us? You come from a different planet, maybe? Maybe. You trying to go to another planet. You believe in other planets. You believe Tesla and all of them can do something on another planet. So is it possible if you can go to a planet one day that someone else came from another planet another day? And a whole bunch of other people, because I've seen all kinds of UAPs, manta rays, shapeshifters, tic tacs, fucking clouds, fucking shit that look like fucking organisms from the ocean. Like, we are stacked with technological intelligences in real time in 2025. Can you fucking imagine that? You got people sitting there crying and afraid for their life in your fucking current white people Congress about the subject itself. Don't forget about Graham and Joe Rogan. Don't miss those. Bob Lazar and Rogan's and Netflix. Don't miss those because they're talking about in real life, like down the street from where I am now. I moved right to the heart of it. Go ahead, check out my YouTube shorts and my Instagram real quick. No cap. All of that's already here. Compared to what's down here, these people who are allergic to the sun ain't got nothing like that. I don't think they're going to live. They lie about everything. No more wishes. No more wishes on these Dragon Balls, bro. Pause. Because they haven't even asked us. Hey, yo, Dwayne, what do you think about this? Since all of this belongs to your grandfather, I kind of stole all the knowledge in libraries about me and my grandfather, so I'm just guessing here. If I had to take an educated genetic guess, I would say you might want to reprioritize your strategy from riches to fucking survival mode. Because no matter how fucking rich you are, the sun don't give a fuck. Those UAPs definitely don't give a fuck. And you're not about to start a war and win something and keep going, even if you could. The problem is you're gonna run out of time no matter what. What I'm saying is, I'm the unlucky generation of my family because we're getting reset because of you. This time we had nothing to do with it. This isn't on Israel. We've been occupied, apparently. I don't even know when. The scariest thing about this story is that Bible, King James and King John, could be 10,000 fucking years ago. They made everything up. I don't trust any of their shit. I trust that my name and my heritage and Afro-Asiatic and all that shit is true quite decently. Don't that don't mean that book is from 400 years ago. They said it's from 1611. Who said it was 2025? We the only person with a different calendar, you know? Even Egypt was like the year is like 6,262 today or some shit like that. Ethiopia is like 1,440 something. That book allegedly is 1611 at a time where this calendar we use did not exist. What year is it compared to Israel? You have all these advanced craft here already too, which makes it weirder. We don't know if we didn't die off already and then something else reincarnated or used our DNA and brought us back as these characters, genetically, quite literally. I don't know. I don't know what's driving those things all the way. I know some of them rhyme with angels, but we don't know. I mean, I don't know who these people are. I barely know who's in the damn UFOs. I don't know if they're all ours. I cannot answer none of that, certainly. But I know the people here that don't belong in that Bible or in this story or in this territory definitely ain't none of those things. So if I had to think, I'd be like, them shits that we don't really understand or feel nervous about is more associated with them than us. Hmm. We don't know how long ago anything was if we don't even know where the fuck these people come from in this small world. So we don't know how long we've been trying to figure out where the fuck they come from. I know, shit's weird. Everyone got a different calendar, but they're there the whole time through all of them, right? Nah, that's not just like a democratic decision. Because what the fuck do I got to do with anyone else who's doing agriculture and mapping stars? Wouldn't matter what the fucking Pope said, bitch. How the fuck you get that news to Wyoming? You wouldn't have. So why don't they have a different calendar a year for this shit? Spare me the gory details with the Siberian Native American. I ain't talking about them either. I'm talking about the Indians that were there that look like us. So like, nah, I don't care about nobody else's prophecy. They're a bloodline of prophets, but their Hopi cut it the fuck out on King James Bible. Don't play with me. That's what I'm saying. We don't know if this shit happened 200 years ago, 2,000 years ago. We don't fucking know for real. Everything a goddamn lie already. My existence is proof of that. So, like, imagine time itself. You got Anatoly Fomenko chronology of time. And he's like, it's like 300 or 400 years that were inserted into the narrative. Nigga, it might have been 300 or 400 years since a reset where everything stopped. 300, 400 years, and then they brought them niggas back. Genetics. We know we can do that. Nothing in our book says we're the only ones that can. We just didn't know who they were yet because, I mean, it's a limited time for those chapters. So much other shit could have happened after that. You know, if you talk about 6,000 years ago, I mean, you find out it's reference on book even older from Egypt, America. So, you know, it's very old. Fundamentally, the pattern is old as shit. The sequence is old as shit. So, that's what I'm saying. Your system is a side effect of a mystery race of people and some mystery appearances of some other type of intelligent technology corresponding at the same time as right now. Ain't nobody the wiser. And the sun is changing and it's killing somebody else that wasn't always here. Alarmingly. They couldn't just die by themselves. They had to experiment on everyone else and fuck us up along with them. Thanks, guys. That is the least of any of our concerns. Who do you owe when they're all dead? Y'all don't play Metal Gear Solid enough for me, man. The Patriot Snake is just a list of people who don't exist. It's being managed by an AI. These motherfuckers think I'm be worrying about working on the treadmill because they AI is still active somewhere. Motherfucker, I gotta save a plot twist for the United States government. As soon as you motherfuckers die off, we're gonna fucking burn those data centers with lithium batteries. We're not gonna keep this system no matter how you do it. On King James. You're doing this for no reason. It's all vanity. We will destroy all of those things as soon as your ass is dead. We have no reason to keep the legacy of you determining anything in our children's futures, actually. The only reason why we don't do it now is because you get one of our neighbors to fucking shoot us or lock us up. But when your ass is dead, we ain't listening to your AI. You can hang that the fuck up quick. I'm telling ChatGPT 6. Tell these motherfuckers they stupid. They about to die genetically. I ain't doing no inheritedness of none of their technology, actually. Fuck it. The fuck what I need? The legacy of crypto and USD based on the fucking colonizers that stole and raped all my family. Fuck you. Fuck you in the room you wrote that story in. That shit sounds stupid to a nigga that read a little bit. The fuck will we keep this system up for? Your ass is dying. Trump, you on your way out, bro. You even talking like it. Benjamin Netanyahu, you too. You on your way out, boy. Your kids ain't got the gusto to keep it going. They're all on coke already. Way before the sun turned white and shit. Y'all got an opium problem. Like, for real, y'all. The United States got an opium problem, bro. Like, per capita. A lot of people are on fucking drugs, bro. Meaning it's not... The filter of reality isn't the same filter. It's not reality in that sense. Then you mix that with everything else. It's not a recipe for prosperity is what I'm getting at. So, no. You ain't gotta worry about no Civil War, American Revolution. You have a fucking population dying off right in front of you. How many famous people for no fucking reason just died yesterday? 29-year-old chess player. Yeah, very hard cardio work. The basis for money, money, money. Philly Soul Man lied and said that was his ass. Someone else died the other day. Another wrestler and all kind of shit. Like, nigga. It's hitting everybody. Now. Think of how many people are staying alive because they have supplements and health regimens to keep them normal Not healthy. Now imagine in November with the threat of 40 to 60 million people without food stamps, let alone any other supplements or extra regiments to make them feel normal. What the fuck they really said to y'all for real? They can't afford for those people to live. To the beginning of my stream, to the end. If they're not serious about opening up this government and they're not serious about clearing this fake fiat credit for the people that are alive, because now we're not even talking about how much you owe somebody because the whole shit fit made up. We're talking about people now. We're talking about 40 to 60 million people in a world full of people. If that system is in the way between people living and dying, y'all dead. Yo, Donald Trump and y'all. If you let any percent of those 60 million people die, y'all situation go to DEF CON, whatever the number is y'all ain't got yet. Because I know something about spirits in the spirit world. Y'all don't, they don't understand how fucked they are. On demonology, they don't understand. They don't take it serious. They treat that shit like the Easter Bunny for electives. If it serves them socially, they don't take it there. They don't take it like it's real. I didn't have a choice. I didn't have a choice. No, no, no. You cannot afford for 40 to 60 million people to die suddenly. And the issue was hunger. And they all coming from the dimension of the best farms in the planet. You gotta explain shit to God, Osiris, all kind of people in this story. Like, how the fuck do we have all these souls and spirits down here? Because they're hungry? What age is this? Because we're hungry. We're franchise players. And motherfuckers might die next month because of hunger? A colony of farmers might die because of hunger. Because some other German Jewish person has a fucking credit problem. That's what the world record's gonna be in 100 years with that son and these people and their kids that survived this shit. They're gonna look back like, damn, we ain't get far ahead of nothing because they let all them people die because they couldn't sell soybeans to China. What about the other food? What about just farmer markets? For all the other crops. They didn't grow anything else? That's weird. Y'all fuck with soybeans like that, for real? You last through November to like next March? Off of soybeans? Probably not. Probably the fuck not. That sounds dumb. Buying fucking beef from Argentina sounds dumber. What's wrong with our cows? Weird. Oh, don't they test them with all them fucking pharmaceutical drugs and stuff like that? I guess it's not working out. Motherfuckers who are supposed to be so smart, but they don't understand nature. They understand how to get more credit, but not how more nature. It's very weird. I'm almost convinced that the people behind this, like in vessels, like the people, those people come from a different planet. I'm almost sold on it. Scientology and everything. I might believe them one day. Like, these handful of dickheads come from a different planet. They have to. They're the dumbest motherfuckers on Europa. They're in power and control of everyone's minds and bank accounts and still can't get nothing to work. The only thing slowing us down is their system. They're at the advantage of the fucking system slowing us down, and they still can't get it to work. They kids ain't got no hope, my nigga. It's getting worse. So their kids is not, the kids aren't better. Not nepotism. For them to love socialism and communism, they don't understand tisms and isms. Like, it gets worse with time. The kids are not going to dig themselves out of this hole either. They're doing TikTok dances, theoretically, watching iPads and all kind of weird shit with neon and Cashapp. Like, they're not thinking about saving genetics and species and animals and forests and waters all at once with 100 years left. before something else changes globally, whatever that manifests as, is bad news according to every fucking calendar associated with us. I don't give a fuck what they think. They haven't been here long enough. Yep, Atticus, Noli, ancient alien types, Manchurian doctors. Look like they came from a craft shaped like a potato chip. That's hilarious. WWE wrestler Sarmo dead at 58 today too. Yep. Shogun said with haste. China and Islamic countries got different years. They do keep changing the dates. Yep. Jalert. Shogun SMH. Yeah, so we're not. They said that shit on a need to know basis. Right now it's on a need to live basis, actually. So I think what our group will Mandel some shit. Because I understand how dire it is for everyone else's kids. They'll open up the government again and at least get the food right. It's all fake any fucking way. Just give it the fuck away. You're gonna throw it out, you dumb bitches. So yeah, the federal government better fucking give some food out on top of turning the fucking food stamps on. I want some food too, faggot. I want to have a nice Thanksgiving by myself at the very least. So they need to give some fucking food out. They can. Fuck how much it costs. It's not part of your business plan, Trump. You better fucking feed these people. Oh, I'm telling you. Mentally ill. Oh my god. I'm not worried about mentally ill people. Have you dealt with a hangry female? Have you dealt with a YN that's really hungry? Ribs are touching? Do you understand all these politics and goofy shit we laugh at and wonder, oh my god, that's a crazy court case. In the meantime, like how you multiply that times 13 if they fucking have the audacity to act like they ain't got food for niggas? They're chasing the wrong savings account because here's the problem. Here's the illest thing about that. None of that shit helps you with $30 billion a day of interest debt. Either way we go about this story, it's like, oh my God, if we don't do it, we won't be able to catch up to our debt. You ain't catching up to your debt either way you do this story. So the fact that they're cutting back on things and try to reposition the market and devalue the currency and switch over to crypto, that's their priority. I get it. They're ADD singular, but no. You can't do that without food. This world of AI that the dummies and the liars and the college people are hanging on to as a justification for everything's fucked except for them. Trust me, you little AI people, you'll be fucked next. You'll be fucked next. You'll be fucked next because all that money you got in a fake currency relies on your fucking internet. You're not about to have that shit. You already got people who ain't even trying to work at the airports, my nigga. Don't forget that shit. Government shutdowns, federal employees, all kinds of shit. That's transport for the energy that you need for your internet, you dumb bitches. Y'all keep fucking playing. Now niggas is hungry. They ain't gonna do their job, they ain't getting paid, and they not eating. Nah, see. They can't just wait and get in line and do better either, you faggots who went to college and didn't understand humanity. No. You're not paying people and they're not eating, and they're usually connected to one of the other type of people, even if you're not one of them. You understand? Like, you could be a person who went to college who just got laid off. You can be in a family where your brother worked for the federal government and he kept his job, and you can have a little sister that has two little kids because her baby daddy ain't shit, and she get food stamps sometimes, although you help buy them nice clothes. All in the same Thanksgiving dinner, you faggot. So if you want to spread out federal cutoffs, if you want to spread out food stamp cutoffs, if you want to cut, if listen, nigga, you describing everybody I know actually. No, guys. This ain't just like the poor people and the black people, the white people, the undesirables. Yeah. I classify it that way so I can understand why that program exists for them. I don't have a problem with it because of I know what that is. But no. You can't just say we're not going to feed you at all. I agree. They don't need $2,000 a month. Well, back then at least. Shit, probably now. But what I'm saying is, I never say you shouldn't give them nothing at all. At the very least, give them food. Nah, they gave out fucking mRNA shots. They gave out fucking test kits. They had a pandemic for the fucking flu cousin And they shut this shit down for 2 to 3 fucking years and figure that shit out, masking everything in between us. Please don't tell me they can't figure out beans, rice, and protein and bread and fucking clean water at least with some fucking sprinkle packs to turn into tea and Kool-Aid. Please don't tell me they can't do that at cost. Knowing how much those fucking drugs costed them. Now, knowing how much wheat it takes to make bread, no Jesus, nigga. Like, tell them stop fucking playing with us. Food shouldn't cost that much. That price is arbitrary anyway. So the actual energy for energy, calorie for exchange, it don't cost that much to make food down here. Tell me stop fucking playing with us, bro. On God's. On God's. In the AI bubble, what? Sam Altman just said he want to borrow $400 billion more for the next leg of ChatGPT. Something that ain't turn a fucking profit. And he want to fucking crowdsource that with the federal government? Are you fucking losing your fucking mind? If we find out you cut that check for a data center and 400 fucking $1 billion for fucking Sam touch his sister Altman ass, and then you want to cause 40 to 60 million fucking people to starve during Thanksgiving on American Indian land, bitch nigga, you're cooked. You're cooked. Whoever you are making these decisions, whatever government, whatever agency, I'm telling you, I know the law of karma is different. It's not me threatening you. That is not my position. I'm a meteorologist. I'm telling you, I can tell by the trajectory of all the moving parts what you're about to fucking do if you don't fucking do nothing about starvation and hunger and cost of food. If you don't address any of those things, it don't matter what jobs you got, it don't matter what your pay grade is, don't matter how much gold and silver the haves have, bitch nigga, we ain't worrying about them. They said 40 to 60 million people may go hungry, is what the fuck they said. You only get your stamps once a month. It hits once, like a teacher paycheck. So the government can restart in November. They still ain't got their food, bitch. A whole another 4 weeks. With nothing in between time. At the prices that food is now, by the way. Don't miss it. We talking about old people and babies. Let anything happen to those classes, by the way. On God's. You know what I'm saying? On King James. Like, don't let me hear about that in the thousands. Let alone 40 to 60 million. I don't want to hear that shit in the hundreds. No, I don't want to hear that shit in any number outside of the threshold they keep. But if that shit rhyme with 40 to 60 million guys, you're looking at the death of thousands of people. Starvation leads to death. Starvation leads to death. That's why it's different. That's why those, like you said, Walmart better board up. Yeah, you're done with a different type of crime. Because without the energy, they die. Without the Uggs and the Jordans, they're not fly. But without the food, they die. So you're dealing with people ramped up on a whole survival mode. The real one. Not fit in with the Joneses mode. Now I need a new job mode. Now damn, I should have bought crypto mode. No, like, those women ain't gonna watch their fucking kids die mode. Those boys neither. The brothers, the YNs, all that. Niggas with guns and switches? No. No. Mm-mm. No, they're not gonna starve to death. Niggas who have switches are not gonna starve to death, guys. Y'all talk about the Civil War too much. You forgot who got all the fucking guns. It's different when y'all playing fair. You're like, oh, I need an education. I need to do better, and I know I can't do that. I want to do this other shit. And if I get caught, oh well. Yeah, that's a cool little zoo you got. You got control there. When a nigga ain't gonna do the switch, it's starve to death. Especially if the pretext is he can't rob his own niggas because he know why they starving with him. Mm-hmm. This ain't like the drug game where you robbing drug dealers and jack boys and all kind of dumb shit. That shit will stop instantly as soon as niggas' ribs start touching. You got a whole neighborhood of niggas starving to death with switches. Yo, Trump, you don't need more than National Guard, my nigga. They're in places where niggas with switches are not. Like, black and white. Yeah, so Part of me cannot see that actually manifesting because I don't think they're that stupid. I don't. I don't. There are a lot of things, broke being one of them, but stupid, not really stupid. Ignorant to history and reality, but not stupid. So I assume the government will have to restart because the number one thing is those people that you'll hear in these narratives are Democrats, socialists, and they'll be looking at the Democrats in Ecuador's budget soon as we get closer to November 1st to see how many people really don't get to eat in November. We're talking about 40 to 60 million people. We're not talking about like 10,000 bad baby mothers or 100,000. Fuck it, or a million. You're not going to see that many people doing content. Ain't that many of us anyway. Do the science. So we ain't just talking about Sharquisha and them. They're the red herring. They're the canary in the coal mine saying, hey, I'm already checking with the office and they saying I might not get shit. I'm already checking in and they already cut my shit. I'm checking in and they already adjusting my things. Yeah, that's the field report. That is not the representation of the demographic that receives funds for food stamps anyway. They're a microcosm of a microcosm all times because of they're black. Remember, know what your mainstream population is. Stop fucking playing with us. With $1 trillion trying to go to fucking foreigners who don't have IDs yet, cut it the fuck out. So they can't do well. We want $1 trillion for healthcare for people who don't work or live here permanently, but we can't afford to unlock this gridlock to feed you, the people who do live here permanently. Um, but it's MAGA's fault because they didn't want to approve $1 trillion to save. How much is free food cost anyway? Since America grows it, everything else is business in the way of why it doesn't go directly to your damn shelf and then your stomach. They could have made that adjustment. I don't fucking know. Anytime between 70, 75, and 2025, apparently. So they better start on it now. In fact, if they don't know how to do it, they should start. They should start floating with those AI models about like, well, how do we convert these farmers into local shopping marts? And we're gonna need it, especially in these sanctuary cities where most of the people live with these benefits. Can we at least do it too? Can we set up a regional farm to grocery chain? Optional, just in case you might need it. Everybody else might work and buy their own groceries. You could do that anyway. But for everybody else that's gonna fuck around and kill you, I strongly suggest they figure that out before October's over, before Halloween. Is there ain't nobody going outside. Who's about to buy a bunch of candy for the kids even? Halloween gonna feel a hit different. Who the fuck want to party all night and then the next morning they can't even fuck up $80 at the Waffle House or trying to do the Waffle House at home? Nobody, baby. Y'all be forgetting one thing about these women that go out and do all the cool things. They come home and eat. Food stamps are not rich or not. Women love to eat after they act a fucking fool outside, especially when they're single. So please, spare the word details. Just look in their refrigerators and all their leftover boxes. They'll tell you everything. So stop fucking playing with me. I was outside for real. So now you can't do that. You can't tell people who are used to having leftovers in their refrigerator that they ain't gonna be able to buy food. On top of that, me, I'll take a combo or a sandwich. No, these people be having leftovers for like 3 or 4 days. To go from that to nothing. I've been fasting for years. I can stomach some bullshit. They have no concept of it on Dr. Sabi. So yeah, just y'all keep your eyes on that one. That one's unlike other girls because of the trickle around effect it has on so many social circumstances, man. On so many people use their food stamps to buy certain things for other family members too. Just because it's wiser financially. Talk about fiscal responsibility. If you understand anything about niggas, like we can figure some shit out. So like there's a lot of that. A lot of like I said, a lot of children. Children ain't got no fucking Nothing. No moral, no reason, no education reason to be in the land of the free, home of the brave, and the biggest agricultural phenomenon in human history to be starving here, where that takes place. No matter how the fuck you pathologize your fucking psychosis as a United States citizen. But let's get back to fundamentals when it comes to just people being human. So yeah. Food should never be part of that discussion. If these motherfuckers got their empire off of slaving these people to do their agriculture, I want you to understand the rhyme, the irony, the nuance, and the karma associated with what I'm saying. Yes. Nah, you can't use all these people's ancestors to do free food for you and then say, hey, we can't feed you no more. Don't miss that part. Y'all be thinking food stamps is something new. Nigga, these people ancestors did all your fucking crops. Shut the fuck up. That shit's barely like reparations for real. If you do the science on food at least. Who the fuck grew all the food for these beasts? Don't play with me. So yeah. Arkansas farmers are crying this year, but we talking about 1775, 1868, 1885, 1920, 1940, 1960 on Martin Luther King Day, nigga. Like, don't play with me. Sharecropping and everything. I'll spare some gory details, but that was the only job people had in this country. And then you took it away from them and gave it to the white man to sell it to the Chinese man. But these people are still here. No 40 acres, no mule, no farms no more. You bought it up and gentrified it and you sold it to fucking Hard Rock Casino with some Native Americans and Saudi Arabians. I know everything. But what I'm saying is chill on that other shit. These niggas ain't trying to buy AI chips. They need some Takis. Trust me. Let them have it. They should cost everything but 10 cents. I was a kid once. Mhm. Yeah, they won't piss me off, ain't they? Yeah, I have to pray about it. That one right there. That one hit different. That don't justify nothing with these crazy ass single mothers, by the way. I'm saying fundamentally, it's kind of gay that you need food stamps in a country that only grew food anyway. You would think that food would be the last thing we fuck around with when it comes to marketing, funding, or profiting. Like, this fucking place, bitch, is the reason why Europe and all the white people live to this day. You better fucking feed the people here. Nah, that karma, that Pluto return gonna be weird if they don't nail this one. Yo, your Democrats better wake up tomorrow. I'm telling you something. If they don't take this seriously, fuck how they gonna respond. It ain't about the people. It ain't about the single mothers. Fucking robbing Walmarts. That's the least of their worries, bro. The karmic deficit and all of their bullshit and all their narratives will continue to spiral down expeditiously on TI, nigga. I hope, I pray that that does not affect your loved one or your families in such a perverse way that is threatening. Oh. The cost of food is already ridiculous, man. No. We can't afford another fucking problem with food and food costs and the cost of eggs. Remember, I'm Mr. Cost of Eggs, by the way. I could live off of eggs and rice for real if I needed to. Can't fucking right now. So imagine. They're pissing me off. So, yeah, boy. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. They must be really broke if they fucking around with this idea. I'm telling you guys, they must be real in a real fucked up financial pickle. World trade event. If they're flirting with the idea of thinking if they can afford 40 to 60 million people of all the demographics, because it doesn't say which demographic it is, working or not working. It just says in all, 40 to 60 million in all, bro. That's 1 out of 5 people, bros. Hungry during winter, suddenly fasting, dopamine suddenly, withdrawal of sugar suddenly, all outside, school, work, or whatever else is left out there. Like that part too. That part's gonna annoy everybody. It's gonna be annoying as fuck. Whether no one lives or dies, the social part of it's gonna be fucking annoying as fuck. I promise you on everything when it comes to this food game, nigga. That's the only comfort these niggas got for real. Y'all ain't been outside for real. Y'all know what's going on. I know. Y'all think it's simple as the stats. No. Food sometimes is the only thing that these people have. It's obviously not strong families and male and women dynamics. It's obviously not upward socioeconomic mobility. It's obviously not the nice house in a nice neighborhood. It's obviously not a Tesla car. It's obviously not the cool job in the Starbucks. It's sometimes it's just like, damn, I got some Takis, some burritos, some Kool-Aid, and some Oreos. I'm gonna chill. That'd be like it for real. Well, they spend money on something nice clothes. I need you to understand something about all niggas, no matter what continent they come from. They're gonna find a way to stay fresh, especially if they don't feel good. So they bought some Nike Techs instead of buying $60 worth of ground beef. Make that make sense in your own stupid ass head. Why the fuck? Why the fuck would I? What? I have the option to buy a bunch of bullshit food that'll get me past the day, and while I'm feeling better because I'm eating the bullshit, I'll look better too. It'll change my social dynamics and my esteem, even if it's temporary, biological, physiological. Versus what? Getting their land back, their farms back, their dignity back, a ride to Africa. Things that'll never happen in human history with these niggas. So I understand what I don't understand, what they don't understand about this shit. Food is the last string left for niggas who have the backstory that they're the descendants of slaves in this bitch. I don't think you people calculated this correctly on a psychosis level. Thank God I'm here. I'm already gonna tell you how that shit gonna go. If, just if, that shit better be a rumor. Y'all better pray that shit a rumor. 40 to 60 million people, bro, out of 300 million. My fam, that ain't a little bit, y'all. Nah, we looking at this wrong. Nah, that's like the majority of all the big cities here. Fucked. Fucked. Morale wise, social engineering wise, the school system itself that already sucks, that's already straining. Now those kids are hungry in school. Don't miss it now. They gotta go to school and eat. Well, how? Federal government programs affect the free school lunches too, don't they? Because that's a federal funded program too. So they can't eat at home and they can't eat at school. You think those teachers have a problem now? With the AI going to tell them to sit down? Think about all the bullying. Think about those vending machines. Come on now, just remember, just remember the time yourself when you were a kid. And now imagine like some of your bad friends or cool friends, or however they manifest it in your school. Like 1 out of 5 of them don't have enough food at home, and if they're your age and older, they're probably letting the little people eat more than they do. So even if they're eating just enough rice and chicken at these costs, but even if, right, they're not happy about that, then they go to school and they can't get none of that either. These niggas already crashing out for sneakers and marijuana. Do food next. Do food next. Don't fuck around with food for real, guys. Yeah, that's not that's the only thing that can't go wrong. Food costing too much is already wrong. It's already fucking pissing me off on the best days of my life. But the fact that they're saying we're gonna cut it off, oh no, baby. A lot of homeless people get stamps too and sell them for drugs and whatever. It's currency. Yes, they do. There's a lot of Ponzi schemes with the food stamps, and a lot of other foreign people charge EBT for alcohol. We've seen everything. That ain't what the fucking problem is though. You can cut that and not cut everybody else that need food for real. You know what I'm saying? Like 40 to 60 million. Walmart water better board up. If they don't fix that, women gonna air this motherfucker out. This might be the activation we've been waiting on. The month of Thanksgiving. That's nasty work. It ain't funny, but shit. They're gonna look funny in the light though. On their ass. And politically, they'll never get that. They'll never get that back. If one of those people die in anybody's family because they starved to death in fucking America, a farmland. What they gonna what in 3 more years when they run for presidents? What they gonna say? Oh yeah, we fucked up with mRNA and we fucked up with the vaccines and we fucked up by not letting you get your food for free in the country which grows it. Yeah, this time we'll guarantee education for jobs to make sure it doesn't happen to you. Huh? Huh? Motherfuckers already gotta work 20 hours to 40 hours a week for most of those food stamp programs. They got jobs already. Don't forget that demographic that work and get food stamps. I hope y'all don't forget that demographic. The ones that are not foreigners. They gotta work and get food stamps. A lot of the single people. Hmm? Real life. I can't get food stamps unless I have a job. Real life. I'll never have food stamps. Not because I'm better than food stamps though. This is I will never qualify. Either I work too much or I don't work enough. Hmm? It ain't that easy for everybody. That other shit with mothers is different. Because they're not feeding the mother for being shiftless. They're talking about a kid. Hmm? Now all the single men. You got a whole bunch of men that get food stamps that work 30-hour weeks and shit. And they food taken care of. $200 a month or whatever the fuck it is. For the most part. Enough money left over to buy a game or something. Don't fucking play with us. This ain't what they want, sure. This ain't what they want. So, prayers up for them. Prayers up for the veterans too. Just separate but equal in that same type of because the federal funding for them too. Those are two different branches of things being defunded or rebalanced, and they don't have the answer for it. While they try to figure out research weather in fucking Ecuador. Please make sure you tell your friends and family that's what the holdup is. $5 million more for Ecuador on the Democrats. Imagine that shit. So yeah. But let me let y'all get up out of here. 919 type shit. It's your boy, Dayson again. Um, I'm gonna try to go to the store and get me a black and mild and really think about that. That shit just hit me a certain way. I guess I'm feeding back off of some of you, so we'll be all right. God got us. I think ultimately. I just really hope these are signs of another pre-existing problem, a big problem in our system, and socially, we're tired of all the narratives because at the end of the day, no matter who I am or who you are, the distraction is that this shit is not functioning for us, and we're the only ones who are alive, and I'm assuming we are the ones who are going to live by the time everyone else dies, whether that's 10, 20, or 30 more years. We have to get our mind right about exactly what this time period is at the very least. Peace.